Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1101. Why are you guys just staring at me? Answer the question. Levi rolled his eyes at the crowd. Everyone remained silent on the surface. Internally, they were exclaiming, however. Well, it's because you're the God of War. How can we not be scared? It's because he. Pewter almost exposed Levi's identity, but Bert reacted in time to halt his statement. Ms. Lopez, Mr. Garrison looks too much like our Mr. Tyrone. When we first met, we all thought Sir came. Ah, yes. They look too similar. No one could breathe easy in the room. But Zoe alone accepted Bert's explanation without further thought. It sounded convincing. Enough everyone met Levi for the first time and got intimidated merely because he resembled Tyrone. That was all. That makes sense. So, what do you want? I'm all ears. Her tone was laced with apprehension. She did not have a good feeling about the party present before her. It felt as if they were up to no good. Levi simply chuckled and said, "Honey, all they want is a meal with us. There's no need for so many questions." Then, turning to the relevant people, Levi boomed impatiently, "Serve the dishes." The meal was practically a time of tribulation for the majority at the table, save for Levi and Zoe. The man was wolfing the food down while his wife picked out the nutritious dishes to keep her baby well nourished. Meanwhile, the rest ate in constant trepidation. Many were drenched in cold sweat while their minds wandered everywhere else. Such was the feeling of eating with a beast that could snap anytime. They felt like they were being scrutinized, and that one wrong move would result in a fatal end. The simple meal practically halved their lifespans by the time it ended. The meal was delicious today. I look forward to more in the future, Levi said as he escorted Zoe out. The lady was puzzled. This is it? Just a simple meal, and nothing else? As if reading her mind, Levi pacified, "Honey, don't overthink it. They really did just want a meal." He flashed her a smile. At that moment, Zoe felt that her concerns were unnecessary. Perhaps, Tyrone may become lenient one day. After all, they're still blood-related. When Levi left, the company practically collapsed in relief simultaneously on their seats. Heaving sighs of relief. The meal was frankly more mentally exhausting than the hellish month of training that just passed. They almost broke down on the spot. "This is truly a moment of pride and disaster for the Garrison clan," Bert commented while sighing. Right at this moment, a call came from the Garrison family. Damien's voice echoed from the line. "Bert, tell me about how everything went. The family is very concerned. I heard that the training camp's instructor is a very extraordinary guy." That's right." Bert summarized the happenings to him. Damien cheered, "Wow! That's pretty impressive. The family is proud of you guys. And regarding the instructor, he is the God of War." It was not the first time Bert announced such a revelation to someone, but the reactions he received were always the same pure shock. The dumbfounded Damien fell into a long silence. When he finally came to his senses, the excitement in his voice could barely be contained. The God of War? You all are so lucky. That means you guys are handpicked by the God of War into the Iron Brigade. The Garrison family is very proud. Tyrone will be giving a word of commendation on our next anniversary meeting. These juniors are so capable and brought so much pride to the clan, he thought. Bert was overjoyed by the response. A word of affirmation was always great, but receiving such commendation from Tyrone himself was the highest form of praise in the Garrison clan. But recalling the ordeal that just occurred, Bert found his spirits dampened almost immediately. I have one more thing I wish to say. And hopefully, this can be conveyed to Sir. What happened? Damien's curiosity was evidently piqued. W. E. J. U. S. T. M. E. T. L. E. 6. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1102. Damien asked curiously, "What's wrong with meeting him? Can you request Sir to restore Levi's status and bring him back to the Garrison family? This will bring immense glory to the clan." Bert articulated every syllable seriously. Damien's laugh echoed from the call as he replied, "Was Levi's charm so powerful that you all got subdued promptly? That's very disappointing of you guys. But anyway, I will convey your words to Sir." When he proceeded to convey the information to Tyrone, the latter grew livid. "What's wrong with these juniors? They're speaking up for Levi just because they met him once? What a bunch of letdowns. I heard that the God of War's first lesson to them was about respect. Maybe that's why." That explained some things for Tyrone. "I see. I don't doubt the effectiveness of the lessons given by the God of War." Then, his tone changed sharply. "But that's their military rule and has nothing to do with us. My personal philosophy is that I will only respect those who deserve my respect. Someone like Levi won't earn it unless he shows me some true power." Damien concurred, "You're right. Even if Levi completes the challenge a year later, that's far from earning our respect. We can only at best accept him into the family." The older man added agitatedly, "To earn my respect, he must at least have a strength that's on par with those on the top 10 of the Saber leaderboard. If he is really that strong, I will literally put him on a pedestal and parade him around town." Tyrone knew the true strength of the top 3 well, as they hailed from the Garrison family. They were people Tyrone respected. If Levi wanted his affirmation or wished to make regret his decisions, he should at least be at the level of the top 3 before speaking. But he was only certain that Levi could never achieve that. The said top 3 were the feared trio of Erudaya. Any foreign power would quake in fear and double over in agony upon hearing their names. There was a popular saying that went, "Those ranked on the Saber leaderboard of Erudaya can take down a battalion of 10,000 troops. How can Levi ever be on that level?" But the biggest irony of all awaited him. Levi was the one ranking the Saber leaderboard. Damien grinned at Tyrone's sarcasm and added, "That's true. If Levi is on the same level as the top 3, I will make him next in line for the title instead." Speaking of that, Tyrone said, "I plan to officially name you my heir after the bet with Levi. There will be a handover ceremony held." Damien was elated at the news. Until now, although everyone knew that he would be the next Sir, there was no official handover ceremony held yet. Now that Tyrone finally decided on a date, Damien was on cloud 9. He thanked the man profusely, making it the same day as the duel. "That's such a great date, Father." Damien beamed. "I want to show the world what my son is capable of, and to prove that not everyone can be as capable as you," Tyrone extolled with a cold laugh. On the side, Olivia interjected, "Emma thinks her son would make her proud? I'm going to show the whole of Erudaya that my son is stronger than hers." She was confident of Damien, and could not wait for the day of the showdown to come. Soon, when the news broke that the handover ceremony would be held on the same day as the duel, everyone knew that Tyrone did it intentionally. Regardless of how Levi fared that day, he would compare him with Damien and showcase how superior the latter was as compared to the former. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1103. Emma was visibly disappointed upon the news of the handover. Nevertheless, she never hoped that Levi would be the next in line. All she wanted was for his skills to be acknowledged by the Garrison family. Her dejection was in full view of Zoe. She comforted, "Mother, it's fine. We don't have to compare ourselves with others. Let's just live our own lives peacefully." Comparisons usually yielded nothing but a new sense of inferiority, especially if one was comparing themselves to the people of the Garrison clan. Zoe knew better to just focus on one's everyday life. Her words seemed to have an effect on Emma. Perking up a little, the lady acknowledged Zoe's wise words. "That's true, we're leading pretty happy lives right now. Let's just continue this way." Changing the topic, Zoe took the chance to ask for a group photo together. The lady had taken an interest in documenting her everyday life and the changes that were happening. She had taken many photos as commemoration already. "Levi, join in the photo too," shouted Zoe. If the lady asked, rejection was the last thing the man would do. Levi jogged over and joined the photo. Zoe took a few snapshots and decided to upload the photos on her overseas social media account. All she wanted was to boast about her blissful family of four a little. Otherwise, she usually did not have the habit to share her life online. Even if she did post, it would be on her overseas account, so that none of her close friends and relatives could see her updates. This seemingly harmless decision to post today resulted in a global uproar. Within 10 minutes, the photos reached over 10 million shares online. And the numbers only grew and grew. At this rate, the number of views would easily reach over 1 billion in just less than an hour. The reason behind the ongoing virality was simple: Levi was in the photo. In Arudaya, all information about Levi was kept strictly confidential. If a photo of him was uploaded within Arudaya, it would automatically be censored. But the same confidentiality did not exist out there. As a result, when Zoe uploaded the photos, the outside world immediately recognized Levi. News of his photos spread like wildfire, and it was not long before an international commotion erupted. In particular, hundreds of countries and the underground organizations were in a frenzy over their new discovery: the almighty god of war had a pregnant wife. It was shocking news to the whole world. Levi was a walking legend ever since he suppressed the 18-nation alliance. The god of war was unanimously considered by hundreds of nations to be the worst nightmare ever to exist. In fact, there was a saying that went, "As long as the god of war is present, Arudaya cannot be attacked." In other words, as long as Levi was still alive, Arudaya would remain impenetrable. The foreign powers could do nothing but cowering in fear of his ever-present wrath. As a result, other nations hated him and countless people wanted him dead. Countless was not an exaggeration. Someone once did a tabulation and estimated that over 10 million people wanted him to perish. As a result, it was no surprise that Levi ranked top on the international hit list with a bounty of hundreds of billions on his head. While the bounty was extremely attractive, no one managed to complete it thus far. The reason was obvious: Levi had no weak points. He was already used to assassination attempts. In fact, he was practically a target of an assassination every living second due to the sheer number of people interested in the prize money. There were also many people who spent years trying to dig out his weaknesses, but all their attempts were to no avail. In conclusion, Levi was simply too strong, too almighty. He truly lived up to his title as the god of war. There's no way to kill him. But everything changed on this day because of some photographs. The all-powerful god of war had an Achilles heel: his pregnant wife. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector, Chapter 1104. For the longest time, it was impossible to find any information about Levi. His family, background and the people associated with him were all wiped clean from Arudaya's database. When people heard that Levi was an orphan, their despair only increased, as that meant that They had no elderly parents to threaten him with. As a result, there was no other way to defeat the invincible god than to become stronger than him. However, now that Zoe's photographs exposed that Levi had a mother and a pregnant wife, everyone knew his fatal weaknesses. The old saying now no longer stood. The rest of the nation finally found the opening to bring down Arudaya. Arudaya's god of war, whose existence was the bane of hundreds of nations, had a line of weakness that everyone could not wait to exploit. Amongst those people, the 18-nation alliance, in particular, were in hysteria. Their long-awaited opportunity for revenge had finally come. Another group of people who were equally riled up was those eyeing the incredible bounty. The appeal only increased when the bounty reward shot up by tens of billions in a blink of an eye due to the contribution of multiple well-to-do individuals. These contributors hoped to eliminate Levi as quickly and as mercilessly as possible. Levi's existence had compromised too many people's interests. Knowing that he had countless existing enemies who were bloodthirsty enough to take him down, they increased the bounty prize money to accelerate the momentum to take him out. In other words, it was called striking the iron while it was hot. In summary, the world was cheering for Levi's imminent death. The 18-nation alliance was looking forward to the day when Arudaya would fall into their hands. The other foreign forces were also interested in partaking in this attack. Many others could not wait for their own personal gains that would follow Levi's demise too. Meanwhile, Zoe remained oblivious to the global commotion that her photos had ignited. In conclusion, a revolution would happen the moment Levi fell. That alone was a testament to the god of war's menace all this while. He might be just an individual, but he was capable of intimidating the entire world. No one dared to lay a finger on Arudaya because of him. When Zoe finally checked her account, she almost flung her phone on the ground out of shock. Oh my, what on earth is happening? Hey? Why are there billions of likes, along with tens of thousands of shares and comments? She could not believe her eyes. Am I hallucinating? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? A post on her account would typically garner at most about 100 likes. Why were her recent photos gaining so much traction? Out of disbelief, she recounted the engagement numbers. Eventually, she concluded that her eyes were indeed well and functioning. These engagement numbers probably broke some records on the platform, she thought. What is happening? Zoe double-checked the post once again, but the bizarre reality proved not to be a dream. Amidst her confusion, there was one thing she could be certain about: these numbers had nothing to do with her or Emma. After all, the older lady was confined for almost 30 years. That left her with Levi as the prime suspect for stirring up this commotion. The likes, comments, and shares could not have been for anyone else, she believed. Does Levi hold so much influence overseas? She rubbed her eyes and checked the numbers again. Nothing changed from before. Oh right, there are many comments. Let me check them. Opening the comments section, one comment caught her eye. The god of war of Arudaya, she muttered to herself. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1105. Just when Zoe was able to continue reading the comment, it got deleted. There was nothing else but a blank page reflecting on her phone screen. Refreshing the page, she realized that all the other comments were gone too. All the likes also disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened and everything was normal again. Phew, it was just a system error. That was so scary. Those billions of likes. Unimaginable. It was not uncommon to see such system hiccups. She had encountered them before in other software. The reflected engagement numbers similarly went completely haywire during the glitches. The tension left her body as she heaved a sigh of relief and broke into an amused chuckle. But the truth was far from what she assumed. What really happened was that someone From Arudaya noticed Zoe's photos and immediately locked her account from further viewing by others. Zoe conveyed the ordeal to her husband, telling him how the uploaded photos on her overseas account met with a system error, causing them to gain billions of likes and tens of millions of shares. The comments were also really amusing. One read something like the God of War or something. What? Levi froze on the spot. His expression turned increasingly strained. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately grew worried over the safety of Zoe and Emma. His concerns only worsened considering that his wife was pregnant. He was aware of the forces they were up against. They were not simply just the wealthy, ancient families, but also included the 18-nation alliance, hundreds of foreign powers, and tens of thousands of organizations. The combined forces were overpowering, and anyone could strike anywhere at any time. A cloud of uncertainty loomed, and that was what really shook Levi's confidence. He was not exactly scared for himself. Rather, he was fearful of this great unknown and how that might jeopardize his loved ones. He knew he could protect Zoe as long as he was by her side. But there could be times when he might not be able to be with her. There were many things that could go very wrong, and he was not sure if he could be omniscient enough to come up with a foolproof counter-plan. Levi grew increasingly vexed. As he took a deep breath, his unusual countenance made Zoe both worried and curious. "Darling, are you all right?" Levi could only force a chuckle as he responded, "Billions of likes? Such a thing can happen." Internally, he made up his mind. Rather than waste all his energy worrying, he knew he had to be more drastic this time. Whoever dared to touch his loved ones would meet with a terrible fate. Even if they tried running, he would hunt them down regardless. And when he managed to do so, he would not hesitate in killing them. In other words, whoever was bold enough to offend him would be inviting in their own demises. Zoe's voice snapped him out of his rumination. The numbers were like that because there was a system error. I met such a thing before too. It's such a shame that I didn't read the majority of the comments. Her tone was laced with a tinge of regret as she wished she had read more of the comments before they were gone. Meanwhile, Levi tried his best to change the subject. With a plastered smile, he replied, "All right, don't fret about it. Take care of your body, and when our baby comes, we can take as many photos as you like." Posting photos of one's newborn was the trend now, and Levi could already imagine how Zoe would be constantly doing so once their child was born. His sole mission now was to ensure that nothing would go wrong until the day of labor came. The undertaking would be challenging. He would have to nip every danger in its bud while keeping Zoe in the dark about everything. Most importantly, he had to ensure that not only Northampton, but the whole of Arudaya would be an impenetrable place. He would not tolerate any trouble. At this point, he could not help but snigger at how insignificant Tyrone's bet was as compared to his current predicament. While everyone thought that the Garrison clan was the greatest obstacle he had to overcome, the man knew better. The Garrisons were honestly not worth even a mention. Instead, the current crisis deserved more of his attention right now. If this fiasco had not happened, he would have been more confident that no mishaps would occur during the pregnancy period. But what was done was done. He could only move on and prepare a contingency plan. Springing into action, he found Azure Dragon and instructed, "The situation is pretty dire right now. We need to prepare early." The Protector Chapter 1106. Understood. From now on, we're peril-ridden. No matter how we tried to stop them, there would still be enemies entering Arudaya, Phoenix said with a frown. After all, if the enemy were indeed coming against Levi, they would not send someone mediocre for sure. Those sent would definitely be the best of the best. Hence, everyone's responsibilities would turn much heavier. Levi heaved a sigh. I don't wish to trouble too many people regarding this, so just arrange my own people for this. Phoenix, please check which team is idle at the moment. Phoenix bore a relaxed smile and replied, Sir, it so happens that the Spectre army has completed their mission. Good, then summon the Spectre army and the cavalry regiment. That would do. Levi commanded. There were not many people in the Spectre army. In fact, it was made up of only 50 members. It was a special army established by Levi. As the name itself implied, they were just like specters, moving elusively on the battlefield. They often killed without exposing themselves. Like assassins, they attacked the Achilles heel and slew with just one move. The Spectre army was extremely terrifying. The most crucial point was that most of their enemies weren't even aware of the existence of such an army. Seeing them implied that death was after you. The Spectre army under the god of war remained unknown to many people. Other than Levi, no one even knew what they were like. Not even Azure Dragon and others. This army worked directly under the command of Levi. Even though the existence of the Spectre army was unknown to others, the enemy was aware of the existence of such a troop and they were terrified to the bone. It was hard to tell when they would be targeted by these specters of the battlefield. With the Spectre army and the cavalry regiment, in addition to his own presence, no one could really lay a hand on Zoe. Zoe was totally unaware that a photograph had brought such a huge turmoil to the entire world. Tens of thousands of forces and organizations abroad started to get restless. Countless of eyes were fixated on her. Her net worth was also rocketing, reaching 100 billion. There were already bounties issued overseas amounting to 100 million for providing specific information about Zoe alone and another 100 billion for capturing her. In addition, whoever was able to kill Levi would be awarded 200 billion. Apart from that, the amount of the bounty kept rising. Meanwhile, on a small island abroad, it was the territory of Atlantis. Atlantis was a member of the 18-nation alliance which had been defeated by Levi in the past. There were a few helicopters on the small island and a luxurious yacht in the dock. There were also plenty of fully armed guards standing around. In a residence on the island, dozens of people were discussing some issues. There were photos of Zoe and Emma on the screen. These people present at the residence had all been defeated by Levi. They were from the 18-nation alliance and had been subjugated to Levi for almost 5 years, mortified execrably. When Zoe's photo was exposed, they were the most excited party. In fact, they were also the ones who couldn't wait to be the first to take action. We had to get ahead of everyone. If we kill Levi Garrison, the shame we've experienced all these years would all be cleared. So then, our next step would be to send 30 top fighters to Arudaya to capture these 2 women. Hold on, would 30 of them be sufficient? It should suffice. These top fighters selected this time were enough to rival the top fighters on the Saber leaderboard of Arudaya. With their synergy and our cooperation in the dark, we would definitely succeed. It's not good enough. I'll send 100 well-trained fighters to disturb Levi Garrison beforehand and then we'll let these 30 men handle him. This way, the probability of winning would be higher. The Protector Chapter 1107. These defeated foes of Levi were busy discussing how to secure their win. They must capture Zoe and Emma or either of them. They had come out with a lot of plans. And all they wanted was success. It was different now that Levi Garrison's weakness had been identified. In the past, they hadn't been able to devise any scheme. Even when Levi Garrison stood there and let them strike, no one could have killed him. Not only the 18-nation alliance that had been overcome by Levi was preying on Zoe, but it was also the same with many other forces from different nations. They were all targeting Zoe. One of them was Weldrake, which had been conquered by beasts led by Williamson. Their arrogance was entirely crushed by Williamson from the west. This time, after getting to know about Zoe's existence, they started weaving a nasty plot. Weldrake was belligerent with its hard-hitting and rugged people. The folks in Weldrake advocated for martial arts as a way of life. There was also a leaderboard in Weldrake which was known as the Saga Leaderboard. Similar to the Saber Leaderboard in Arudaya. Everyone in Weldrake regarded those listed on the leaderboard like gods. This time, everyone on the Saga Leaderboard, which consisted of 100 skillful fighters, would all sneak into Northampton, preparing to capture both Zoe and Emma alive. In order to deal with Levi, Weldrake had gone all in this round, revealing each and every one of their trump card. Not only Weldrake, but there were many other forces and organizations sending their people to worm their way into Northampton as well. Therefore, there were indeed plenty of formidable fighters targeting Levi this round. An unfathomably large number of them. Even assassins, mercenaries, and hackers had been attracted by the enormous bounty and joined in. All in all, the menace awaiting was far worse than what one could imagine. Not even Levi had expected this. He had underestimated how horrifying he was to his enemies. As soon as any of his weakness was identified, the enemies would counter and target frantically. The hostility faced this time was unprecedented. His enemies had risked everything to come against him. As time passed, the information obtained about Zoe and Emma was getting more and more detailed. Even information regarding the background of Levi was obtained. They had even discovered the Garrison family. Initially, they intended to take advantage of the Garrison family, but after figuring out the relationship between Levi and the Garrison family, everyone gave up on their initial intent. There was no advantage to be taken, it was totally pointless. On the other hand, in the Garrison clan in Oakland City, Tyrone Garrison just hung up the phone with a perplexed expression. Is Levi so well known? This has been the fifth person calling to ask me about Levi's identity, he marveled. The rest of them asked, Sir, what's going on? What happened to Levi? Tyrone was equally bewildered. I have no idea either. All the foreign family forces which have ties with the Garrison family were looking for me today to verify the identity of Levi. There were already 5 of them calling, I'm sure there would be more to come. This really makes me wonder if Levi has some prominent status unknown to us. Tyrone was truly puzzled by this strange happening. Not even Damien receives this kind of treatment. How could Levi have such privilege? Just as he pondered about this, there were incoming calls to confirm Levi's identity again. Dozens of them. Going berserk. What? Levi's connection with the Garrison family is even known to forces abroad? Sure enough, bad news has wings. As expected, now that the fact of this rascal's identity as an illegitimate child has spread, even the forces abroad would mock this top ancient family of ours in Arudaya. The Garrison family members were utterly displeased. They thought that the Garrison family's reputation was powerful enough within and without their home country. And it was because others had found out about Levi's identity as an illegitimate son. Just then, Tyrone received another phone call from overseas. Are you making a bet with Levi? After confirming Levi's identity, the person on the line couldn't help but ask. The Protector Chapter 1108. Tyrone answered with his subconscious mind, yes, what's wrong? You're such a moron. How dare you make a bet with him? Now everyone overseas knew it. With that, the person ended the call ferociously. What? Tyrone was completely confounded. Why does he call me a moron after getting to know my relationship with Levi? What is going on? In fact, the person's intention was simple. He was berating Tyrone for his ludicrous bravery of making a bet with the god of war of Arudaya. Is he mad? The god of war has conquered hundreds of nations outside Arudaya, he's the worst nightmare of tens of thousands of foreign family forces. And this moronic Tyrone dares to make a bet with him. Isn't it ridiculous? Oh, I get it. He's berating me for demeaning my superior status to bet against an illegitimate desperado. Isn't this discrediting? It's indeed a foolish act. Especially now that everyone abroad has come to know the existence of Levi, they would regard my decision to be exceedingly mindless. Levi is definitely unworthy of my attention. Tyrone put on a helpless face. But he was indeed at a loss for solutions. Levi got hold of his secrets, leaving him with no other option than to bet on it. How could he have known that he got it totally wrong? Between him and Levi, the one with a lowly status was he himself. Ah, I see. So now the Garrison family is being ridiculed by these people abroad thanks to Levi. He's indeed the disgrace of the family. Sooner or later he would make the Garrison family nailed on the pillars of shame. True. A genius like Damien thrives in obscurity and a trash like Levi is infamous. The Garrison clan had absolutely no idea about what was happening in Arudaya. Neither were they aware that forces from overseas had erupted. Within half a day's time, the situation of the entire globe had taken an unexpected turn. Everything was undergoing enormous changes. All because of the B** starred in their eyes. Just because of a single person alone, the entire world had gone frenzied. Damien smiled and said, "Father, I've heard that Martin would be going against Levi soon. He's no angel. Haha, let others teach him a lesson lest that rascal is boastful." Tyrone laughed. As anticipated, Martin departed to Northampton. Along with him was Tiffany. Tiffany had dressed up this time, preparing to meet Levi in her most graceful comportment. To make him regret. On the other hand, Levi had no plans to let Zoe and his mother go out anymore. There were inevitable risks outside. He was constantly staying by their side to take care of them. Meanwhile, there was news from Phoenix that a lot of skilled fighters had already snuck into Northampton, but it was difficult to identify them. Right then, there were hundreds of pairs of eyes observing Levi. There were hazards everywhere. Phoenix, Northampton doesn't need to be fortified, let them all in and we can wipe them out in one shot. Levi commanded. All he wanted to do was to thrash them so dreadfully that fears were struck into their hearts. So that they dared not come up with nasty thoughts anymore. With me around, Arudaya is the forbidden ground. Don't you all understand? Levi had a feeling that many people had forgotten what pain felt like in the past 6 months. When he was dormant. Within a few hours, the number of fighters entering from abroad had reached thousands. A large proportion of them was on par with the big-time fighters on the Sabre leaderboard of Arudaya, especially when all the fighters on the Saga leaderboard from Weldrake had also come. They had already hidden around Levi and his people, waiting for a reasonable chance to act. The Protector Chapter 1109. Whoa! At the Northampton airport. After getting off the plane, Martin took in a long breath. He had come specifically for Levi. After all, the engagement has been called off. And the Garrison family gives no d**mn about him now. Hence, Martin had no more concerns. Levi has to be severely injured if not dead. That was his sole purpose. There were other people who came on the same flight as Martin. They were all wearing a hat and were in leather jackets. Tattoos could be vaguely seen on their faces. They even took a glance at Martin when they passed him by. The Northampton airport that day was filled with an unusually high number of foreigners. "Mr. Preston, it's very strange at the airport here today." Just then, one of the personal bodyguards of Martin said with a hushed voice. "What's wrong?" Tiffany and Martin looked in his direction simultaneously. "This airport is filled with extremely skilled fighters everywhere. I could sense that everyone here is unusual. The bodyguard uttered while he looked around. Exactly. I could feel that too. There are many top fighters around and they don't seem to be from Arudaya. And those are only what we're able to observe. I'm sure there are more who are even more powerful than us. What happened? Did something go wrong? The other bodyguards could feel the same. There was danger everywhere in this Northampton airport. There were too many powerful fighters around. The majority were those who were stronger than them. Their intuition was right. Ever since Levi told Phoenix to remove the fortification, many fighters had come. Swaggering. There were 3 groups of people who had come together in the same plane as Martin. What's happening? What are so many fighters doing in Northampton Airport? Tiffany was confused. So was Martin. I heard that something happened abroad but I don't know the specific details. Could it be something to do with what we're here for? One of the bodyguards asked. But that shouldn't involve Northampton. In my opinion, other than the fact that Levi Garrison is here, there's nothing much about Northampton. Even if there's anything huge about to happen, it should be in Oakland City. How could it possibly be in some small towns like this? Every word that came out of Martin was spoken with disdain. They were from Oakland City, so when they looked at other places, they felt privileged very naturally. Especially both Tiffany and Martin were from imperial families. Hence, they were all the more snobbish, bearing the thought that nothing major should happen in such an insignificant place. Unlike Oakland City, which was the real grand place. Even the exposure there was far greater and better than that of such a small place. That was the reason why they were all overweening when they faced Levi. Not to mention the stronger Garrison clan. Forget it. Let's go find Levi directly. A cold glint flashed across Martin's eyes. Sure. Tiffany nodded in agreement. She took off her sunglasses and her face showed up. Whoa! She's so beautiful. When Tiffany's face was revealed, there was an uproar in the airport. Many people were surrounding her, trying to capture photographs of her. After all, Tiffany had put on the most exquisite makeup and was wearing the most noble and fashionable outfit. She was incredibly stunning. An inexplicably elegant air was wafting from her. That was cultivated from living in an affluent family since young. It was something even the celebrities couldn't compare. During her previous visit, Tiffany was afraid that Levi would refuse to call off the engagement due to her attractiveness. Hence, she had deliberately made herself appear unappealing. They were there to call off their engagement, but Levi made a remark that she was no match for his wife. She had been keeping this in mind ever since. This time, she had come in her best shape. She couldn't wait to see Levi's response when he saw her. Would he still say she was not as pretty as his wife? Levi Garrison, I've come. Are you ready? Tiffany curled her lips into a gracious smile. The Protector Chapter 1110. Meanwhile, Levi was accompanying Zoe. He got a call from Seth Wilson, who told him that someone was looking for him. Levi was stunned. Wow, are these people so straightforward now? Coming directly in my face? But when he heard that it was actually Tiffany and Martin, he was relieved instantly. Oh, it's actually these 2 morons. Seth, tell them that I have no time for them. Ask them to get lost. Levi was preparing for a Herculean enemy and had no time to entertain them. They were nothing to him at this point in time. On the other hand, outside of Morris Group, Martin and the lot were waiting anxiously. Seth came out and spoke in a placid tone, "My boss is occupied at the moment, please leave immediately." What? Martin was exasperated. With their status and background, Levi had the nerve to ignore them? That's outrageous. There was the Garrison family covering for him before, but why is he still so cocky now? He's totally disregarding us. Martin asked furiously. Likewise, it had never occurred to Tiffany that Levi could be so haughty that he had refused to even meet her. You better get back to Levi now and tell him that if he doesn't see us, I'll personally stir up trouble for him. Martin intimidated. Please leave now. Mr. Garrison is really busy with other things and had no time for some nobody like you. Seth waved his hand impatiently. Even though he didn't know what happened, he could tell Levi was occupied with something big recently. Nobody. Martin and Tiffany pointed toward themselves and asked. As the descendants of the imperial families in Oakland City, how could they be nobody? Is he joking? Nevertheless, comparing to the hundreds of nations overseas, they were indeed nobody. Fine. Levi Garrison, you Jack *SS. We'll do things the hard way then. Tiffany was also unimpressed. When she first came here, Levi regarded her with disdain. This time, she had come in her best appearance, but she was shut out. No way, Levi Garrison must see me. There was a steely glint flashing across Tiffany's eyes. She wanted to stand in front of Zoe and let Levi make a thorough comparison, hearing from him in person that she was better than Zoe. Night fell, and darkness descended upon Northampton, which also signified the forthcoming peril. The top fighters from the 18-nation alliance including Weldrake and Atlantis had come together. There were also fighters from some other overseas nations, not forgetting the mercenaries, assassins, forces from the Western Dark World, and even fighters from some large consortiums who continued to gather around. Initially, every distinct force wanted to be the first to capture Zoe and Emma, making their names in the world. However, according to information gathered, Levi had been keeping them company and there was no opportunity at all for them to act. Apart from that, everyone knew full well that Levi must have been aware of their actions and was ready with heavy defense. If it were in the past, they would have no possibility of winning. But this round, Levi had two weaknesses. And they could try. Hence, everyone had given up on firing their attacks alone and instead, gathered as many of them around as possible. They had to strengthen their power and create synergies to fight with Levi in his face. It would be best if they were able to separate Levi from the two targets and then get their hands on Zoe or Emma. The result of this is very clear: we would be severely hampered. The god of war of Erudia was immensely potent. I'm afraid half of us would be left, buried forever in this land. Despite that, the order given to us is to strike at all costs. Owing to the hatred toward Levi, every one of these fighters had prepared to die in this battle. What's going on here? A group of people showed up out of the blue. They were none other than Martin and Tiffany. Wait a minute. It seems like an upheaval has occurred and our winning rate has gone higher. The Protector Chapter 1111. Martin and the lot had come directly to the manor of Levi and shouted, "Levi Garrison, if you're a real man, you better come out and face us. If you're scared already, come out and kneel down before me, I might consider forgiving you for once." Tiffany and Martin were of the opinion that Levi was afraid of them. He had been protected by the Garrison family, so he was on his high horse and even dared to beat Martin. But it was different now. Hey? What's happening? The thousands of fighters who had been hiding around were just about to strike when they were confounded by what was happening right in front of them. They paused their actions and observed what just happened. Especially when they heard that Tiffany and Martin were also here to look for Levi. Martin and Tiffany were still trying to provoke with nasty words. And Martin was even counting down. If Levi was not coming out, then they would barge in. 10. 9. 8. 1. As soon as he finished counting down, Martin was ready to get in. When suddenly, a figure emerged. It was Levi. Everyone, regardless of those in the dark or Martin and the lot, was astounded. When the few thousands of fighters from hundreds of nations saw the devilish face of Levi Garrison, all of them were in a frenzied state. Their blood coagulated, and their bodies were trembling with frosty air wafting from them. Fearful beams were shooting from their timid eyes. It was this man standing in front of them who had conquered hundreds of nations abroad, rendering every man to put an end to their greed and cease having any thoughts on Arudaya. He was like a demon king to millions of people. Seeing him again made the blood pressure of everyone around rise, and they began to feel agitated. It had never occurred to them that this war machine, who was also the famous god of war, was just like an ordinary man in his usual life. What kind of a person was he? After being stunned for a while, it suddenly dawned on them. Levi Garrison has come out. Doesn't that mean he's away from Zoe and Emma? With thousands of brilliant fighters from over 100 nations around, even just a 10-meter distance between Levi and Zoe was enough. After all, the victory or defeat of a battle between fighters of top notch would be decided in the blink of an eye. 10 meters was a distance sufficient for them to strike. Not to mention that Levi had left the main building and came to the entrance of the manor. It was in fact a distance of over 1,000 meters. Which meant that Levi was totally separated from Zoe and Emma. It was a huge opportunity to them, increasing their winning rate greatly. They knew very well that there must be other people guarding Zoe and Emma, and they were familiar with those people as well, such as the 5 Great Wars Regiment under the God of War or something like that. Despite that, as long as the Demon King, Levi, was not around, they were fearless. The few fighters in the lead started allocating tasks among themselves. Even though Levi had been separated from Zoe and Emma, they had to come up with a plan to prevent Levi from retreating back to the manor. Therefore, they would need to allocate half or more than half of these fighters to stop Levi. Killing Levi was unattainable. They knew all too well how powerful he was. They could only try to stop him to buy more time for themselves. The rest of the people would enter the manor and take away Zoe and Emma in the shortest time possible. In this way, they could threaten Levi Garrison with these 2 women. That was exactly their goal. After arranging everything, the fighters advanced according to the plan. There were around 1,000 of them approaching and entering the manor quietly in the dark. The rest of them kept their attention on Levi. The reason Levi had come out was of course due to the presence of Martin and Tiffany. They had been shouting for half the day in front of the gate. "Levi Garrison, you've finally come out. I thought you were scared." Martin sneered. Tiffany tilted her head up as proud as a peacock, appearing in front of Levi in her best outlook. The Protector, Chapter 1112. At that moment, Tiffany was like the brightest gem, shimmering brilliantly in the dark. Her beauty was so breathtaking, making everyone who set eyes on her in awe. Perfect. Unbearably perfect. Regardless of whether it was her face, her body, or her demeanor, Tiffany was flawless. She was definitely the prettiest woman in Oakland City. Coupled with her lofty manner, she was just like a goddess who was distinctive from ordinary folks. She believed that no man could be unimpressed by her beauty. There had never been anyone who was not stunned by her appearance. Even the most promising man, Damien from the Garrison family, could not stay cool in her presence. Tiffany stood across from Levi without speaking a word, but was intentionally flaunting her attractive appearance from time to time. Together with Martin, she had imagined how obsessed and stunned Levi would be. However, right in the next second, they were utterly disappointed. Levi glanced around very quickly without landing his gaze on any of the 2 persons in front of him. It was as though the extraordinary beauty of Tiffany was just a common sight for him. Being neglected in such a way by Levi, Tiffany could not bear it any longer. She had taken well over 6 hours to dress and make up so elaborately just to impress Levi. Wasn't that to make him regret? However, Levi had no response. This made her awfully unsettled. Tiffany even suspected that it was because the lighting was too dim that Levi did not see her clearly. "Levi, look at me!" Tiffany shouted at Levi. Levi turned to her. His gaze was clear and cool, without even the tiniest ripple. He was completely unmoved by Tiffany's beauty, neither did he have any other thoughts. Tiffany could discern from his clear eyes that Levi was not acting. He was indeed apathetic to her beauty. How come? How could there be any man on this earth who could withstand my charm? It was indeed not Tiffany being overconfident. Her looks were indeed top-notch. Otherwise, she wouldn't be known as the prettiest woman of Oakland City. There had never been any man who was nonchalant to her as such. Besides, she had even come fully prepared, putting on her makeup and everything. And yet, she was still ignored by Levi. Why? Tiffany couldn't get her head around it. Unless he doesn't like women. Tiffany could only think of this possibility. "Levi Garrison, didn't you notice that I was different from last time?" Tiffany couldn't help asking. "Yes, you're different from last time," Levi answered absent-mindedly. He was focusing his attention on the top fighters hiding in the dark. "Then don't you have anything to say?" Tiffany asked tentatively. She wanted to hear from Levi that he had regretted and that his wife could never compare to her. Even Martin and his men were looking at Levi with anticipation of hearing answers of the same sorts. However, to their surprise, Levi warned, "If you want to live, get lost immediately, stay the farther the better." His words caught them totally off guard. Tiffany and others were rooted to the ground at what Levi said. What did he just say? Did he just ask us to get lost? If we want to live? What is that supposed to mean? Tiffany was so irritable she stormed on the ground. Isn't Levi supposed to say that he's remorseful? What are you trying to imply? Looking at me in my best shape here, don't you have anything to tell me? Am I not better than your wife? Tiffany's gaze fixated on Levi. This woman must be crazy. I've already advised you to leave but you chose not to. Now, there's no way out anymore even if you wish to. Levi glared at Tiffany. What do you mean? Martin was equally baffled as Tiffany. That was because the fighters who had been hiding in the dark were about to strike. The Protector Chapter 1113. Almost instantly, Levi, Tiffany, and the others were surrounded by dark figures. Each of them was exuding a threatening, murderous aura. Although they were the elite fighters of various countries, they all had a black mask on them. What's going on? Martin looked around at his surroundings. It looks like there are more than 100 people here. However, his guess was wrong. There were actually over 1,000, but most were still hidden in the shadows. Tiffany's delicate brows furrowed as confusion flashed past her eyes. What's going on? Why are there so many people around? Is this related to what Levi said earlier? That I should scram if I wished to live? Levi Garrison, we meet again, one of them sneered. By hearing the voice, Levi knew it was one of the 18-nation alliance's strongest fighters. Sensing the murderous aura from the group of people, Martin couldn't help but ask, "Are you here to fight Levi too?" "Of course. Why else are we here?" the person scoffed. In response, Martin jeered, "I'll be frank with you. Levi is my prey, so you and your lot can get lost." What? The thousands of elite fighters were stunned. He dares to claim Arudia's god of war as his prey? Who is he? Seeing the dumbfounded looks on the others' faces, Martin scoffed, "Why, are my words not clear enough? Or maybe you're all deaf? Listen carefully, I'm Martin Preston, the heir of the Imperial Preston family of Oakland City. Right now, Levi is my prey, and I'm the only one who can decide whether to beat him up or kill you. None of you have the right to lay a finger on him. Now, get lost. Martin took the opportunity to perform well in front of Tiffany. After all, he reckoned that he couldn't always let others go up against Levi Garrison. He had to show Tiffany how powerful he was. Upon hearing Martin announcing his identity, everyone burst out laughing. His status may have some prominence in Oakland City, but in the foreign elite fighters' minds, he was nothing but a simple housefly. Hearing their laughter, Martin was about to say something when Levi interrupted. That's enough. Stop talking. If you keep talking, you'll lose your life. Who dares to take my life? Them. Martin scorned as he pointed at the foreign elite fighters. Just the 10 guards by my side are more than enough to clear the crowd. Gush. 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 Just as the thought crossed his mind, blood could be seen spurting out from his guards in the next second. Thump. All 10 of Martin's guards now lay in a puddle of blood, no longer breathing. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. Martin had been learning martial arts since young, and he had achieved the 2nd rank in the air leaderboard with his own capabilities. He was a capable fighter. However, he wasn't able to see who was the one who killed his guards, nor how they were killed. What the hell just happened? It was over in a flash. Realization finally dawned on him that those who were present were much stronger than he was. With that thought in mind, Martin started sweating as his legs shook. Tiffany, too, could feel a chill running down her spine. As she looked at dark shadows surrounding them, terror gnawed at her heart. Subconsciously, she leaned closer to Levi. Levi, the you from before had no weaknesses. But now that you have your own family, they are your weaknesses. In fact, some of us have gone for them. You won't be able to save them in time. Not unless you kill us all, the crowd jeered. A murderous look flitted across Levi's eyes, and he laughed. Then so be it, I'll kill every one of you. The Protector Chapter 1114. Standing beside Levi, both Tiffany and Martin were stupefied. What's going on? What kind of battle did we get ourselves involved in? These elite fighters are all coming after Levi? What scared them the most, however, was the fact that these elite fighters were stronger than they could ever imagine. Despite them being a member of the Imperial family in Oakland City and having seen most of the world, they felt like they were in unknown territory when it comes to these fighters, and that struck fear into them. Only several ancient families in Oakland City can have these many fighters at their beck and call, right? Even Martin, who was ranked 2nd in the air leaderboard, could not comprehend the moves of the fighters around him. He felt as if all his previous achievements were for naught as he stared at the fighters that were all stronger than him. This is terrifying. Martin's 10 guards had been the best of the best, but they were killed in a blink of an eye. How strong are these people in front of me? Martin and Tiffany could not imagine the prowess they possessed. Moreover, there were over 1,000 surrounding them. They were reminded of the unusual scene at the airport. The guard had spoken the truth. There really were many foreign fighters at the airport. Something major really happened in Northampton. I can't believe all these foreign fighters are all here for Levi. Isn't Levi an illegitimate son? Could it be that he have another identity? This scene is appalling. Neither Tiffany nor he could think of any reason for them to be here for Levi, their minds were blank. All they could do was to stand transfixed. Get them! The fighters surged forward. Thump! Having stood in the front, Martin was the first to receive a heavy punch. The fighting skills that made the Preston family proud were useless here. In just a moment, Martin, who was ranked number 2 in the air leaderboard, was crushed in the battle. All his opponent needed to do was give him a punch to send him flying. He did not even get the chance to react. After falling to the ground, the first thing Martin did was cough up blood. Then, he twitched for a few seconds before he stopped moving. Although he was not dead, he would have to lie in the hospital for several months after this. At that moment, both Tiffany and he finally understood the words Seth once said. Levi is busy. He has no time to deal with small-time characters like you. As it turned out, they were indeed small-time characters. They were no match for any of the 1,000 fighters around them. What kind of identity does Levi have? Why are so many fighters coming after him? Is he involved in that major event that happened overseas? Thump. Just then, one of the fighters swung a sword toward Tiffany. Her blood ran cold as she watched the blade that will soon end her life coming for her. She could only shut her eyes in despair. I'm going to die. Suddenly, she felt a mighty hand on her shoulders, pulling her backward. Her eyes flew open only to see it was Levi who saved her. Elation filled her entire being. As she stared at Levi's profile, her heart thumped in excitement. Thump. Levi sent the attacker flying with a swift kick. You have no right to kill the people of Arudaya, even if they've committed the greatest crime. Levi's expression was as cold as ice. Ha! You're still protecting someone? Levi, you're just making things harder for yourself. The surrounding fighters became even more excited. Their initial plan was to waste Levi's time. Now that Levi had to protect someone else, he was doing exactly what they wanted him to do. Feel free to give me all you've got. The moment the words left his mouth, the fighters swarmed over. Tiffany, who was protected by Levi, was stupefied. Looking at the countless dark figures that were rushing over, her heart thumped erratically. Almost as if it was going to leap out of her body. She had never seen a scene like this in her entire life. Can he really deal with this? Close your eyes. Levi's voice sounded beside her ears. The Protector Chapter 1115. The undefeatable God of War made his move. Tiffany closed her eyes and covered her ears. Shaking as she stood, she could feel a gust of wind slashing at her face like a blade. Instantly, her face was burning in pain. Thump! Another strong gust of wind smashed into her and pushed her onto the ground. Tiffany opened her eyes, and the scene before her would be seared into her mind for the rest of her life. Levi was like a battle god who had descended upon the mortal realm. All he had with him was his guts and his iron-like fists. Yet, the foreign fighters could not even defend themselves under his attacks. In the brief moment she had her eyes closed, the floor was already littered with corpses. With a quick count, she realized there were over 300 bodies on the ground. Her eyes had been closed for less than a minute. The average-sized figure in the middle suddenly seemed to be towering over everyone. He's a hero. He's the undefeatable god of war. A sharp scent of blood assaulted her senses. The shocking scene made her unable to tear her eyes away. More than the shock that she felt was the epiphany that dawned upon her. As the most beautiful woman in Oakland City, Tiffany had seen every kind of situation and every type of person. Nevertheless, this was something she had never come across before today. This man, who was like a god of war, was the kind of person she hated and looked down upon. Yet, the shocking epiphany that she was now experiencing came from none other than the man before her. Who is he? Is he really just the Garrison family's illegitimate son? Is he simply just the bastard that everyone's talking about? On the battlefield, the more Levi fought, the stronger he became. His fighting prowess sent despair into the hearts of the other fighters. This can't be. Levi has been living as a hermit for so long. How can he still be this powerful? No. He's even more powerful than before. We're doomed. Aside from the despair that the fighters were feeling, they had noticed that Levi did not seemed to have the intention to rush into the manor to save anyone. Instead, the goal he had in his mind seemed to be killing every single one of them. Did we step into a trap? The people we sent in might be in danger. They might not even get a glimpse of Zoe and Emma. Meanwhile, in the manor, the foreign fighters rushed in. To their disappointment, they found no one in it. There were no signs of Zoe and Emma. However, the best stalkers had been monitoring the two and they were sure that neither of the women had left the manor. No matter how impressive Levi was, or how terrifying his subordinates were, the two women could not have disappeared without a trace in front of the foreign fighters. It was simply impossible. Before they could think of the reason, someone ordered, "Retreat." If Zoe and Emma were absent, that meant this was a trap. Just as they were about to retreat, a voice echoed in the room. "Are you all leaving just like this?" With that, the 5 Great Wars Regiment, Cavalry Regiment, Spectre Army, Beasts, and Amethyst Guards all surrounded the foreign fighters. What came next was Levi's men trashing their opponents. White Tiger, especially, enjoyed his time. After all, it had been a while since he had been so excited. It was a one-sided battle where one party crushed the other. None of the elite fighters escaped. Outside the manor, Tiffany had a look of disbelief on her face. She had just witnessed Levi destroying all of his opponents. There were over 1,000 people. When Martin opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by bodies. This time, he fainted from fright. Horror. It's pure horror. This was hell on earth. The whole time, Tiffany never stopped shaking. The man in front of her was like the devil. The distance between them had never been wider. You used to be losers. You're still losers now. Indifference was the only emotion in Levi's eyes as he looked at the defeated fighters. Staring at Levi, Tiffany shouted, "Who are you?" The Protector Chapter 1116. She could not imagine who Levi truly was. But she was sure that he was definitely not just a bastard. Tiffany finally had a better understanding of Levi after what she witnessed. Levi had ignored the Garrison family and even bet against Tyrone not because he was ignorant but because he could. He had the power to challenge the Garrison family. At that moment, Tiffany could no longer compare Levi to any member of the Garrison family. She now had to compare Levi with the entire Garrison family. Damien, the genius of the Garrison family, was once the excellent man she favored. Now, however, she did not even want to compare him with Levi. If Damien had been in this battle, he would have died within seconds. Even I myself would have been dead. However, this man was undefeatable, his fighting prowess far exceeds the rest. He even saved me from danger. With that thought in mind, Tiffany knew the man before her was not as simple as he looked. After all, he was someone who could make the Garrison clan of the Oakland City remorseful. You don't need to know. Levi cast her an indifferent glance. Looking at his back, Tiffany felt a pang of sadness and hopelessness in her heart. She realized that no matter how beautiful she was, she could never make Levi interested in her. In fact, he was worthy to ignore her. But isn't he being too apathetic? Does he really not have any feelings for me? After all, I'm such a gorgeous lady. Can't he even soften his tone when he talks to me? But wait a minute. He saved me earlier. Thinking of the way Levi's hand was on her shoulder, delight filled her heart. That means he feels something for me. Otherwise, why would he save me? I did such a despicable thing. Isn't it better to kill me? So why did he save me? It could only mean that he isn't completely ignoring me. Thank you for saving my life. Even after everything had died down, Tiffany was still trembling. All she wanted earlier was to make Levi regret. She never expected to be involved in a great battle like this. It felt like hell for her. I don't need your thanks, I just hope that you'll stop harassing me from now on, Levi responded without turning around. Biting down on her lower lip, Tiffany muttered, Why? Why are you so cold to me? Didn't you save me earlier? Tiffany had come to a simple conclusion: Levi must have saved her because he liked her. Why else would he save me, but not Martin and the others? I did save you, but only because you're from Arudaya. That's all, Levi clarified in a frigid tone. What about Martin? He's from Arudaya too. And what about his subordinates? Why didn't you save them? Tiffany questioned without hesitation. In a placid tone, Levi replied, I didn't save Martin because I know he'll survive. After all, Martin had been training since young, he would survive the punch from the fight earlier. As for his subordinates, they're not from Arudaya, so why should I save them? Levi threw the question back at her. Tiffany froze. Levi was right. Martin's guards were not from Arudaya, they were from Razonia. Let me make myself clear. I saved you for no other reasons than because you're Arudayan. With that, Levi turned and left. Tiffany could not react as she stood rooted to the ground. Nothing had gone according to what she imagined would happen in her trip to North Hampton. Instead, she had gotten herself into such a fiasco. This was the first time she saw the true side of Levi. In the beginning, she thought the only one who could match her was Damien. At the same time, the one she preferred was the legendary god of war. Now, another person had entered her list: Levi. But why is he acting so cold toward me? The Protector Chapter 1117. Soon, someone sent Martin and Tiffany away. At the same time, they cleaned up the battlefield. When Levi returned to the manor, the signs of battle had long since been erased. It was as if no one had come. No one could have imagined that over 2,000 elite fighters were annihilated. Even until the moment they died, they never knew where Zoe and Emma were. Neither did they ever find out when the two women left. Even to their last breaths, they wondered why they never found out the whereabouts of Zoe and Emma. They were so sure they had eyes on them. In actuality, Zoe and Emma never took a step out of the manor. After all, no one could take them away while elites from various countries had their eyes on them. In other words, the whole world was focused on Zoe and Emma. It was impossible for them to leave. As such, the two had always been in the manor. Their seeming absence could be attributed to Levi's design of their house. Back then, he had been extra cautious, and he made a secret space under the manor. It was a precaution in case of a day like this day would happen. If he could not protect them in time, Zoe and the others could hide in this space. He never thought it would ever be used. Levi had wanted to lure all that conspire to harm him into one spot so that he could get rid of them at once. However, it was difficult for his enemy to make a move as he was always in the manor. As such, he thought that he might not be able to lure them out all at once. Just as he was looking for an opportunity to leave the manor so that he could draw the fight to him, Martin and Tiffany came. They gave him the perfect opportunity to leave the manor and let his enemy make a move. With how everything panned out in the end, he had to admit that these two had been a great help to his plan. This feels great. I haven't felt like this for ages. White Tiger bellowed. They're all wiped out this time. This must be a great blow to their plans, everyone laughed. Soon, news from Northampton spread across Arudaya. In a blink of an eye, the entire world found out about it. The 18-nation alliance and other forces were dumbfounded. We've failed. We actually failed. Not to mention we've failed so miserably. Just like that, we've lost everyone. How strong is he? With just one battle, over 2,000 elite fighters gathered by tens of thousands of forces abroad were all wiped out. The battle once again made the mention of God of War rock the entire world. The devil-like man was still as powerful as ever. He was still undefeatable, despite having weaknesses. As previously commented, he was like a god that no mortal could lay a finger on. The god of war of Arudaya once again makes a shocking move. He wiped out the entire army and won against hundreds of countries. That was the news that spread across the world. At that moment, the world was in an uproar. The god of war of Arudaya was stronger than before, and he was still undefeatable. Once again, the words Arudaya is a forbidden ground as long as he was around were proven to be right. No one would dare to lay a finger on Arudaya anymore. The citizens of Arudaya were cheering. The victory made the quiet Arudaya flew into an uproar once again. The more powerful Arudaya was, the prouder its citizens were. Moreover, the battle had relieved the citizens of their frustrations. It had taught the invaders a tough lesson that Arudaya was not a country to be belittled. The god of war was pushed to greater heights once more. Nowadays, the dreams of many children were to protect their country and make Arudaya prosper even more. Before that, the children were developing the wrong morals as all of them were hoping to become celebrities instead. Tiffany and Martin returned by plane. When they entered the plane, they realized every passenger had a look of joy on their faces. What's going on? Tiffany was burning with curiosity. The god of war has shown everyone the greatness of Arudaya again. It's so satisfying to hear about the battle at Northampton, someone yelled. Wait. What? The god of war. Tiffany's face paled. The Protector Chapter 1118. This entire time, Tiffany had been busy treating Martin in a dazed state. She knew nothing about the significant news of Arudaya. But the moment she heard the mention of the Northampton battle. Isn't that what I've experienced firsthand? Are they saying that the man that was involved in that battle was the god of war? Levi is actually the god of war? He's the hero that I've been yearning for. Upon realizing it, Tiffany jumped to her feet. She was delighted and in disbelief at the same time. Her abnormal action made everyone turn to look at her. Even Martin shot her a look that was reserved for lunatics. He's actually Arudaya's god of war. We were in an epic fight. Is this bad luck or good luck? I can't tell. Tiffany finally understood what Levi's words meant. He saved them because they were Arudayans. He was the god of war who put the welfare of Arudaya and its people in his heart. Other than admiration and adoration, Tiffany now had respect for Levi too. The world that Levi was in was a world they could never imagine reaching. For the country, he was even able to let go of his hatred. He knew Martin had come to take his life, but he still saved him. To live in Arudaya and be in the protection of the god of war was a blessing. Tiffany stared out the window as a plethora of feelings settled in her heart. After returning to Oakland City, no man would pique her interest anymore. After all, a woman who had seen a lion would never settle for stray dogs. Knowing that Martin was injured, Tiffany's grandfather and father, Jordan and Arvin Myers, came to pick them up. Even the head of the Imperial Preston family, Leland, who was also Martin's grandfather, came. Why are you hurt so badly? Everyone panicked upon seeing Martin's severely injured state. What's going on? Didn't you go to take revenge on Levi? Why are you hurt so badly? And what happened to the 10 guards I've invited from Raisonia? Where are they? Leland asked anxiously. Tiffany pursed her lips and muttered, they're all dead. What? They're all dead? What happened? Did Levi do this? Leland questioned. Leland, Jordan, Arvin all gulped. If this really is Levi's doing, he's a monster. After all, Martin is ranked second on the air leaderboard. Tiffany shook her head. It wasn't Levi. She was telling them the truth. Levi was not the one who did this. I knew it. How can Levi possibly do this? If he can defeat the person who was ranked Number 2 of the air leaderboard, the Garrison family would have definitely taken him in. Arvin heaved a sigh of relief. Both Tiffany and Martin, however, fell silent. If they were honest with themselves, neither of them were in any place to discuss Levi's prowess. We came across the foreign fighters who were there to kill the god of war. They were the ones who killed the guards, and they even injured Martin, Tiffany informed. What? You were involved in that battle? The entire Oakland City is talking about it. The Garrison family has found out the identity of the god of war. They're now trying to find out which of the Garrison family's bloodline the god of war is from, Arvin exclaimed. Martin's swollen eye twitched. He's from the Garrison clan of Oakland City. With a conflicted look, Tiffany muttered, We've actually met the god of war. He was the one who saved us. If it weren't for him, both of us would have been dead by now. What? You saw the god of war? What does he look like? The Protector Chapter 1119. Jordan, Arvin, and Leland were questioning them with a manic look on their faces. Even though they were part of the imperial family in Oakland City, to meet the god of war was an honor for them. Moreover, to hear that Tiffany and Martin were saved by the god of war was more than enough to send them into a frenzy. They fixed their gazes on Tiffany, waiting to hear her answer about his appearance. He is the personification of greatness. From today onward, no man will have a place in my heart. If I can't marry him, I'd rather stay single until I die. That was the only answer Tiffany gave them. Arvin and the others understood her words instantly. Tiffany must have seen a man of true perfection. Otherwise, she would not have made a decision like this. The one she was interested in earlier had been Damien, but even then, she never made any declaration like this. They could barely believe these words would come out of her mouth after meeting the god of war. My dear, you have to think this through, Arvin sighed. I've thought this through. Dad, please spread the news, Tiffany pleaded. Unexpectedly, Martin expressed his support for Tiffany's declaration. His support stunned the rest. After all, Martin had always been in love with Tiffany, and he was even prepared to propose to her with the Preston family's support. Why is he giving up now? The only explanation was because Martin was defeated by the god of war. Soon, news of how the beauty of Oakland City, Tiffany, would only have eyes for the god of war traveled across Oakland City. She had declared that she would not marry anyone other than him, even if that meant she would stay single forever. The moment that news spread, Oakland City was in an uproar. Is Tiffany going to be single until she dies? And to think that she would declare it in this way. However, it wasn't exactly impossible for her to be together with the god of war. That night, many of Tiffany's suitors did not sleep. They were at a loss of what to do. After all, their love rival was the god of war. They knew full well that they would never be able to win against that man. In the Garrison clan's hall in Oakland City. Fantastic! As expected of the god of war of Arudia. What a satisfying battle! Tyrone thundered. How powerful! How great! Many thought the god of war can only fight in wars with armies. No one would think that he'd be that strong himself. He actually defeated thousands of elite fighters all by himself, the people praised. Damien exclaimed, that being said, the best battle was still the battle that gave the god of war his title. Damien knew everything about the god of war, including the battles he was in. That's right. The god of war defeated the 18-nation alliance's fighter with a pair of iron fists. Now that was a true display of power. Everyone could not help but sing praises upon recalling that battle. He really showed the world how great Arudia is. The god of war is really a role model for all our children, Tyrone sighed wistfully. His gaze then landed on Damien. If only Damien is the god of war. How nice will it be if the god of war is my son? The god of war is one of the Garrisons, but we've yet to find out which family he belongs in. We've tried to look into his identity, but our search was to no avail. At that, the council members of the Garrison family all had similar looks of disappointment. Tyrone announced, "From now on, I'll be using all my resources to find out who the god of war is. Since he's a Garrison, he has to know his roots. Even if he's many times removed, he is still part of the Garrison clan. We have to take the god of war back into the family." The Garrison clan of the Oakland City was the oldest and purest bloodline of the Garrisons. In other words, they were the original family of the Garrisons. Anyone who bore the Garrison family name was in a way related to the Garrison clan in Oakland City. This was Tyrone's reason to get the god of war to return to the Garrison clan. If the top ancient family of Arudia had the god of war among them, it would be an unimaginable and magnificent sight. The Protector Chapter 1120. After Tyrone made sure he would not lose his status as the head of the family anytime soon, he wanted to contribute to the family. Hence, he wanted to get the god of war to join the Garrison clan. This was something he had to do, regardless of the price he had to pay. The moment we have the god of war on our side, we will have a pair of powerful people in the younger generation of the Garrison clan. Tyrone could already imagine the scene. Naturally, the other one in the pair Tyrone was talking about was Damien. "Sir, I'll be honest with you. Damien isn't worthy yet to be compared with the god of war," someone pointed out. "Come now, I know it's just wishful thinking on my part, but that doesn't mean you can rain on my parade like that." Tyrone chuckled. Meanwhile, Damien's fists were clenched tight. He had been doing his best to catch up to the god of war, but the latter was too strong. The fact that he could never catch up to the man caused him despair. Right then, someone announced, "News from the Imperial Myers family. Tiffany has declared that she won't marry anyone other than the god of war. She'll stay single until she dies if she doesn't get to marry him." "Hey? What's going on?" Tyrone and the others asked. Damien, who knew almost everything about the god of war, said, "Father, Martin and Tiffany had originally went to deal with Levi, but they ended up encountering the foreign elite fighters. I think they were saved by the god of war." "I see. So the girl has seen the god of war's true face and was impressed by him. I'm sure any woman in Arudia will want to marry him, much less Tiffany," Tyrone voiced. "That's right. The girl of the Myers family has high expectations. I heard even Damien barely reaches her expectations. Only the god of war can impress the beauty of Oakland City," one noted. "Ha ha ha. I heard Levi is still in love with Tiffany? Did he refuse to destroy the engagement contract?" Tyrone laughed. Damien nodded. "Yes. But I guess it's normal for a spirited young man like Levi to yearn for Tiffany. If he did not have a wife, I reckoned he wouldn't have torn up the contract. But is he any match for her? Now that she's refusing to marry anyone other than the god of war, he's nothing but a joke now." Tyrone scoffed. "Right. Let's not waste any more time on this and start finding out who the god of war is. If things don't work out, we, the Garrison clan, will head to Northampton to meet him." That was what Tyrone had planned. Nonetheless, he never thought he would go to Northampton and Southampton so often in his life. As news of Tiffany's declaration spread across Oakland City, a displeased voice could be heard roaring somewhere in said city. "My brother-in-law will never fall for you. So you best give up now." The owner of the voice was none other than Abigail. She had come to Oakland City. Yet, she could not avoid the news about Levi. Even if the bet with the Garrison family had gone unmentioned, she kept hearing news about him defeating the foreign fighters and getting involved with the beautiful Tiffany. It was as if Levi was haunting her, following her wherever she goes. Moreover, someone had been courting her recently. Describing her mood as foul was an understatement. It's so annoying. Abigail fumed. On the other hand, there was someone who was thrilled to hear news of Levi. That person was Benny. As a good friend of Levi, when he heard about his victory, he was overjoyed. Benny had even sent a congratulatory message to Levi. "Mr. Quinton, I will come to Oakland City soon. Let's meet when I'm there," Levi chuckled. "Ha ha ha. All right. I look forward to your visit." Both were prominent figures in Arudaya, and yet, they acted like ordinary people in their daily lives. However, whenever they were on the battlefield or in the hospital, they were like gods. Walking in the mortal world. The Protector Chapter 1121. Almost everyone was discussing the God of War's victory in Northampton. Even Zoe and Emma were gossiping about it. They would never have thought that this battle to have taken place where they lived. I wonder what kind of person the God of War is. Is he a good husband? A good son? A good father? Zoe chuckled. Levi immediately answered, "Of course he is." In the beginning, Zoe had found out about his identity. Yet, Damien appeared. The next few days, everything returned to normal. Forces from all over the world were now silent. They had paid a tremendous price for their last attack by having their army wiped out. Moreover, none of the 100 elite fighters of the Saga leaderboard came back alive. He's too powerful. Even when we know his weakness, we can't do anything about it. Levi's prowess instilled despair in others. No. We can't just give up like this. It's a rare chance that we know his weakness. We have to find a way. The overseas forces still refused to give up. In a blink of an eye, half a year passed. By now, Zoe's belly was already humongous. In 3 months, it would be time for her labor. Nowadays, Zoe could not do anything. No matter what she did, Levi and Emma would be by her side. As days went by, Levi became more worried and anxious. Both the Lopez and Black families were worried about Zoe's condition. One day, Meredith and the others came to Northampton. "Zoe only has 3 months before it's time for her labor. You have to send her abroad until the baby is born," Meredith said. Nowadays, more and more rich people preferred giving birth abroad. The reasons being that the air, the environment, the people, and the medical standards abroad were much better. Even many rich celebrities gave birth to their children overseas. "Well, thanks to Logan, we've already made the necessary arrangements overseas. We'll be waiting for the baby to be born with the best doctors and medical equipment," Aaron and Caitlin uttered. Upon hearing that, Levi frowned. Aren't they being too melodramatic? What's so good about the other countries? Why does she have to give birth to the baby overseas? I've never heard of anything bad about giving birth to the baby here. Accidents happen everywhere. Are babies that are born overseas smarter? How can that be? This is bullsh*t. I don't agree with it. My child has to be born in Arudaya. We won't go overseas, Levi firmly rejected. Shocked, Meredith glared at him. "I'm sorry, but you have no say in this," she uttered, despite knowing Levi was the boss of Morris Group. The fact that the Morris Group was now the target of the Garrison clan meant they were in crisis. Moreover, the bet that Levi made with the Garrison clan meant that his status as the boss of Morris Group was now essentially useless. Neither the Lopez and Black families were treating Levi any differently. Patting Levi, Aaron muttered, "I have something to talk to you about. Soon, the baby will be born. I have a question for you." "Ask away." "It's about the baby's last name." After discussing, we've decided for the baby to follow the mother's last name, Lopez. You have nothing against it, right? Aaron uttered. Yes. The baby has to take on her mother's last name. The baby must not be one of the Garrisons, even if that means the baby has to be one of the blacks. Everyone's minds were made. You won't oppose to this, will you? Caitlin questioned. Levi glanced at Zoe. As long as Zoe agrees to it, I won't oppose. I disagree with it. Since I'm married to Levi, the baby has to be a Garrison. The Protector Chapter 1122. Zoe's firm stance delighted Levi. She's standing on my side. All right, that settles it then. My child can only be a Garrison. I won't let anyone change my child's last name. Levi cast an icy gaze at the others. Levi, it's not as if you have a choice. Besides, your bet with the Garrison clan will be soon. You don't even know if you'll survive it, so why should you care about your child's last name? We're changing the baby's last name for their sake. They were uncompromising. Zoe, pack up. We're going overseas. Logan has made all the necessary arrangements. Caitlin urged. To make sure Zoe would give birth to the child safely, they would bring her out of the country. No. I won't let Zoe leave the country. My mother and I can take good care of her. Levi was resolute. For starters, he wanted the child to be born in Arudaya. Secondly, Zoe was still watched by many. The moment she was overseas, she would be in danger. While he would surely protect her, he still did not want her to be in any form of danger at all. He had to make sure that she was safe and sound. She's our daughter, you don't have a choice in this matter. I'm a doctor myself. It's true that the medical standards abroad are better than the ones in the country. Don't try to insist otherwise. Both Aaron and Caitlin were adamant, too. Meanwhile, Zoe was silent. Her priority was to give birth to her baby. She did not mind doing what was best for the baby to be born safely. Hence, she did not reject the idea of heading overseas. Moreover, Caitlin was a doctor, so she would heed her mother's words. My stance remains the same. Zoe's not going overseas. What's wrong? Are the medical standards in Arudaya that lousy? Moreover, I know Benny Quinton. I'll just ask him for help. With Zoe's delivery, Levi insisted. This. His words stumped Caitlin and the others. It was true. He knew Benny as he was the boss of Morris Group. Besides, Zoe's stomach is already so huge. It won't be good for her to take another long trip, Levi continued. He's right. Mom, Dad, I was born here. It's not that bad. Furthermore, he knows a lot of capable people. Even Zoe was now standing on Levi's side. It was mainly because Levi had mentioned Benny, who was the greatest doctor in all of Arudaya. Fine, we'll go with your plan. But Levi, I'm warning you. You'd better give the best to my daughter. You have to be by her side every single moment, Aaron warned in a grave tone. Don't worry. I won't leave Zoe, not even for a second. I don't need him to tell me that. There's no way I'll treat Zoe badly. In fact, it's impossible for me to treat her badly. Levi. I need to ask you a question. It's almost time for your bet with the Garrison clan. How are you going to win the bet? They've given you 4 conditions, but which one can you achieve? I thought you'd be able to complete the business condition, but now, the Morris Group is in critical condition. How will you go up against the Garrison clan? Aaron bombarded him with questions. Hearing that, Zoe's face turned ashen. Time was ticking, but Levi seemed to have made no preparations for it. Has he accepted defeat? Don't concern yourself with the Garrison clan. It's but a trivial matter. Right now, we should look forward to the baby's birth. Levi's nonchalant attitude infuriated the others. He really doesn't think for Zoe. What a disappointment. At that moment, all everyone could feel was disappointment for Levi. The Protector Chapter 1123. Worry was written all over Zoe's face. What is Levi going to do next? How will he go up against the Garrison clan? A year had almost gone by, but Levi had done nothing in preparation. Instead, it seemed like Morris Group's situation was worsening. Staring at Levi, Meredith and Robert inquired, "When it's time for the day of the bet, you won't escape, will you?" "That sounds possible. You might ditch your wife and child. You look like that kind of person." "To me," Harry added. Levi smiled. "How is that possible?" He said before that he would protect Zoe for the rest of his life. He was unmoved, even when he saw the most beautiful woman in Oakland City. As such, it was simply impossible for him to abandon Zoe. "All right. We'll see whether you'll resolve the matter or try to run away when the time comes," the few people sneered. In a meeting room at Ray Sonia's Navy base were several people with different skin colors. They were the ones who hated Levi the most. After all, they were defeated by Levi once. Ever since they found out Levi's weaknesses, they had been researching ways to defeat him. In other words, as long as Levi was alive, they could never rest. They spend their every waking moment wishing they could kill him. Levi's weaknesses, Zoe and Emma, were their target. The god of war is in Arudia, and we can't lay a finger on him there, not after how he wiped out our entire army a while back, someone sighed. Unless we can find a way to lure the god of war away from his turf, we won't be able to do anything. But how can we lure him out? Zoe is about to give birth soon. Unless there is something exceptionally urgent, the god of war will never leave the place. Everyone felt helpless. Finally, they all turned to look at Teniki, the military strategist of Ray Sonia. Not only was the man capable, but he was also a brilliant strategist. Right then, Teniki smiled. Instantly, everyone knew what that smile meant. It was clear that Teniki had a plan. "If there aren't any emergencies, we'll make one. We'll force the god of war to leave Arudia. Everything else after that will be a piece of cake. We'll send someone to go after Zoe and Emma. Once that's done, we can blackmail Levi Garrison. His days as the god of war will be good as gone." Teniki's smile grew into a sinister grin. "What kind of emergency should we create that will make the god of war leave Arudia?" they others queried. Confidently, Teniki uttered, "Don't worry. I already have a plan." "That's great. This time, we must kill Levi." Everyone had excited grins on their faces. Meanwhile, the Garrison clan was pulling strings to find out details about the god of war. Yet, their investigation was fruitless. To find out about the god of war, one had to have high societal status. Moreover, photos of Zoe overseas had been removed from everywhere. Thus, the Garrison clan could not find a single clue about his identity. What should we do? The council members of the Garrison clan were depressed. "How about this? I'll head to Northampton myself to meet with the god of war and I'll tell him our aim," Tyrone sighed. With no other choice, he decided to let go of his pride this time. Initially, he had hoped that he could maintain his dignity, but things were not going his way. "Will the god of war agree to meet with you?" Damien inquired. "I'm still the patriarch of the top ancient family in Arudia. How can he refuse? To me, we're equals. He's the top of the military world, and I'm the top of the ancient families." As he spoke, Tyrone had his head held high and he was exuding an aura that only noble had. The Protector Chapter 1124. Damien, you'll come with me. I'll let you meet with the god of war so that you'll be motivated. You'll benefit from this in the long run. I have high hopes for you. Even though you're not as good as the god of war, you're still better than everyone else when he's excluded, Tyrone reassured. All right, father. Passion burned in Damien's eyes. All this while, the god of war had been his aim. He collected every information about the god of war and analyzed everything about the man. In other words, he was a fanatic of the god of war. In his eyes, the god of war was like a hurdle that he had to cross in order for him to achieve greatness. Therefore, when he heard he would be able to get a glimpse of the god of war, Damien was beyond ecstatic. He was sure that he would be even more motivated after meeting him. He looked forward to the meeting. In the afternoon, the father and son duo headed to Northampton. This time, Tyrone did not hide the news of his journey. Instead, he travelled like the head of the top ancient family in Erudaya that he was. There were more than 100 jets escorting him. The moment he shifted an inch, tens of thousands would surge forward to protect him. Every moment of his journey showed everyone the difference between common folks and the ancient family. Tyrone's act was a message for the god of war. He was telling him they were equals. Let's go, Damien. Let's visit Levi first. It'll be a year in 4 months. Let's take a look at how prepared he is. After reaching Northampton, the first person Tyrone went to was Levi. Haha. Sure. It's been more than half a year. Let's visit him, Damien laughed boisterously. For the past 6 months, Levi had been his target. He had cornered Morris Group in Northampton, making sure that they were unable to do anything. In other words, the company was doomed in the corporate world. It could not make any moves in the military and political domain. The only way left was physical force. However, it was impossible to enter the Garrison clan through physical force. Even the guardsmen at the Garrison clan were terrifying. Meanwhile, Levi and Emma were suntanning with Zoe. Even Caitlin and the others were doing the same as well. Just then, Tyrone arrived. The moment he came, the park was cleared out. His dramatic arrival stunned Caitlin and the others. Upon finding out their identities, Caitlin and the rest were frightened out of their wits. This is horrifying. The Garrison clan's power was unimaginable for them. Once upon a time, even a servant of the Garrison clan had the capability to crush Northampton and Southampton. Now that the head of the family was here, coupled with the fact of the grand entrance he had made, it was a miracle that they had not fainted from fear. That day was the first time Zoe had seen Tyrone. The noble aura he exuded was something she had never come across in the past. It was an overwhelming aura. To the average person, Tyrone was godlike. Nowadays, she was getting familiar with the Garrison clan. But just when she thought she understood them, meeting Tyrone made her realize how wrong she was. The Garrison clan was even more unfathomable than she could imagine. For a moment, she even felt that a man like Tyrone should not only have one wife, that it was right for him to abandon Emma back then. In her eyes, the man before him was mighty. He was the man who led the top ancient family of Erudaya. He was a man beyond imagination. Facing Tyrone's strong presence, Meredith and the others got on their knees to greet him. It was as if they had met an emperor of the olden times. He looked at the rest as if they were nothing but insignificant insects. To him, the people of Northampton were no different from worms. Even if Levi was mighty, he was just a mighty worm. Slowly, he turned to look at Levi and inquired, "How are your preparations going?" The Protector Chapter 1125. At that moment, the entire place fell silent. Everyone gasped. The color drained from Zoe and Emma's faces. Levi had not done any preparations in the past 6 months. It's impossible for him to win the challenge. They could only pray that Tyrone would forget about this matter. However, it seemed like not only did Tyrone remember it, but he even came to check up on him. We're doomed. I guess the saying was true, that those targeted by the Garrison clan would not have any good ending. Levi looked at Tyrone calmly and smiled. You don't need to worry about that. I can still deal with a small fry like the Garrison clan. This is just a trivial matter, it's incomparable to the birth of my child. Such arrogance. I can see that he's still as arrogant as ever. Even now, he still looked down upon the top ancient family of Arudaya. What a crazy man! He's a lunatic through and through. In other words, they felt that there was something wrong with Levi's brain. They could not believe he just ignored Tyrone. Even Zoe was infuriated. How can he still spout such nonsense at a time like this? There's no benefit for him to act that way. His stubbornness will only infuriate the Garrison clan further. They will never let him off the hook now. Meredith and the others were even angrier than Zoe. All of them were cursing at Levi for his foolish words. Get on your knees and apologize. Who are you to speak that way to your father? Once everything's blow over, you can still be a carefree man in the Garrison family. That's a great thing. Unfortunately, Levi was persistent, and they were sure something was fried in his brain. Honorable Mr. Garrison, we apologize to you on behalf of this kid. He's just a stubborn boy. He didn't mean anything by it. That's right. He's a good kid. As long as you take him in, he won't cause any trouble for you. Meredith, Robert, and the others were all on their knees, putting in a good word for Levi. This was their only hope now. If they managed to tug on Tyrone's heartstring, this was their chance to prosper. However, Tyrone sneered, "Give up. I know what you're thinking about. I'll tell you now that it's impossible. Even if he wins the challenge, I won't take him in as my son. Not unless he can become one of the top 3 in the Saber leaderboard." Tyrone's ruthlessness stupefied Meredith and the others. Top 3 in Saber leaderboard. Meredith and Robert knew what that meant. It was impossible for Levi to achieve that. To achieve the top 3 in the Saber leaderboard, one had to be the genius among geniuses. One had to become a self-made master in a field. In fact, the individual had to be so capable that they would be able to establish a prominent family on their own. Looking at Emma, Damien chuckled, "It's not that father doesn't want to take him in. Father's status is too high right now. Levi will have to have an appropriate status to become my father's son." What he was implying was that Levi was unworthy of being Tyrone's son. "Levi, don't forget. 4 months later will be the day of the bet. I've given you the 4 conditions. It's your win as long as you fulfill any one of them. If you fail, however, I'm sure you remember what you said. It'll be too embarrassing for you to live. So you'll have to kill yourself." Tyrone fixed his icy gaze on Levi. This time, he would no longer show any mercy. The moment Levi failed, he would be doomed. There would be no chance for him to stay alive. Zoe nearly passed out upon hearing that. "Will my baby have to live a life without a father? I know, but I won't fail." Levi gave him a smile. "Well, I'll be waiting for you 4 months later at the Garrison clan's main entrance then. I hope you'll be there. And don't try to escape," Tyrone burst out laughing. The Protector Chapter 1126. Tyrone, Damien, Meredith, Robert, and the others shared similar beliefs that Levi will take the cowardly route at the very last minute. In their minds, they were sure that he was going to abandon his family when the time came. Back then, he was able to get through many obstacles due to great timing and luck. However, this time, his opponent is Arudaya's top ancient family. Even the secret that Emma has was useless. "Father, I'm quite sure Levi will run away. He must have thought that everything was fine, so. He must be surprised that you've come to monitor him, Damien chortled. He, too, felt that Levi would escape. We'll see. Let's go. We're meeting with the god of war next. With that, Tyrone left with Damien. Caitlin and Aaron glared at Levi. I'm warning you. You'd better not leave Zoe and your baby behind. That's right. Even if death awaits you, you have to face it yourself. You can't leave this mess behind for Zoe, they ordered. They feared Levi would just leave. Don't worry. While my son doesn't excel in anything else, he's a good man. Otherwise, he'd have admitted defeat to the Garrison clan early on, Emma defended. Zoe gently touched her belly and muttered, I trust Levi. No matter how tough things get, he won't leave the child and me behind. They had been together for a long time. As such, Zoe knew Levi well. She would not be exaggerating if she claimed that Levi would die for her. She believed in him. He would not leave her to face the crisis alone. Aggrieved, Meredith stomped her feet. Continue to have blind faith in him then. You'll find out soon enough that he'll leave you all eventually. If they were honest with themselves, they were not shameless enough to speak the words in their heart. Tyrone had once abandoned his family for his own benefits. Hence, they felt that Levi would follow in his father's footsteps. As the saying goes, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Moreover, this was a situation of life and death. As time passed, the thought of Levi running off became stronger in their minds. However, they dared not say what Tyrone had done. All they dared to say was their distrust in Levi. Grandma, don't worry. Until the baby is born, Levi won't take a step away from me. I swear. This on my life, Zoe proudly stated. Levi moved closer and held her hands tightly. Zoe, don't worry. I'll always be with you. Zoe was sure of Levi's character. There was nothing more Levi could ask for when he had a wife like this. He smiled. There is no way a mere Garrison clan can make me leave her. Even if the sky collapsed on me, I would not take a step away from her. I hope so, but Zoe, I still think you'll be disappointed. Harry still had a look of disbelief on his face. All right. Let's stop talking about this. Levi will never leave me, and I'll leave it at that. Zoe then asked Levi to help her back to the house. Several days later, Levi received a call from Percy from Northampton War Zone. Percy told him Tyrone wanted to meet him. He even asked Levi if he should reject Tyrone's request. No. I'll be happy to meet with him. I wonder what they want from me. Levi responded. At the front of Northampton War Zone, Tyrone and Damien were quietly waiting. By now, their tens of thousands of escorts had left. After all, they had put up enough of a show. Hello, Mr. Garrison. The God of War has decided to meet you. The Protector Chapter 1127. That's great. Damien was enraptured. He was finally going to meet his idol, the God of War. This would definitely help him a lot in the future. On the flip side, Tyrone was as calm as the sea. In his mind, it was only natural that the God of War would come and personally meet someone of his status. Everyone else is negligible. I'm the only one that matters. Mr. Garrison, please give me a moment. I'll bring you to meet the God of War shortly. Percy assured. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief Covington. Damien politely replied. The duo waited patiently in the room. We're finally able to find out which bloodline of the Garrison family does the God of War belong to. Tyrone was filled with excitement. In any case, he was determined to recruit the God of War into the Garrison clan. This way, the status of Garrison clan as Arudia's most powerful ancient family would be fortified. Not to mention the clan would also be able to cement its footing in Bayview. Damien was trembling in excitement. The god of war had always been Damien's source of motivation and fear. This time, he was going to meet him in person. The overwhelming anxiety was expected. Meanwhile, Levi arrived and met with Percy. God of war, it appears that Tyrone intends for you to regress to the Garrison clan. According to him, the Garrison family in Arudia originated from the Garrison clan. Hence, he insists that you are a member of the Garrison clan and wants you to regress. Percy sarcastically explained the situation. Dream on. He's asking for the impossible. Who does he think he is? I'm not related to the Garrison clan. Levi exploded in rage. If that's the case, shall we meet with them now? Percy questioned. Sure, Levi was looking forward to meeting them now. His initial plan was to wait patiently until Zoe gave birth to the child. Only then, he would address the issue with the Garrison clan. However, Tyrone was becoming more aggressive with each passing moment. Now, the man even had the audacity to threaten Levi. His actions had significantly dampened both Zoe and Levi's moods. Thus, Levi decided to solve the issue once and for all. I'll meet them as the god of war. I am done hiding my identity. Levi and Percy walked side by side into the hall. Just then, a loud whirring sound can be heard coming from the sky. Levi looked upwards and exclaimed, "It's the Dragonite helicopter." In Arudia, the usage frequency of the Dragonite helicopter was extremely low. The reason being the helicopter was utilized specifically for special missions only. It would only be used either to transport people of status or valuable resources. Additionally, it was also used as a message courier to convey and deliver urgent orders. If the Dragonite helicopter were to appear, it must signify an impending important event. Thud. Levi's heart sank as he realized that something was wrong. The Dragonite helicopter landed on a nearby lawn. Two men got off the Dragonite helicopter. They were decked out in black battle suits with a gold dragon imprinted on their chest plate. "It's the Dragonites!" Levi exclaimed. The Dragonite helicopter belonged to the jurisdiction of Arudia and Oakland City. Even Levi himself had no right nor power to mobilize it. Since the Dragonites are here personally to convey and deliver the order, this must mean that the order came from Arudia. Needless to say, the order is meant for me. Something big must have happened. The fact that both the Dragonite helicopter and the Dragonites were there could only mean that the situation must be extremely urgent and required Levi to personally address it. Standing beside Levi, Percy was dumbfounded. He did not expect the Dragonites to show up. What happened? Meanwhile, Levi appeared to have figured it out and his face was as pale as paper. If anything were to happen at this juncture, I would be in an awkward position. The two Dragonites strode toward Levi and announced, "The god of war is hereby summoned by this order. This order is extremely urgent." The Protector Chapter 1128. Levi stood up straight and saluted. He gazed at the two Dragonites. "What's the order?" "The god of war is to lead your warriors, including the 5 Great Wars Regiment, Cavalry Regiment, Spectre Army, Beasts, and Dragon Legion, and head to North Base 1. This order is extremely urgent and requires immediate action. Any form of disobedience will entail military punishment." The Dragonites enunciated the order clearly. The Dragonites had issued an irrevocable order. Levi retrieved the order and glanced through it. As expected, it was an order of the highest level. Even someone of his status must comply with the order. "What happened?" Levi asked calmly. "God of war, do you remember the Blood King Palace?" the Dragonites asked. "Of course. I eradicated them 3 years ago. They are a formidable force to be reckoned with." I wouldn't be exaggerating if I say that the threat of the Blood King Palace is even greater than a whole country. Levi replied. The Blood King Palace was once an organization in the Western Dark World. It consisted of thousands of elite warriors. They were a bunch of lunatics, exceptionally specialized at assassination and sabotage. They were vicious and merciless, without any regard to the consequences of their actions. They frequently massacred cities of people. An enemy as such was terrifying. After all, it was a group of lunatics that ranged in the thousands. Back then, the Blood King Palace was the most feared and dangerous organization in the Western Dark World. In fact, it wasn't just other organizations that were afraid of them, even strong countries were also terrified of them. The threat from the Blood King Palace was just too overwhelming. The fact they would strike at unexpected times to take revenge loomed over the Blood King Palace's enemies. Those years, the Blood King Palace reigned unchallenged and their ferocity outranked even Levi himself. Truth be told, Levi even opined that the threat posed by the Blood King Palace significantly exceeds that of the 18-nation alliance. Could it be that the Blood King Palace has returned? Levi shakenly asked. Yes, that is correct. The Blood King Palace is back. Last night, they launched several attacks on North Base 1 and we suffered severe casualties. According to intelligence, the forces of the Blood King Palace are far stronger than 3 years ago, the Drago Knights nervously answered. How is that possible? I eradicated them during our last encounter 3 years ago. Levi was puzzled. It must be a calculated scheme. Someone must be behind all of this. Unbeknownst to him, Levi had actually guessed it correctly. The person who orchestrated all these was someone who knows about his weakness. And although they have failed once, that doesn't mean that they would just let Levi off the hook. That person was none other than Teniki, the military strategist of Razonia. He was the one who lured the Blood King Palace out of hiding. The fear of the Blood King Palace was deeply rooted in many hearts, and the gang of lunatics was not something an ordinary commoner could deal with. At the moment, only the God of War had what it takes to face them head-on and came out on top. No one else had been successful before. Even for Levi, it took him a whole year to successfully complete what he thought was the eradication of the Blood King Palace. Therefore, when the Blood King Palace resurfaces, Arudaya would surely order the God of War to personally confront him. With that plan in mind, Teniki was sure that Levi would be transferred away. As expected, when the Blood King Palace showed up, Arudaya immediately thought of Levi. An urgent order to eradicate the Blood King Palace once more was immediately delivered and conveyed to Levi. God of War, we're afraid we cannot provide an answer to your question. Rumors have it that it is the surviving minions of the Blood King Palace who hid for nearly 4 years. God of War, it's best if you head out now. There's no time to lose, the Drago Knights pestered him further. Levi took a deep breath and roared, order the Azure Dragon to rejoin us immediately. We'll be heading to war. The Protector Chapter 1129. The order from Arudaya was to be prioritized immediately. Levi had no time to dilly-dally. After he gave the order, the 5 Great Wars Regiment and the others grouped up within a short period of time. We head out, now. Levi ordered without hesitation. God of War, please wait a moment. Azure Dragon said. The others also had a hesitant look on their faces. Speak. Levi impatiently demanded. God of War, what about Ms. Lopez? She's about to go into labor soon. This is clearly the enemy's scheme to lure you away so that they would have the chance to capture them. Azure calmly postulated. He's right. At the very least, please allow some of us to stay here and protect Ms. Lopez. White Tiger proposed. Although White Tiger loved to battle, Zoe's safety was his primary concern. Levi shook his head. That's not possible. The order was clear that all of us must head north. No one gets to stay behind. But what about Ms. Lopez? What about your child? Don't you want to witness the birth of your child? That's right, the last time we took out the Blood King Palace, we had to spend one whole year to do so. Now that their forces are even stronger this time, we may need a longer time. It may take up to 1.5 years. To leave for 1.5 years at such a critical time is too risky. They were not willing to abandon Zoe for such a long time, not to mention that she was about to give birth to a child. It was too heartless for Zoe and the child. Besides, the risks of leaving was too high. Why don't we stay back, the cavalry regiment suggested, which was surprising, considering they were always the quiet ones. Are you all disobeying my order? Levi growled. With that, every single one of them stood up straight and dared not speak another word. A military order was absolute and they dared not disobey. Everyone, head toward the north now. Levi shouted. This time, there were no disagreements. They prepared the necessary transportations and were ready to depart. Levi did not even get to meet Zoe or his own mother before departing. There was simply no time for such arrangements. He departed without hesitation toward the north. The situation was extremely urgent. Levi knew very well how terrifying the Blood King Palace was. Any delay would entail massive destruction. Hence, he needed to act immediately. Even if it meant that he could not meet with his family. As Levi left, Percy assured, "I will do my best to protect her." However, he was well aware of his limitations. Some things were within his expectations, some were not. He anticipated that those that were once defeated would not let this slide. They would try to separate Levi from Zoe and his mother. However, Percy could not figure out how they would achieve that purpose. At the end of the day, the borders enjoyed tranquility and peace. Levi should have never been transferred away. However, it was unexpected that the Blood King Palace would reappear with forces stronger than before. The Blood King Palace's return was significant enough to transfer Levi out of Erudaya. Levi was the only one that defeated them before, the others didn't even come close. This was truly beyond his expectation. Such a dire circumstance happened coincidentally during the most critical moment for Zoe. With the order of the highest level, Levi could not even bid farewell with Zoe and the others. Meredith accurately predicted this. At this moment, Levi was indeed gone. And he would be gone for more than a year. The Protector Chapter 1130. According to them, Levi was scared away by the Garrison clan. For the sake of survival, Levi abandoned his family and escaped. The silence was deafening. Everyone's facial expression was icy cold. Especially Azure Dragon and the few men that sat beside Levi, their frustration was evident. The sudden order caught everyone off guard. Levi didn't even have time to make arrangements for Zoe and the others. However, they dared not question further about Levi's command. Everyone understood that Levi's only goal now was to eradicate the Blood King Palace. Nonetheless, Azure Dragon was concerned about the safety of Zoe and others. At the hall, Tyrone and Damien were still waiting. As they heard some commotion outside, the duo walked out to have a look. What greeted their sights were fleets of armored vehicles leaving swiftly. What happened? Tyrone and Damien were shocked. Mr. Garrison, my deepest apologies. The god of war had been summoned to the north. He cannot meet with you anymore, Percy regrettably explained. What? What is the issue that required the god of war himself to personally attend to? Tyrone was surprised. Damien became nervous as well. It must be something significant in order to require the involvement of the god of war himself. It's classified information and I cannot disclose it to you. Please, go home. Percy refused. to answer. What? As the armored vehicles passed by, Damien was startled. I think I just saw someone familiar, Damien suddenly mumbled. Did you see someone you know? Tyrone asked. I think I met them somewhere before, was it at Levi's wedding? Damien was unsure. Damien thought he had met some of them during Levi's wedding. That's impossible. Tyrone dismissed his statement without any hesitation. It was simply impossible. Since the god of war was heading toward the north, they no longer had any purpose to remain in Northampton. Oh yes, I still need to meet Levi regarding another matter. Tyrone abruptly recalled. The Garrison clan made a decision regarding the family name of Levi's unborn child. As anyone who bore the Garrison family name would be inevitably related to the Garrison clan, the clan decided they wanted to avoid this. As such, once the child was born, he cannot bear the family name of Garrison. Seeing Tyrone and Damien arrived once again, Zoe and the others started to panic. Where is Levi? Get him out here right now! Tyrone shouted. Levi's not here, Emma nervously replied. She gulped and took a deep breath in an attempt to calm herself down. It had been a few hours, but Levi had yet to return. Even Emma herself had no idea where her son had gone to. For the past few months, Emma had always been by Zoe's side and she would not leave her alone for more than 10 minutes. Damien scoffed. Could it be that he had run away? Ha, that might be possible, Tyrone nodded in agreement. For some reason, a sense of trepidation settled in Meredith's and the others' hearts when they heard that. The circumstances did suggest that Levi had escaped. What do you want? Zoe asked. Tyrone arrogantly replied, What I want is simple. Your unborn child cannot bear the family name of Garrison. Since the Garrison family in Arudaya originated from the Garrison clan, whoever that wished to bear the Garrison name must seek our approval. And I'm telling you, now that Levi's child is not allowed to do so, it's none of your business what my child's surname would be. Zoe firmly refuted the preposterous demand. You can choose to ignore us, but you will make an enemy of the Garrison clan. The consequences will be abysmal. Tyrone left after making the threat. Zoe thought about it and called Levi. The Protector Chapter 1131. Just as Levi was headed toward the north, his cell phone unexpectedly rang. The sound broke the silence that lasted for 2 hours. All attention was now focused on Levi. Levi looked at the screen and saw that the caller ID was Honey. Just when he was going to answer the call, he hesitated. He struggled to make a decision. Levi's veins bulged and he frowned as frustration surged from within him. He took a deep breath and decided not to answer the call. He knew that if he took the call, he would not be able to stick to his decision to leave. Truth be told, it was a tough choice for him to choose between heading to the north or staying with his family. However, now that the rampage of the Blood King Palace was even more horrifying than before, Levi had no choice but to settle in his role as a warrior from Arudaya. For the sake of Arudaya, he must head toward the north. One should prioritize the country before the family. He decided that he must protect his country with all his might. His family was less important compared to the safety and sovereignty of Arudaya. Levi held onto his phone tightly and crushed it forcefully. Mom, I'm sorry. I'm a useless son that is unable to protect you. Zoe, I'm sorry that I cannot take care of you anymore. My child, I'm sorry that I will not be there to witness your birth. Levi held back his emotions and mumbled on his own. Everything happened so suddenly that he could not make arrangements for the safety of Zoe and the others. He could not find any person to help him in such a short span of time. After all, the enemy was just too strong. It was not something any ordinary people could handle. The only plan that Levi had in mind now was to head toward the north, eradicate the Blood King Palace, and rush back as soon as possible. He wanted to return in the shortest possible period of time. That's weird. Why is Levi not picking up his phone? Zoe repeatedly dialed his number but to no avail. Her heart sank and she had a bad feeling about this. What? He's not picking up his phone. Emma then tried calling Levi on her phone. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable, the robotic voice sounded from the phone. What does this mean? Emma felt uneasy. Zoe's face turned sour immediately. Not only he didn't pick up the phone, but now he had his phone switched off. This meant that Levi did it on purpose. He's not picking up the phone. This is bad. What I feared the worst may have happened. Meredith and the others repeatedly tried to contact Levi, but he was unreachable. I was right. Levi is scared off by the Garrison clan. Meredith said in a cold voice. He must have run away. Didn't you all notice that he's gone right after Tyrone's warning? It has already been a few hours, and he's still nowhere to be found. I'm sure he has run away. Logan scornfully remarked. Everyone pondered about Logan's statement. What he said is true. Levi did disappear right after Tyrone's warning. Emma, didn't you say that you were proud that your son is a fine gentleman that will never run away? How about now? Now that he's gone you should give us an explanation. That's right. For the past few months, he has always been by Zoe's side to the point where, if the situation permits, he'll even want to follow her to the toilet. Now, it's been a few hours. He's nowhere to be seen and his phone is even switched off. Harry and Robert joined the conversation. Unfortunately, their proposition indeed made sense. Emma could not rebuke their allegations. Her face turned pale and she started shivering uncontrollably. She thought to herself, son, please don't follow in Tyrone's footsteps and abandon your family. I tried searching for him but Levi has vanished without a trace. Aaron was infuriated. The Protector Chapter 1132. As soon as Aaron found out about Levi's disappearance, he immediately ordered his men to look for him. However, Levi was nowhere to be found. Abigail's parents even contacted the Rogers family to help locate Levi. However, the Rogers family failed to discover any important clues about his location as well. Besides, the Rogers family knew about Levi's identity. No one knows where Levi is. The hard-hitting truth was unacceptable for Zoe. She was trembling. That's impossible. Levi will not abandon me. He will never do that. Zoe confidently asserted. Emma gritted and assured, that's right. I believe in my son, he will not leave us. I assume he must have something important to attend to right now. The two of them trusted Levi the most. Stop deluding yourself. The truth is right in front of you. Why isn't he answering the phone? Why did he switch off his phone? Why is he gone for such a long time? You should know better than anyone. Stop trying to make excuses. Jenny yelled unemphatically. Zoe and Emma exchanged glances and their frustration was evident. Although they trusted Levi, the reality of their situation was cruel. Let me ask Iris. She should know where Levi is. Zoe immediately thought of Iris. What? I'm not sure. Why? Is he gone? Iris sounded surprised. Zoe sighed in disappointment. Iris, I can't find Levi. He appears to have disappeared and refuses to pick up the phone. Please help me locate him. Zoe asked for her help. Upon hearing Zoe's request, Iris acted immediately. 10 minutes later, Iris called. Zoe, I can't find him at all. And, I have some bad news for you. Zoe's heart sank. Iris continued, I tried contacting Neil and he is also unreachable. I made further investigations and found out that Levi's contact number has been deleted as well. Because Levi received an order of the highest level, it meant that it was also a top-secret mission. As such, all information related to him must be erased. Erasing the contact number was the basic protocol. Upon hearing Iris' words, Zoe's grip on her phone loosened and it dropped onto the floor. The news struck her like lightning. She remembered Levi once mentioned that Neil was his best friend. They were inseparable. Now that Neil was also unreachable like Levi, it could only mean the rumor that Levi ran away must be true. You hear that, Zoe? Levi must have run away. I gotta say, he's quick on his feet. Even his own company was abandoned by him. You're so confident that he will not abandon you, and yet, he did. Also, Emma, what is wrong with your son? How could he abandon his family at such a critical time? Facing the countless criticism that was thrown their way, Zoe and Emma could only bow their heads in embarrassment. They remained silent for they were unable to rebut them. Unarguably, the truth was before them. No words could mitigate the situation. Zoe, all I can say is that you've chosen the wrong partner. Frankly speaking, Levi is just like his father. It is unsurprising that he will abandon you, Aaron said. Everyone came to a sudden realization. That Levi was just a chip off the old block. Just like how Tyrone had abandoned his family, it was no surprise that Levi would do the same. Even Emma was unable to refute the statement. Is it true that Levi is no different from Tyrone? No, I refuse to believe this. I'm going to look for him. I know a place, he should be there. Zoe stood up. The Protector Chapter 1133. It didn't take long before Zoe and her group arrived at the South City. They raced toward the war zone compound. Although the place was run down, Zoe knew that this place was Levi's base camp. Levi's secrets were hidden here. His best friends all lived here before. However, when Zoe and the group arrived, there was not a single person in the war zone compound. Even the dogs that used to run around the place were gone. Based on the settled dust and cobwebs, the place had been unoccupied for a long time. Zoe could only stare blankly at the sight before her, feeling lost and helpless. Levi's not here. Zoe could not imagine where would he be. Just then, Emma received news from Southampton. As expected, Levi was not in Southampton as well. This proved that Levi had indeed disappeared. Zoe's vision went dark and she collapsed onto the floor. Zoe, everyone rushed to her side. When Zoe woke up, she was already on a hospital bed. Zoe, hang in there. Please take care of yourself. Emma held onto her hands and sobbed. Stop faking it. You're just like your son. Leave my sweetie alone. Caitlin raged and tried to separate them. Mom, stop it. You can't blame it on her. She has nothing to do with this. Zoe tried to mediate the rising tension. This is all Levi's fault. He's an animal. Not only did he abandon Zoe, but he also left his own mother. Meredith fumed. Levi's sudden disappearance stirred up intense turmoil between the Lopez and Black families. His disappearance coincided with the timing when Tyrone made the threat. All circumstances suggested the irresistible conclusion that Levi was scared away by the Garrison clan. He's a coward. A hypocrite. How could he call himself a man? Does Levi not feel any shame? He abandoned his own mother, wife, and unborn child. What? An animal. I'm ashamed to even know him. He's not worthy to be a man, a husband, nor a father. Logan and the others condemned Levi relentlessly. Silas tried to defend Levi. He must be away because of some urgent matters. He'll definitely be back. She knew Levi's actual identity and guessed that he was probably summoned to handle some urgent matters. At that, Zoe's eyes showed signs of hope. She's right, that must be it. I believe he will not abandon me. Zoe, why are you so stubborn? He even deleted his contact number. He's never coming back. Back then, he was capable enough to solve his problems. However, it's different this time. The Garrison clan wants him dead, he can only run away. Meredith and the others tried to dash Zoe's hope. Nonetheless, Zoe was adamant. No, I don't care what all of you are saying. My gut tells me that Levi will return very soon. I believe in him, he will not abandon me. Return? That's impossible. If he wants to return, he wouldn't have left quietly nor delete his contact number. Zoe smiled. Mom, Dad, dare to make a bet with me then. What are we betting on? Aaron asked. We'll bet if Levi will return within 1 month's time. If he does return, all of you must apologize to him. Zoe proposed confidently. All right. Aaron agreed. If he doesn't return, I will believe that he abandoned me. Zoe placed the bet based on her trust in Levi. The Protector Chapter 1134. Fine. We'll find out in 1 month's time then. I'm sure that a month's time is more than enough for Levi to finish whatever he's doing. Aaron agreed to her daughter's proposition readily. We're winning this bet. Everyone knew that Levi would not be coming back. However, Zoe trusted Levi too much. She was hopeful and optimistic. By giving Levi a month, it served as a form of solace for her and also represented her trust toward him. All right, it's settled then. If Levi doesn't return in a month, I will send you overseas to give birth to the baby, and no one can stop me. Meredith was excited. Zoe nodded, fine. If he doesn't return in a month, I will travel overseas. If that happens, I will need to trouble Logan to make the necessary arrangements. Don't worry about it. 1 word from me and it's settled. Aaron hesitated for a moment. Before he said, Zoe, you must ponder on the issue regarding the child's family name. The Garrison clan clearly prohibits the child from bearing their family name. If you insist, it might entail serious consequences. I suggest that the child bear your own family name. Zoe nodded again. All right. If Levi doesn't return in a month, the child will bear my family name. Now, everything was dependent on the outcome in a month's time. Emma started to tear up. Son, what are you doing? Please return quickly. If you don't, your child would bear the family name of Lopez. Nevertheless, the situation wasn't all bad after Levi's disappearance. For instance, the final decision-making power in Morris Group was now passed to Zoe. Aside from that, the top 100 prominent families in Northampton declared that they would protect Zoe at all costs and would be at her command. This was comforting to Zoe. Her confidence started to build and she was looking forward to the end of the month. She was certain that Levi would return. Meanwhile, Levi arrived at North Base 1. He had already fought hand-to-hand with the Blood King Palace. The Blood King Palace was indeed stronger than 3 years before. The moment Levi was transferred away from Northampton, Zoe and Emma instantly fell under the watchful gazes of those abroad. On an island abroad, a group of people with different colored skin were having a meeting. Presiding over the meeting was Teniki, the military strategist from Razonia. Even though Levi was transferred away, they dared not act rashly. They must be sure that Levi truly left Northampton. Moments ago, they received news that Levi arrived at North Base 1 and battled with the Blood King Palace. Even so, they did not act immediately upon receiving the news. In order for them to act, they would need to have a meeting and sufficient intelligence must be gathered first. Mr. Watanabe, I suggest we act immediately and send people to Arudaya to capture her. Someone from the group proposed. They were all impatient. Tenika shook his head. No, my intelligence suggests that there are elite warriors protecting her. There might even be traps waiting to ambush us. Even if we successfully capture her, the loss is simply too great. The others replied swiftly, if that's the case, what should we do? The god of war has already been transferred away. It's a golden opportunity that we must not lose. No. I received news that in a month's time, Zoe will leave Arudaya to give birth to her child. Once the time comes, Tenika trailed off and smirked maliciously. Is that true? We might not be able to touch her in Arudaya, but once she leaves, that just means that we can do whatever we want then. Another person exclaimed. Everyone had excited grins on their faces. All right. Make the necessary preparations. By the time Zoe leaves Arudaya, we'll act immediately. Tenika had everything planned out perfectly. The Protector Chapter 1135. Zoe and the others were unaware of the perilous danger that was steadily advancing toward them. The threat was not posed by the Garrison clan, but rather, it was forces located abroad. Logan thought that he had a lot of connections abroad. However, he was oblivious to the fact that his every move was being manipulated by many. Zoe never imagined that everything would change drastically 1 month later. But for now, she was safe. Percy and many other warriors were secretly protecting her. They were willing to devote their lives to protect her. The Amethyst Guards were available as well. Therefore, Zoe's safety was well protected. Nonetheless, Percy was afraid of any sort of infiltration by strong enemies. Since the order that summoned Levi was of the highest level, this meant that everything must be kept a secret. Percy didn't dare to disclose anything. He could only stay strong and take it upon himself to protect Zoe. It didn't take long before the news regarding Levi's disappearance reached the Garrison clan. What? We were right? Levi ran away. Damien and Tyrone could not believe it. They didn't really mean it when they first said it. As such, Levi's disappearance was completely unexpected. That's correct. Levi ran away. Even his contact number has been deleted. Damien and Tyrone received confirmation. Tyrone laughed and said, "This is Emma's son? What a coward! A wimp! I can't believe he wants to be my child. Dream on." Damien sighed, "I thought that he's a principled person that will face any challenge." Who knew he turned out to be a coward that ran away simply because of a warning from you, father? He's unworthy to be part of the Garrison clan. What an embarrassment! The fact that he bears the same family name has brought shame upon the Garrison clan. I can't believe he really ran away. Tyrone ridiculed. They had always thought highly of themselves. The series of aggressive acts and retaliation from Levi was deemed as a futile struggle in their mind. Now that Levi had run away because of a simple threat, the disdain they felt for him intensified. And he had the audacity to challenge me and the Garrison clan? Even saying that he wants us to regret what we did? Ha! What a laughing stock! Tyrone continued his contemptuous remark before changing the topic. Damien, find out where is Levi. Of course, rest assured I will locate him. Does he think that he can just run away like that? Such wishful thinking. I'll make sure he's shamed and laughed at by the whole of Arudaya. Damien sneered coldly. As the day passed, Levi was still nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. There were no trails left behind at all. All this while, Iris together with the Lopez and Black families had been looking for Levi. However, their efforts were in vain. It wasn't just them who couldn't find Levi, however, as even Damien could not find the slightest trace of Levi's whereabouts. Unbeknownst to them, it was actually impossible for them to find any information regarding Levi. After all, he was on a special mission with the highest level of confidentiality. I don't understand how, but Levi's completely untraceable. I've tried my best but so far, there's nothing. Damien was bewildered. Anyway, it seemed that Levi is really gone. What a joke! Damien burst out laughing. He recalled the brave and valorous statement made by Levi and Emma in their previous encounter. Now it seemed that those were simply empty threats that served no purpose other than comedic value. In the end, Levi ran away with his tail between his legs. In a blink of an eye, Levi's disappearance approached the 1-month mark. It was the last day before the time was up. Zoe was dejected, but she still had a tiny ounce of hope. She was still waiting for her hero to appear. The whole month, she had been waiting for him. Zoe, give up. He's not coming back. The sky turned dark and Levi never showed up. Zoe was heartbroken as her hopes and expectations were shattered. The Protector Chapter 1136. She had waited 30 days for Levi's return, but he didn't come back. That man had disappeared, or to put it bluntly, he had run away while abandoning his family. All of them were more than aware of the fact that if Levi didn't show his face within a month, under these circumstances, chances were he won't ever show up again. No matter how hard Zoe tried to trust in Levi, now, she must accept the reality that Levi was gone. Nonetheless, there was not a trace of anger on her face. The only semblance of emotion that could be seen on her face was the streaks of tears that were running down her cheeks. Thud. Emma fainted as everything was too overwhelming for her to bear. She couldn't believe that her son would prioritize his interests over his family, just like what Tyrone had once done to her. Silas and Russell were both in a state of agitation. They had guessed that Levi must have had a mission at hand, which explained why he didn't have a choice but to leave without a word. However, they were not allowed to reveal Levi's real identity to them. This is good news. Levi leaving is actually a good thing for us. If he had returned, it would spell doom for us since he had offended the Garrison clan. Both Harry and Robert felt elated. Meredith, too, was excited. That's right. Tyrone said that everything would be all right as long as the baby doesn't take on the surname of the Garrisons. Even though they couldn't cozy up to the Garrison family, it didn't matter anymore since Morris Group and the top most prominent families in Southampton were now under Zoe's control. This alone was enough an improvement of the status of their family. Zoe, you should accept the reality that Levi has abandoned you. It is time for you to start anew. That's right. Forget about him. You should move on for the sake of your baby. Everyone started giving their advices. Zoe wiped her tears away. With her eyes full of determination, she uttered, "Dad, Mom, I've lost the bet. I'll believe that Levi has run away now. He has abandoned me and the baby." From Zoe's sorrowful expression, everyone could tell how disappointed she was toward Levi. She must be heartbroken right now. This time, Levi had really hurt her to the core. 6 years ago, she was willing to wait for his return because she knew he was framed. However, things were totally different this time. Meanwhile, Emma, who had just regained consciousness, started sobbing uncontrollably. Things had spiraled out of control, heading toward the direction contrary to all her expectations. "My son. Levi. Please come back." Zoe cast her eyes over the whole lot before announcing, "I declare that from today onwards, I, Zoe Lopez, will cut ties with Levi Garrison. He is no longer my husband or my baby's father." "No," Emma shouted her objection, but to no avail. "Secondly, my baby will take on my surname as Lopez. Thirdly, I will reside overseas during The last few months of my pregnancy until I deliver the baby. Zoe announced the three most difficult decisions in her entire life in one go. Her voice was firm and resolute because the person who was supposed to be there for her had run away, leaving her behind, and now she could only count on herself. I'm happy for you, Zoe. You've finally decided to move on. After all these years, you finally got to see Levi's true colors. I'm glad you finally know that Levi is nothing but a selfish prick. Caitlin and the others couldn't help getting a little emotional. And you? Meredith shifted her gaze to Emma. From now onward, you will leave Zoe alone, and don't you ever come anywhere near her. From now on, the Lopez family has nothing to do with anyone from the Garrison family. Zoe's baby has no relationship with you either. Zoe suddenly recalled that it was not her place to call her mom anymore, so she changed the way she addressed Emma. Aunt Emma, you should leave now and go back to Southampton. Goodbye. The Protector Chapter 1137. Zoe, can you let me take care of you? Why don't you let me stay by your side since I'm the one who has been taking care of your daily livings all this while? Besides, I wish to make it up for you on behalf of Levi. At the very least, please let me stay until you deliver the baby. Emma pleaded earnestly. Caitlin and Aaron concurred with her. She's right, Zoe, why don't you let her stay? We believe she can take good care of you. They had taken note of how meticulous Emma was when it came to taking care of Zoe. Even Caitlin herself had to admit that she wasn't capable of doing what Emma did, taking every matter into her own hands. She honestly thought that even a nanny wouldn't do any better than Emma. All right, she can stay. After all, she did take good care of Zoe. Meredith relented. However, Zoe shook her head and gave the final word. No. Aunt Emma must leave. Thank you for taking care of me all this while. She wouldn't budge in this matter. But don't worry, Aunt Emma. You can always come and see the baby if you want. Of course, it will be best if you can leave us alone. Her voice was soft yet firm, making it clear that Emma was allowed to visit the baby, but she will never be acknowledged as the baby's grandma. Zoe's resoluteness was surely beyond everyone's expectations. Then we'll listen to Zoe. You should leave now. We have nothing to do with the Garrison family from now on. Caitlin and Aaron chased Emma out. Emma had no choice but to go back to Southampton. Zoe, get ready, we're leaving the country immediately. All of us have quit our jobs, and we'll accompany you until you deliver the baby, said Caitlin. The Black and Lopez family had booked a private jet to Kiria, a country well known for its high-quality healthcare system, which was not far from Arudaya. Logan had also made arrangements in that country beforehand. The jet was scheduled to take flight in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to Zoe and Emma, Tanika had been keeping an eye on their every move. Zoe Lopez will be arriving at Kiria by midnight. We have all the information about their motorcade route and manpower arrangement. Be prepared, my dear allies. It will be more than enough if we have Zoe in our hands, but it will be best if we can catch Emma Jones as well. We will have more bargaining chips if we manage to capture both of them. Tanika had everything all planned out. We will catch both of them. In the afternoon, the Lopezes and the Blacks boarded the jet with Zoe alongside some paramedics. The private jet was set to land at the capital of Kiria at Stellar International Airport. Little did they know that Tanika, the man whom Levi had defeated, had set an ambush for them. At the airport, he had cleared the airspace, stopped all the flights, and emptied the whole airport. Tens of thousands of elites were now lurking in the darkness, waiting to launch their attacks as soon as the jet landed. In the meantime, Emma had just arrived in Southampton when she was ambushed on her way back to Edinburgh Manor, as Tenika's elites had been lying in wait for her for quite some time. While Tenika was busy capturing both Zoe and Emma, Levi, on the other hand, was stuck in North Base 1, fighting a life and death battle against the lunatics of the Blood King Palace. The private jet from Northampton landed safe and sound at the Stellar International Airport. Sitting at the control tower, Tenika had a clear view of the runway. Zoe Lopez is here. Get ready, everyone. We will attack as soon as she appears. My men are on standby outside the airport. Let's hurry and get off the plane, Logan urged. Unaware of what was awaiting ahead for them, Zoe and the others got off the plane. The Protector Chapter 1138. In North Base 1, a battle had been waged on the vast glacier. The battlefield was baptized in blood and effluvium of death as dead bodies were scattered everywhere. Levi and his men had just fought another wave of the Blood King Palace's ferocious attack. Off and were now resting and reorganizing themselves. Sitting on a huge rock, Levi was smoking his cigar when all of a sudden, restlessness crept around his heart as he broke into a cold sweat. It felt as if his extrasensory perception was being triggered, and it was an odd feeling that he had never experienced before. Oh no! Something bad happened. Levi felt a gloomy foreboding that something must have had happened to Zoe and his mother. However, since he was on Arudia's top confidential and secret mission, he couldn't possibly allocate his men for his private affairs in protecting his family. Even though he knew Percy wouldn't be able to fend off the attacks if they were being set as a target by his enemy, he could only count on him now. This is bad. Zoe and Mother must be in imminent danger. Levi was soaked in a cold sweat, as he couldn't help feeling panicked. If he couldn't be there to protect his family when they needed him, he was in no way a dependable husband or son. But as the situation stands now, he could only choose between his country or his family. In fact, most of Arudia's soldiers faced the same dilemma as Levi. They couldn't be by their parents, wives, and children's side because they were being entrusted with missions. Some of them might even miss some of the most important events in life because of that. Even when they were spending time with their families, the soldiers must be at the militaries beck and call and leave whenever they received orders. It was inevitable that their families and loved ones might feel disappointed, and their friends might find them distant. Nonetheless, they had no choice because they needed to protect their country. It was their conviction that allowed the citizens, their families, and friends to live peaceful and stable life. Not only the soldiers, but many from different industries were also facing the same situation as them. These people were the ones who made contributions to Arudia's development, but they were also constantly being misunderstood by their close ones for the same reason. Unknown to anyone, there existed a group of people who were selfless enough that they were willing to contribute all of their time and efforts in exchange for the country's better future. It was because of heroic people like them bearing the cross that the citizens got the chance to live a peaceful life. The stability of the country was the result of sacrifices by countless people like Levi. Being entrusted with the mission to destroy the Blood King Palace and protect his country, he must give up his family even though his wife was pregnant with his baby. God of War, we don't care if we receive military punishment for disobeying the orders. Please allow us to head back to save Aunt Emma and Zoe. Azure Dragon volunteered himself upon noticing the paleness on Levi's face. White Tiger, whose body was covered in blood, kneeled in front of Levi. That's right. God of War, let us save Zoe even though it would mean disobeying military orders. We are willing to accept any punishment. Both of them were unwilling to see Zoe and Emma in danger. Thump. Thump. Soon, All the soldiers followed suit and they kneeled before Levi. Levi raised his head, trying hard to hold back his tears as he uttered through gritted teeth. The military order is absolute, no one can disobey it. As the leader of the team, I should set a good example. This is the end of the discussion, and don't ever bring it up again. From the moment he put on his military uniform and stepped onto the battlefield, he no longer held the identity as anyone else's husband, son, or father. As a Rudia's soldier, he must prioritize his duty in protecting his country over his private affairs. Phoenix broke out into tears. Then what should we do now? They must be in imminent danger right now. A month has passed, and Tenika must have prepared for revenge. Are we just going to sit here and let him harm Zoe and Aunt Emma? Sir, the Blood King Palace is back again. The Protector Chapter 1139. Levi was at the end of his rope when the Blood King Palace came back with another wave of attack. All of the soldiers had to focus energy on it because they were facing an enemy that was too powerful. Charge forward on my command. Levi gave his command, his voice loud and clear. Chuff! 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 Just then, a Dragonite helicopter landed on the ice sheet. A few Dragonites hopped out of the helicopter and immediately ran toward Levi. The next moment, they were all kneeling on one knee in front of him. Greetings, God of War. Please hold fire as we are here with urgent news. What is it? Levi's heart skipped a beat. The others were just as confused. Did the Dragonites travel all the way from Oakland City to bring them another bad news? One of the Dragonites smiled and asked, God of War, are you worried about your family's safety? Levi nodded. Yes, I'm very worried about them. Those previously defeated by me will definitely target my family once I leave their side. The Dragonite slowly explained to him, don't worry, God of War. The government has taken notice of your concern as well. The re-emergence of the Blood King Palace is a part of the conspiracy of Tenika, Ray Sonia's military strategist. He did all this to send you away from Arudia so that he could seize the opportunity to capture your family and threaten you with them. Levi was surprised and overjoyed. The government is aware of Tenika's conspiracy, which means Mother and Zoe are safe now. With a smile, the Dragonite reassured them, all soldiers that are fighting for the country, you need not worry for your family. Arudia will be your strongest backup. Thousands of millions of soldiers were touched by the reassurance. It was inevitable that, as a soldier, they might be required to choose between their beloved country and dearest family. Luckily, they were born in Arudia, a country whose government would protect their family while they were at the front lines, defending the nation. God of War, your wife and family have headed to Kyria. Levi's heart sank. Zoe has really gone overseas. I guess she hates me to the core now. He asked softly, are they safe? Tenika has sent at least 10,000 elites to the Stellar International Airport. They will attack as soon as your wife arrives at the airport. In a sudden change of tone, the Dragonites gave him reassuring news. But you need not worry because we have sent someone else to protect your family. Tenika no longer poses a threat to their safety. Who did you send? Levi asked curiously. Windsor Campbell. Him. Levi drew in a sharp breath, and his expression changed upon the mention of that name. Windsor Campbell was his one and only competitor in the whole of Arudia. Back then, when he defeated the 18-nation alliance of God-class fighters, Windsor's achievements were only second to his. He was crowned as the God of War, while Windsor received the title of Azura. Windsor was a cold-blooded and merciless man. Just like what his title Azura connoted, he seemed to be a living embodiment of destruction. Back then, he had received as much acclamation as well as criticisms for his act of annihilating the war captives. Later, for some reason, the military decided to transfer him to Oakland City. He couldn't become someone like Levi because of his bloodthirsty nature, but he was undeniable a worthy opponent second only to the latter in terms of his combat skill and prowess in war. The Protector Chapter 1140. He was more of a mighty warrior than a colonel. I'm glad that I have Azura. Levi was both relieved and extremely touched. Everyone in Erudaya knew that the god of war and Azura were never on good terms. They were practically arch-enemies. If it weren't for the fact that they were both mighty military leaders of Erudaya, they would have fought to the bitter end. No one in Erudaya dared to disobey Levi except Azura, aka Windsor Campbell. He'd been unhappy about Levi being the god of war as he believed that he had the edge over Levi and he should be the one bearing the title. Their hostility towards each other never ceased. From what Levi understood, under no circumstances would Windsor protect Zoe for him. But he did. That showed how much Erudaya had done to persuade Windsor into helping him. It also reflected his willingness to put his personal grudges aside when in the face of Erudaya's interests. I'm impressed, Windsor. I owe you one. Laughed Levi. Even if he had to hand out his title to Windsor after that, he would be more than willing to do it. God of War, Azura has arrived at Kyria. Your wife is in safe hands. Azura's 3 disciples Balgun, Zar, and Talon are on their way to protect your mother. We plead for your full allegiance in bringing Blood King Palace down. You have Erudaya at your back and we are with you too, the Drago Knights roared as they saluted. Levi saluted and led his men to the annihilation of Blood King Palace. Somewhere around the Joneses' Edberg Manor in Southampton. Just when the foreign elite fighters were about to strike, they sensed something amiss. Before they knew it, blood was jetting out from the back of their neck. Indeed, those men were virtuosos in their field. But the people they were against were much more vicious and bloodthirsty Balgun, Zar, and Talon. They bore a resemblance to their master, Azura. They were brutal, ruthless, and would show no mercy. Emma was unscathed. Meanwhile at Kyria's stellar international airport, Tenika Watanabe spotted Zoe on the big screen. On my command, just as he was about to shout out his command, he smelled blood. He turned his head around only to see all his men lying in a pool of blood. Someone was staring at him. It was a gauntly tall figure in a devil's mask. Erudaya's Asu. Azura, Tenika gulped. Tell your men to retreat. Don't make me bring death to all. Zoe's under my guard and no one touches her, commanded Windsor. Tenika expressed his disbelief. How was this even possible? You should be on bad terms with the god of war. Why have you come all the way to protect his woman? This is unbelievable. Everyone knew that the god of war and Azura were at loggerheads since forever. Indeed. You're right. Levi and I can never get along. We may detest each other, but you have forgotten something important. We are people of Erudaya and no one terrorizes Erudaya. Windsor's words pierced through the air. Tenika overlooked the shared pride and patriotism between Levi and Windsor for their nation. They would willingly make peace in the face of a common enemy. Being ever unyielding to Levi was something personal. But when it came to the interest of Erudaya, there was no place for personal disputes. This is unbelievable. All right, I'll retreat. Tenika immediately withdrew his men. He could afford to provoke neither the god of war nor Azura. Especially the latter, who was known to be absolutely vindictive and would seek revenge at all cost. With that, Zoe and the rest were safe and they left unharmed. The Protector Chapter 1141. Tenika and his men were all feeling pretty glum. The elaborate plan that took them months to come up with ended with disaster. They couldn't comprehend the patriots' devotion to Arudaya and hence still couldn't fathom why Azura came to Zoe's rescue. Shouldn't it be better for Windsor once Levi is gotten rid of? He'd be number one in Arudaya. He'd also be the god of war. In other words, he would benefit the most once Levi's gone. But he came to protect Zoe. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. This was the most obvious difference between the ideologies of the people from Arudaya and the other nations. That crazy Windsor is now in the picture, so there's nothing we could do. We need to come out with something else, muttered Tenika's men. He was at the verge of closing himself off. They toiled and managed to keep the god of war at bay. Then in came Azura. There was really nothing more they could do. Meanwhile, Zoe was sent to the best hospital in Stellar City, waiting for the baby to be born. Levi said that it's unsafe outside Arudaya. Like how is it unsafe? Sneered Logan. Why did you even bring up his name? He's nothing but a bastard. Meredith grumbled. Zoe glanced at everyone and snapped, I don't want to hear his name ever again. Never mention it in front of me again. All right. With that, dead silence followed. This time, anyone could tell that Zoe had given up on him. If not, she wouldn't have gone abroad and let her child take on her last name. In the shadows, Windsor took note of everything. Even he, cold-hearted as he was, let out a sigh. It was tough indeed. This may sound strange. After we left, I heard that the god of war left Northampton too. I heard there's something extremely urgent that he has to deal with. Logan tattled. Puzzled, Meredith questioned, really? Didn't know there was something so important that could get him out of Arudaya. Right? It must be something of grave urgency. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the country. Chatters about the god of war continued. Zoe looked out the window, she felt as calm as a millpond. The only thing that she took heed to was the baby in her belly. She started swiping through the photos on her phone. When she came across a photo of her and Levi, her finger droned to delete deliberately. But she hesitated as she couldn't get herself to do it. The next one was still a photo of them. She was wondering if she should just delete them. A few nurses saw the photos on her phone and felt blood drained from their faces instantly. They exchanged glances and felt a shiver down their spines. They went for another peek, just to make sure. Oh Lord, it is him. This hospital was the pinnacle of Kyria's medical infrastructure. People whom the nurses got to be in touch with were also elitists. News revolving around this matter had spread through high society, especially this period. Time. That was why they could recognize Levi Garrison from the pictures. Yes. Zoe looked up and asked, sensing nerves in those eyes. As she put her phone away, someone asked timidly, Ms. Lopez, is that your husband? He was. Is he also from Arudaya? Another voice popped in. Yes, he is, nodded Zoe. Boom. Another shudder as Zoe replied. Their fear was apparent. This woman whom they were about to take care of was the wife of that man. That's too scary. Zoe saw all the emotional changes in them and asked, It seems like you know him. The Protector Chapter 1142. We are just curious. Why isn't he here with you? Ms. Lopez, we heard that men of Arudaya are especially caring to their wives. Given the years of experience in mingling with Kyria's upper-class elites, the nurses knew when to hold their tongue. They changed the subject there and then. Oh, he must have had some business to deal with. That's why he couldn't come. Zoe didn't think much. The nurses reacted simply too quickly and didn't reveal much of what they actually knew. They knew Levi couldn't come because they knew where he was. Days passed. Blood King Palace was way stronger than what Arudaya had expected. Fortunately, Levi was in command and could still hold them back. All he needed was more time. 2 tormenting months went by. That day, Levi was feeling uneasy. He couldn't put his mind to anything he was doing. If everything went as planned, the baby would be due within these 2 days. His nerves showed a high probability that Zoe was in labor. Zoe, I've failed you. I didn't hold a proper wedding for you. I couldn't even take care of you. When you deliver the baby. Levi mumbled under his breath. He understood that it wasn't a matter of compensation. In what way could he possibly make it up to her? He had been perpetually absent during all these important moments. In what way could he make it up to her? Sorry, Zoe, he said as he clenched his fists. There was no time for sorrow as he once again battled with Blood King Palace. At a hospital in Kyria, Zoe faced another major juncture in her life. The Lopez and Black families were waiting outside the operation room. Emma wanted to come too, but Zoe said no. Why? After a nerve-wracking long wait, a wail finally broke the silence. It's the baby. At last, the baby's born. It's a girl. Zoe gave birth to a baby girl. She was overjoyed with tears. Levi, while fighting on the battlefield, felt relieved all of a sudden. He charged to the front line and brawled with the elite warriors of Blood King Palace. Zoe, what are you gonna name her? Everyone's hopeful eyes fell upon Zoe. Let's call her Olivia Lopez, she said without any hesitation. It was obvious that she had already thought it through. For Levi, isn't that? Aaron stopped Caitlin before she could finish her question. Everyone there knew what that name implied. They could also tell how much Zoe loved Levi, especially these 2 months in Stellar City. She even sent someone to look for him discreetly when she was heavily pregnant. Although Zoe had made up her mind, she was still holding on to the fleeting glimpse of hope. However, the 3-month wait had ground that glimpse of hope to bits. He never came. It seemed like he was hiding from the Garrison clan. In less than a month, the bet between them would come due. For Olivia, Zoe wanted to forget Levi Garrison, once and for all. She wanted to have no more ties with him. Dad, Mom, let's pack up and leave for Arudaya. I can't stay here any longer, said Zoe. But you just gave birth. Your body's still very weak, everyone was concerned. Nah, it's all right. I can handle it. She was persistent. Everyone went back to Arudaya that night. Windsor escorted them home. That was his mission, after all. Zoe insisted on returning to Arudaya in a rush as she had something important to deal with. The Protector Chapter 1143. Emma stood at the entrance of Royal Villa in Northampton. She had been waiting for Zoe's return. She rushed up to Zoe the moment she saw her. What are you doing here? Go away. You're not welcome here. You have nothing to do with this child. Aaron and Caitlin immediately stepped in and stood in her way. Abashed, Emma looked at Zoe and pleaded, Zoe, let me take care of you and your baby. I'll pay the deeds for that unfilial son of mine. Yes, you should. That son of yours has wronged Zoe in such atrocious ways. It's only fair that you pay penance, chimed in the rest. Emma, it's all right. My girl and I will be fine without you. Also, I am done with him and no one's at fault. Zoe was firm with her words. All right then. Take good care of yourself and the baby, Zoe. Emma sighed helplessly as she turned around and left. Emma, wait. Zoe called out. Yes. Come, have a look at the baby, Zoe continued. Emma walked into the manor and burst into tears upon seeing the little baby. As she held the baby girl, she felt the blood bond between them. Won't it be nice if Levi never left? How blissful it'd be to have a family. What a shame. This unfilial son ran away, just like Tyrone. Right, time's up. Off you go. You're not welcome here. Meredith shooed Emma away. Oh, before I forget. The baby's name is for Olivia Lopez. You can see how determined Zoe is now, right? So stay out of our sight, sniggered Meredith as she slammed the gate shut. Thud. Emma quivered. Zoe has made up her mind. She showed me the child and proclaimed that she had fully severed ties with Levi. The child's name? Emma cried the whole way home. As far as she was concerned, her life was an utter failure. Not only did she fall for a heartless man, even her son turned out to be like him. What a foundered life! The Garrison clan in Oakland City. Someone told me that Levi's child was born. Is that true? Tyrone asked. Yeah, she delivered in Kyria and she is back in Northampton. They named her for Olivia Lopez, responded Damien as he nodded. He knew everything about Zoe and also the people around her. Tyrone was absolutely delighted. Haha, that's wonderful. His kid doesn't deserve the name Garrison. Not over my dead body will she bear the honor of the Garrison clan. Right, still no news of Levi? It has been 3 months. Yet, nothing. I would have found his body if he were dead. But there was nothing. It was almost as if he'd vanished into thin air. How is that even possible? Damien frowned. That bugger is quite something to be able to avoid all our detections, Tyrone blabbed on as. The corner of his mouth twitched. He's most probably out of Arudia. What a pathetic coward. Damien scowled. Well, our bet is coming due pretty soon. I wonder how many people are following this. Who knew that this kiddo would hole up? He is nothing but a joke. Ha ha ha, Tyrone let out a hearty laugh. And again he affirmed his action of disowning Levi. The folds on Damien's forehead remained as he popped another question, Father, what if Levi came back on the very day the bet comes due? The Protector Chapter 1144. This question stumped Tyrone. This is actually possible. Levi might be keeping his trump card hidden all this while until the day the bet comes due. That's impossible. Tyrone immediately argued. Levi wasn't even around when his own child was born, how could he ever show up now? Damien nodded. You're right. If he could leave during such a moment, there'd be even less reason for him to show up for the bet. Don't worry. He'll become a laughingstock if he doesn't show up. Tyrone's face was full of contempt and mockery. Damien sighed, what a shame. We won't be able to see the look on Levi's face when he gets completely trashed and start begging for mercy. Still, Damien and Tyrone hoped that Levi would come. They wanted to show him just how powerful the Garrisons were. They were untouchable. Insurmountable. How they wanted Levi to regret spewing such insolent words back then. More than anything, they wanted to prove that Damien was more powerful than he was. Most importantly, Tyrone had made the right decision. Emma wants to make me regret it. Like that'll ever happen. What will I ever regret now that Levi has run away? For the entire month, Zoe remained occupied despite having just given birth. She had integrated all the resources of the Morris Group. The woman insisted on walking the path that Levi hadn't managed to finish. Under the combined effort of herself and Iris, Morris Group obtained notable results within a month and was now back on track. This utterly puzzled Zoe. Why didn't Levi work harder? He had all the resources and connections. It didn't take that much effort to produce results at all. On top of that, he's so much capable than I am. Yet, he chose to give up. Zoe heaved a sigh. I guess he's been planning to run off since the beginning. All the concern he has shown me during those months was probably just to make him feel better. Time flew by quickly, and the day of the bet between Levi and Tyrone had come. If Levi hadn't disappeared, he would have had to be in Oakland City today to challenge the Garrisons. If he were to succeed, he would be allowed to join them. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Meanwhile, Levi had been at war with Blood King Palace for 4 consecutive months at the battlefield of North Base 1. This time, he was adamant about completely annihilating his enemy. "Oh, isn't today supposed to be the day of my bet with Tyrone?" Levi asked while puffing on a cigarette. "That's right. Since you can't make it this time, I'm guessing the Garrison clan or maybe even the whole of Oakland is laughing at you. That's for sure. You'll surely be made a laughingstock for not showing up. That's inevitable." Azure Dragon and the others responded to Levi simultaneously. "Let him have his fun while it lasts," Levi remarked with a smile. "By the way, how are Zoe and the child?" Phoenix reported everything about Zoe to Levi. Levi's brows furrowed several times in the process, feeling as though he was right next to his wife. Oakland City was in complete shock today. Tens of thousands of eyes fell on the Garrison clan. Despite knowing that Levi wouldn't come, Tyrone had decided to conduct the ceremony of accepting a challenge. The high-ranking members of the Garrisons gathered at the entrance of the family home. With Tyrone seated on a chair, Damien and the other juniors stood next to him on each side. Members like Finnick, Hugh, and Titus were present too. Whether or not Levi would show up, their stance remained. "I've placed a bet with Levi Garrison today. I'm here in front of the Garrison family home and hereby declare that I accept his challenge," roared Tyrone. The Protector Chapter 1145. As the leader of the Grey Wolf Squad, Hugh is too tough of an opponent. Finnick is a high-ranking official, so that makes him untouchable too. When it comes to martial arts, Titus is the guardian of the Garrisons. There's probably some hope for Levi in this regard. If we were to compete business-wise, he might stand a chance against Damien, who owns 5% of the business. Still, it's nothing but a glimmer of hope. Many in Arudaya knew of the bet between the father and son. Hence, a large number of citizens of Oakland City now surrounded the Garrison family home. Such people included Tiffany Myers and Martin Preston. Even Benny Quinton and Abigail Rogers had come. Unlike others, these few were here to watch how Levi crushed the Garrison clan. They knew who Levi's true identity, after all. Most of the others had come just to watch the show. Jason Lowe was here simply because he felt sorry for his friend. He wished Levi would run far away instead of showing up. "All right. Time's up," the Garrison household butler announced. "Levi Garrison has yet to turn up, which means he has forfeited the challenge. A coward like him doesn't deserve to be part of the clan. Thus, from here on, we'll retract his last name. He shall longer be a Garrison." At this instant, Levi became the biggest joke in town. He was now labeled an absolute disgrace and humiliation. Abigail clenched her fists. "Why aren't you here yet, Levi? Hurry up!" Tiffany inhaled deeply. How she looked forward to seeing her Prince Charming rain terror upon the Garrison clan. Unfortunately, Levi had already been missing for several months. Hence, it was extremely unlikely that he would show up now. Tyrone had even gone out of his way to bring Emma over. Now, he turned to her and smirked. "Is there something you'd like to say now? Haha. Do you still think the same way? That you'd take Levi here before me and declare that your son is undefeatable? That the Garrisons would deeply regret it?" Hearing the man's sneers, Emma could only look down in despair. "Of course I'd want to do all that. But I guess that's just wishful thinking." At this point, she wanted nothing else but for Levi to show up. Even if things may not turn out well, it's only right that he shows up. That's how he should be, at least his conscience would be clear. He shouldn't be hiding away like this. Some traits are more important than life itself. Olivia gazed at Emma with a disdainful smile. Your son is an absolute joke, Emma. A disgrace. He's not fit to be a Garrison, nor is he ever comparable to Damien. The Garrisons officially gave you a chance, but he chose not to take it. If your son were truly powerful and won the challenge, both he and you would have been able to join the family and return to Tyrone's side. The crowd began to comment. We expect nothing less from the top ancient family in Arudaya. Such a presence and sense of tolerance are indeed rare. Many citizens had nice things to say about the Garrisons accepting Levi's challenge. Olivia smiled triumphantly and continued, it's just unfortunate that your son doesn't even have the guts to show up, let alone win the challenge. What a useless wimp. I heard he even left his wife, child, and mother behind. He doesn't deserve to be a man, no, he doesn't even deserve to live. Upon hearing Olivia's insults, Emma gripped her fists so hard that her nails dug into her flesh. Yet, there was nothing she could do to fight back. Because Olivia had said nothing but the truth. The Garrisons are the #1 ancient family in Arudaya. Honestly, we don't ask a lot from him. Just be brave to show up for the challenge is more than enough. In fact, it doesn't even matter if he loses, he won't necessarily have to die. Yet, he doesn't even have the courage to stand here before us. Olivia scoffed. Who says I don't? A cold voice suddenly rang out. The Protector Chapter 1146. The voice was like a roaring thunder. Everyone turned to the source and was instantly stunned, especially the Garrisons. All their smiling faces froze in a blink of an eye. Olivia, who had so much to say just a moment ago, was now dumbfounded. As though she had been struck by lightning. Damien paled. Tyrone's expression turned ghastly. So did everyone else's. The tens of thousands of eyes immediately shifted toward the direction of that voice. Wait. I think it was a woman's voice. Then, it dawned on everyone. That was a woman's voice? So it's not Levi Garrison? Everyone had initially thought Levi had arrived. Emma had even become ecstatic for a brief moment. Yet, what the crowd saw next was a woman walking over with a baby in her arms. It was none other than Zoe. She was the one who had spoken. What? It's actually her. Tyrone inhaled sharply. Damien looked horrid. What is she up to? Emma immediately ran up to her. What? What are you doing here? She was petrified. Zoe smiled. I'm here to take up the Garrison clan's challenge in my husband's place. She had returned from Kyria for this. Otherwise, she would have still been recuperating in that country. Today was supposed to be the child's baby shower, but she had duped both the Lopez and Black families and come to Oakland City just to fulfill the agreement. The woman shocked everyone with her revelation. The crowd was stupefied the moment her words fell. Everyone stared at her in disbelief. My husband has other matters to take care of, so I'm here to keep his promise and challenge the Garrisons. We never go back on our word, so please take back all the insults you've made against him, she yelled. Emma couldn't endure it anymore. Tears began to flow down her cheeks. Zoe hasn't forgotten about Levi. Instead, she still loves him dearly. She's even here to take up the challenge in his place. Abigail, Benny, and the others were beyond moved. Tyrone gazed at Zoe in bewilderment. You want to take Levi's place and challenge us? Many among the crowd stared at her similarly. A woman challenging the Garrisons? And she's even here in her husband's place? Zoe nodded in determination. That's right. Tyrone burst into laughter. Are you seeing this, Levi? Your wife and 1-month-old child are here to take up the challenge in your place, but where are you? You're the biggest coward. And most pathetic excuse for a man I've ever met. Damien chimed in frostily, this has to be the biggest joke I've seen so far. What a champ. Levi. You vanished without a trace, and now your woman and child are here to shoulder everything for you? You're not cut out to be a husband or father. How despicable. I know, right? And he tried to compare himself to my son? Is he even worthy? Olivia's face was full of contempt. Emma was crying profusely at this point. It didn't matter if her son never made her proud, but now, he was now seen as an utter disgrace. Zoe scanned the crowd. That's nonsense. My husband isn't a scumbag, and he certainly isn't irresponsible. I'm telling all of you, he just has some urgent matters to take care of right now. He's the most responsible man I've ever met. Besides, I'm his wife, what difference does it make if I'm here instead of him? Damien shook his head, baffled. Do you seriously still believe him even though you know exactly what's going on, Zoe? Stop trying to fool yourself. That's right. I've always believed in my husband, and I always will. The Protector Chapter 1147. Zoe was loud and firm. She had always believed in Levi, no matter what he did. He just owes me an explanation now. But I know he'll definitely show up. She looked forward to hearing Levi's explanation later. Many among the crowd were moved by Zoe's words. To think that such an incredible woman still exists. A woman like her is a treasure and hard to come by in today's society. However, the more they felt moved, the more furious they were with Levi. How could he do such a thing? Damien roared with laughter. Did you hear that, Levi? You sure are a lucky one. You don't deserve a wife like her. Well, the Garrison clan has strict rules to adhere to, but we're not merciless. We'll make an exception just this once and allow you to take part in the bet in Levi's place. Tyrone agreed. I'm Hugh, leader of the Grey Wolf Squad. Do you think you can win? No. I'm Finnick. Nope. I'm Titus, guardian of the Garrison clan. I was practically born into martial arts. Can you beat me? No. I'm Damien, and I control 5% of the clan's businesses. Can you achieve such feats? 2. The final option would require auditing on both sides. Zoe and Iris may have pooled together all of their resources available, but 1 month was still too short. Morris Group was certainly no match for Damien's achievements in the corporate world. Thus, everyone knew how the bet would turn out. There was no way Zoe could win. After all, the Garrisons were far too remarkable in all 4 aspects mentioned earlier. The Garrisons began to laugh. Your son can't even compare to Damien's 5%, Emma, yet, he's still trying to put up a fight. Ha ha ha. He doesn't even stand a chance against Damien. What an embarrassment. There was a reason the Garrisons had used these 4 aspects as benchmarks. It was chosen precisely so Tyrone could humiliate Emma and Levi. The man sneered, in that case, I'd like to announce that Levi has lost the challenge. Do you accept this verdict, Zoe Lopez? Yes, I do. It's my loss. But you can't say that my husband failed to keep his promise. Zoe looked resolute. A murderous glint flashed in Damien's eyes. Mind you, this matter doesn't end with you taking part in the bet. You'll have to pay the price of losing. He's right. Levi said he'd disappear off the face of the earth if he lost. To a prominent clan like the Garrisons, a person's life was worth nothing. Zoe's actions might have touched the hearts of many, but the Garrisons were completely unfazed. Rather, her action had only served to provoke them. Zoe nodded without any hesitation. Okay, fine. I'll bear the consequences on my own. No, You idiot! I'll do it! I'll bear the consequences! Emma exclaimed while rushing over. I'm his mother, so I'll take responsibility. You're still young, but I'll be dead soon enough. Then, she turned to Tyrone. Let me do it. Don't give Zoe a hard time. All right. Discuss this among yourselves. It doesn't matter who pays the price, but someone has to do it. Tyrone looked especially stern. The Garrison clan's dignity was on the line, after all. That was why someone had to die. Before Zoe could say anything else, Emma grabbed onto her. Take good care of the child. And wait for Levi. I believe he'll be back one day. Mom. Zoe's eyes brimmed with tears. I'll take responsibility for this. Levi will show up. I'm sure of it. Keep waiting for him, Zoe. With that, Emma walked toward Tyrone. The Protector Chapter 1148. Things would have turned out this way sooner or later, Emma. Why did you even try to fight it? In the first place? Tyrone smirked. Emma had knelt before the entrance of the Garrison family home while she was pregnant. Back then. I wouldn't have done that if I knew this day would come. Die. Tyrone's eyes flashed coldly with not a single trace of mercy in them. Swoosh. One of the Garrison family's top fighters began to swing his blade. Crack. Bam. Yet, the blade broke all of a sudden, and its owner was sent flying by a mysterious force. Who did this? Who dares behave like this in front of the Garrisons? Damien bellowed. It was me. A figure wearing a demon mask slowly emerged. Who are you? Tyrone demanded, frowning. No one could tell who this man was. After all, Arudaya had deliberately kept this masked man's identity a secret after he had been defeated by Levi. On top of that, he had been assigned to silently return to Oakland City in advance. That was why Tyrone was in the dark too. However, Damien was well aware of this man's identity. He knew everything about the god of war, including the latter's enemies. That was why he was no stranger to Azura. From just one look, Damien immediately knew this man was Windsor Campbell. The Garrison's the top clan in Arudaya enjoys picking on women and children. Windsor scoffed. Despite being violent by nature, he wasn't completely heartless. The man had come for two reasons. 1. To perform his duty of protecting Zoe and Emma. 2. Because he couldn't tolerate the Garrison's deed. Levi was the one who made the bet with you, so you should be looking for him instead. What are you doing picking on two women? Are you that incapable of searching for him? These two women are under my care today, declared Windsor. Just as Tyrone was about to fly into a rage, Damien hurriedly told him Windsor's identity. Hey? It's him. Tyrone was astounded. That's right. He was relocated to Oakland City after some issues, but I never thought he'd show up because of this bet. We can't afford to get into a fight with him. He'd do anything. Once he loses his mind. Damien trembled as he spoke. Fine. The Garrisons will show you mercy just this once. We shall not punish women, but Levi will have to pay for his own sins. You are indeed a gracious woman, Zoe Lopez, but Levi doesn't deserve you. Thanks to Windsor's interference, Tyrone had no choice but to let Emma off. I heard that Azura is absolutely cold-hearted, merciless, and violent. Why is he backing Zoe up? Damien was extremely perplexed. I'm guessing it's because he's been touched by her actions. She really is a remarkable woman, after all. Olivia couldn't help but look up to Zoe. On this day, Zoe's name spread far and wide across Oakland City. Everyone expressed their admiration at the mention of her. This incident became the talk of the town. Zoe and Emma hurriedly went up to Azura. Thank you for your help. May I know who you. Azura cut them off. You don't need to know who I am, nor do you need to thank me. He gazed deep into Zoe's eyes and remarked coldly, you are indeed worthy of Levi. Then, he left right after saying something this unusual. Hey! The crowd was bewildered. Isn't it about whether or not Levi is worthy of Zoe? Why did he say that instead? Was he mistaken? Even Zoe and Emma found it strange. Even so, they didn't think too much about it and left with the child. The Protector Chapter 1149. With that, the bet between Levi and Tyrone came to an end. Levi suffered a complete defeat, a terrible one at that. He had become the biggest disgrace by now. On the contrary, Zoe won the respect of almost everyone in Oakland City. It was Tiffany's first time seeing the woman. Levi used to say that she was no match for Zoe. That was why she wanted to find out what Zoe looked like. Considering that the latter had just given birth, worked herself to the bone for the past month, and shown up barefaced, she certainly didn't look as attractive compared to her. Hence, she was disappointed at first glance. But after what had happened, Tiffany understood why she had lost to Zoe. I'll never be as good as her. Meanwhile, far up north, Levi had just received word of Zoe meeting the Garrisons. Arg! With a roar, the ice beneath his foot cracked beyond 1,000 meters. Thankfully, Azura saved them just in time. They're fine now, Phoenix reported. Levi took a deep breath. Looks like I owe him another one. I'd gladly let him take over as God of War. I was just thinking of spending the rest of my time with Zoe and the baby. Anyway. Azure Dragon and the others immediately argued, you can't do that. You're the only one who's worthy of such a title. He can't replace you. Yet. He's not even close when it comes to ability. Not just any barbarian gets to be God of War, added White Tiger. Levi chuckled. You guys clearly don't understand him. He'd never accept the position if I offer it to him. You scared us. Everyone patted their own chests. If Levi were to give up his position, the country would be in utter chaos. We're going to have to work even harder now, team. Let's demolish Blood King Palace as quickly as possible. Levi shouted. I've noticed something, General, remarked White Tiger. I vividly remember how we took down many members of Blood King Palace 3 years ago, but how did they survive? In fact, they've become stronger in just after 3 years. I've realized this too. They're really bizarre. It's like they're attacking us blindly without any goal in mind. Yet, just the fact that they've initiated the attack on us is really weird. The others were just as confused. Levi's eyes briefly flashed with murderous intent. Let's not think about this. Once we destroy Blood King Palace, all its mysteries will be solved too. Got it, everyone responded. Levi proceeded to gather more forces. It was all so he could get rid of Blood King Palace once and for all. Another year passed, and finally, Levi wiped out Blood King Palace in its entirety. To prevent its return, he annihilated every single member of the group and refused to rest. Until he was sure that none of them could ever come back to life. After a game of tug-of-war spanning a year and a half, they finally emerged victorious. According to the estimation then, it should have taken them at least 4 years to eliminate Blood King Palace. Now, Levi's trip home had been brought forward by over 1.5 years. The God of War sent waves across the world upon defeating Blood King Palace once again. As a Rudia sword, the rest of the world trembled at its presence. Those who had initially planned to attack Levi now gave in completely. After all, he was the only one who could defeat Blood King Palace. No one else could come close to his achievement. He was still the God of War, but stronger than before. I can finally go home. Mom, Zoe, my dear child, I'm coming home. It was time for Levi to return. How he looked forward to seeing his family. The Protector Chapter 1150. The nation underwent many big changes within the past year. First off was the Garrison clan. On the day Zoe challenged the Garrisons, Damien had been appointed as the successor of the clan. Previously, the Garrison clan worked behind the scenes as Erudia's most prominent ancient family. But after Tyrone and his son took over, the clan began to operate with a different strategy. Tyrone and Damien started by winning over all the Garrison clan's collateral relatives and gaining absolute power over the entire clan. Then, they set up a humongous financial group and took control of all its funds. Moreover, Damien even founded a special combat club to recruit the best fighters in Erudia and all over the globe. Despite the organization being known as a club, it was, in fact, merely a way for the Garrisons to obtain more pawns. This was precisely Tyrone's and Damien's intention, to take control of as much wealth and power as possible while also having an array of martial artists at their command. Then, the Garrison's influence spread across Bayview and other nations. Within just a year, the Garrison clan became even more powerful than before. It sat comfortably in its position as the #1 ancient family in Erudia. In addition, being a son-in-law of the Garcia family meant Damien could utilize both the Garrisons and Garcia's resources. With that, the father-son duo now headed the two most powerful ancient families. No one in Erudia could go against them. Only few clans in Bayview were any match for them. There was one other person who had changed drastically within the year. It was Zoe. Within a short period of time, Zoe expanded Morris Group tenfold. Thus, she was now known as the Queen of the South's corporate world. Aside from her own hard work, she also had a benefactor. Erudia was full of prominent families, but there were only 8 that could truly be referred to as ancient families. Many people were touched by her courage on the day she challenged the Garrisons. In fact, the head of the 3rd most prominent ancient family in Erudia, Dale Lehman, declared his intention to take Zoe as a goddaughter and for Olivia as his god-granddaughter. With the Lehman family's help, the Garrisons renounced their boycott against Morris Group, thus allowing Zoe's career to skyrocket. Her situation was not what Levi had expected at all. The mother-daughter duo didn't suffer at all. In fact, they were doing extremely well now. Levi had thought that Zoe would surely be living a hard life from being constantly oppressed. That for Olivia would be abhorred by both the Lopez and Black families, and resort to finding food on the streets. Yet, the child was now loved by everyone, just like a princess. She was Dale's god-granddaughter, after all. Who would dare treat her poorly? Emma would occasionally drop by to see her too. Everyone's lives seemed to flourish. All that was missing was Levi. Even so, they had grown accustomed to not having him around. So much time had passed that he was slowly being forgotten. There were even rumors that Levi was already dead. That he had been secretly murdered by the Garrisons. However, the Garrisons never clarified this rumor. All they said was that he had disappeared. Even Zoe herself had once suspected that this was true. After all, there was solid proof of the rumor. If Levi was alive, why hadn't he appeared after more than a year? Hence, it was highly likely that he had died. Even so, Zoe, Emma, and a few others continued to believe that he was still alive. For the past few days, Erudia was abuzz with excitement. The country's hero, the god of war, had defeated Blood King Pallas once again and brought glory to Erudia. Remember, Evie, you should always look up to people like the god of war. Iris beamed. While carrying the little girl, she happened to be reading a news article about the god of war. Zoe smiled too. Suddenly, the child became wide-eyed as she stared at the back of the mighty figure in the picture. Daddy! Daddy! The Protector Chapter 1151. Iris chuckled upon hearing that. That's not your daddy, Evie. It'd be great if he were. Though. Zoe sighed. Let's not joke about the god of war, Iris. He's no ordinary human. He's a god. Oh, wasn't Evie's first word daddy? You really worked hard on that. Iris remembered how Zoe had taught the child to say daddy first instead of mommy. That was why for Olivia's very first word was daddy. Iris gazed at Zoe sternly. Zoe, I know you still love Levi, but you have to accept how things are now. Even if he's still alive, he probably won't come back. Who knows, he might have even followed his dad's footsteps and found himself another wife. It's not impossible. Thump. Zoe's heart sank. There was certainly a possibility. This was what Tyrone did, after all. It wasn't unusual if his son did the same. You've been shouldering everything on your own. The burden's just too heavy. You're still young, so I suggest you find another man to walk the path with you for the rest of your life. Evie needs a father too, Iris said earnestly. Zoe disagreed. Let's not talk about this anymore, Iris. Besides, I have a child now. Who would ever want me? Iris was amused. Oh, please, Zoe. Don't you have lots of men chasing after you? They don't care if you have Evie. Who would say no to you anyway, considering who you are right now? You're not lacking in any aspect. Suddenly, Zoe recalled how her godfather, Dale, wanted to get her married. The man treated her and for Olivia so well that Zoe didn't know how to turn this matter down. Mr. Lehman likes you a lot, Zoe, so he'll definitely find you a good husband. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll be happy. The guy he's picked out will be here in Northampton tomorrow. Why don't you give it a thought after meeting him? Iris smiled. Zoe let out a sigh. I guess I'll do that. However, she had no other intention on this. All she wanted was to fulfill her godfather's wishes. Yeah, I know you'll be pleased with him. Do it for Evie. Besides, Ms. Jones has agreed to it. Too, hasn't she? Emma knew about this too, and she had given her consent. The next day, Percy Convington suddenly led his subordinates to one of Northampton's remote entrances. There was no traffic here, instead, it was an area with steep terrains that were difficult to maneuver. Tourists were usually prohibited from coming here. As the men stood in two straight lines, Percy paced back and forth as though waiting for someone. Finally, the sound of engine rumbling began to surface half an hour later. Soon, war vehicles began to make their way over. The first few bore flags that danced in the wind. Apart from the flag of Erudia, there were also flags with the words God of War on them. A mighty presence emerged. Percy and his subordinates immediately saluted. The Iron Brigade has returned. The God of War has returned. Percy shouted. The soldiers standing in rows began to shout too. Levi and his team were back. They were Erudia's invincible troop. The pride of the country. The very souls of Erudia's army. Not only had they defeated Blood King Palace for the second time, but they had miraculously done so in just half the estimated time needed. The vehicles stopped. A window rolled down, revealing Levi's face. The Protector Chapter 1152. The godlike man was back. Percy and his men had nothing but respect and admiration for him. This man had done what no one else in the world could do twice. Moreover, Blood King Palace had become even more powerful the second time round. Yet, Levi and his forces had created an absolute miracle. But instead of heading to Oakland City to receive his accolade, Levi had chosen to return to Northampton discreetly. The true hero doesn't seek adulation, he fights for what is right simply because it's his nature. Percy couldn't help but think to himself. On the same day, the man Dale had arranged to be Zoe's suitor arrived in Northampton. If Zoe were childless, Dale would have definitely chosen for her to marry someone within his own family. However, the Lehmans were the third most prominent ancient family in Arudaya. They still had to watch their reputation. Still, the man Dale had chosen was an exceptional one. He was Jerry Gott, the successor of an imperial family in Oakland City. He ranked third on the heir leaderboard. This man was no wastrel, and he certainly wasn't a philanderer. There was not a single negative rumor about him. Oakland City referred to him as a true gentleman. That was why he was also known as Saint Jerry. Jerry didn't top the heir leaderboard, but he was an all-rounder. Dale had spent a great deal of time deciding on this man. Furthermore, Jerry was willing to marry Zoe, and he accepted the fact that she had a child. Marrying a woman who already had a child was a disgrace to imperial families. But still, Zoe was Dale's goddaughter. Hence, the imperial Gott family had no choice but to accept this. Accompanying Jerry was Dale's eldest son, Edwin Lehman. Edwin had a ferociousness akin to a warlord. He was hot-tempered and extremely capable. Many in Oakland City feared him. However, he treasured his god-sister dearly. Many young heirs had coveted Zoe, only to have their limbs broken by Edwin. That was why no one had dared cross Zoe for the past year. All her other suitors fled with terror upon hearing that Edwin's presence. Jerry was the only man he seemed to approve of. "You'd better treat my god-sister well, Jerry. You'll be sorry if you don't," Edwin threatened. "I understand, Edwin," Jerry replied with a nod. "I'm very fond of Ms. Lopez's talents and abilities." Despite saying this, a peculiar glint flashed in his eyes. The two parties met at the Golden Hotel. After talking to each other, Jerry seemed extremely pleased with Zoe. He readily accepted the fact that the woman was once married and already had a child. "So, what do you think?" asked Edwin. Jerry nodded. "I'm very impressed. I'd be more than willing to marry you, Ms. Lopez. I'll take care of you and Evie for life. Everything may seem too sudden right now, but we can always take our time." Both Zoe and Iris were taken aback. "He's that straightforward?" They had thought the man would at least take some time to consider this. Edwin nodded in satisfaction. "All right. I'll take it from here, then. Dad will be thrilled to hear this." The Lehman family was in charge of handling everything regarding this matter. There was no need to listen to any of Zoe's suggestions. "Wait. I do have one condition," however, Jerry suddenly called out. Even Zoe froze. She was just about to express her disagreement, but Jerry had beat her to it. "What is it?" asked Edwin. "I'd gladly marry Ms. Lopez and care for Evie, but I have just one request, which has something to do with the Gott family's reputation. Can Evie's last name be Gott instead? This is all I ask for," Jerry answered earnestly. After all, the Gott family was an imperial family. Taking a once-married woman as a wife and having to raise her child was shameful enough for them. What more, the child didn't even take Gott as her last name. "Why should my child bear your last name?" The Protector Chapter 1153. Just as Jerry made his request, a loud voice boomed across the room like thunder. Everyone was shocked. Zoe and Iris were immediately stupefied upon hearing that familiar voice. Could it be? No. It can't be him. The women trembled involuntarily as they exchanged glances. With her big, innocent eyes, Olivia gazed in the direction of the entrance. At the very moment, a tall, mighty figure emerged. It was Levi. At present, the man looked rather worn out. There was soot on his face, and his clothes were tattered as though he had just escaped the jaws of death. Still, none of that diminished the murderous energy he now emitted. Everyone's scalp began to tingle as goosebumps formed on their skin. Levi had just returned from the battlefield, so he had no time to tidy himself. He had come over hastily right after enduring the hardships of a long journey. Edwin and Jerry were stunned upon seeing Levi. "Who is he? Is he some refugee?" "I'm back, Zoe," Levi announced. "Hey!" Zoe was utterly dumbfounded. She had imagined Levi's return countless times, even dreaming about it in her sleep. Yet, the woman was bewildered now that Levi was actually standing right in front of her. She couldn't tell if this was reality or just a dream. Right now, she could only stare at him. But Levi's eyes were on the child. For Olivia stared right back at him. They looked so similar to each other. The little girl had his eyes and demeanor. Everything else about her closely resembled Zoe. At this moment, an intense feeling of familial love began to surface within Levi. It was something he had never felt before. This child was his. Levi strode over and took the child from the nanny's arms. For Olivia was extremely timid and would usually cry if a stranger picked her up. Yet, when Levi carried her, not only did she not cry, but she even gazed at him with curiosity. "Daddy, your daddy," the child suddenly cried out. Boom! Upon hearing the sweet child's voice, Levi instantly froze and his mind went blank. He had never experienced being a father. This little girl in his arms was like the most precious gem he had ever owned, the most important piece of himself. "Daddy's back! Daddy's back!" For Olivia was a bright child. She had long remembered Levi's face after frequently seeing Zoe looking at his photos. Zoe had never mentioned who the man in the photo was, but the child knew that he was her father. "My little girl." Levi held the child in his arms tightly. Then, he suddenly began to cry. To think there was such a gentle side to the man who stood on the top of the mountain. "Hey! What are you up to? Why did you take the child? Give her back," the nanny frantically yelled at Levi. Levi responded politely, "Hello, ma'am. I'm the child's father." "Oh, please. The child's father is long dead. Everyone knows that." The nanny clearly wasn't buying it. "But I really am her father," Levi insisted. "Then do you know her name?" A cold voice suddenly rang out. Jerry and Edwin walked toward Levi. Indeed, Levi had no idea. Phoenix had found out the child's name long ago, but she never told him. The little girl didn't bear his last name anyway. "Are you here just to cause a scene? I won't let that happen." While speaking, Jerry gave Levi a shove. Pfft! Staggering, Levi spewed a mouthful of blood. The Protector Chapter 1154. No one had expected this from Levi. Not even Levi himself. The man gave his mouth a wipe as a look of disbelief formed on his face. He could feel something different within his body. He felt especially frail and was even beginning to have double vision. "Am I injured? That can't be. We may have fought Blood King Palace for over a year, but no one has managed to hurt me. Could it be?" Levi began to recall. During the final battle with Blood King Palace, Levi had faced Blood King and the 4 Blood Masters on his own. Ultimately, he had the last laugh and all of them died in his hands. But before Blood King drew his last breath, he told Levi, "I'll be waiting for you down below." Back then, Levi merely thought the man was just spewing nonsense and paid no attention to it. But now that this was happening, realization quickly dawned on Levi. "I've been poisoned." Blood King Palace was the most terrifying force in the Western Dark World. They were ruthless in everything they did. Thus, the act of poisoning someone was nothing out of the ordinary for them. "But how could I not have known about this? I'm only feeling it now." Cough, cough. Levi coughed 2 more times, only to expel more blood. "This poison is insane. Those who were aware of Levi's true abilities knew how powerful he was. Most toxins had no effect on his body at all. In fact, for the past 6 years, he had been poisoned multiple times. Yet, this was the first time his body was having a reaction. Blood King must have done it right before he died, just so I'd join him eventually. Or maybe, his true purpose was simply to kill me. This poison really is something else. Are you okay? Asked Zoe and Iris after returning to their senses. Even Jerry jumped in fright. He had only given Levi a light shove, yet the latter had suddenly sprayed blood out of his mouth. What have you done? How did you turn out this way? Zoe choked. Levi looked so miserable right now. His face was white as a sheet, and blood trickled from his mouth. The man looked like he had just narrowly escaped death. Where did he run off to in the past year? Did I jump to conclusions about him? Could he have been dealing with something really important? Levi smiled. I'm fine. As he adjusted his body and forced himself to suppress the toxins, his complexion quickly returned to normal. Daddy's okay. For Olivia yelped with excitement. Who the hell are you? Give me back my daughter. With a frosty look on his face, Jerry tried to take the child away from Levi. But the latter easily evaded him. Your child? Bullsh *T. This is my child. Levi raged. Jerry turned red with fury. His marriage with Zoe had been arranged by Dale Lehman himself. Everyone in Oakland City was already aware of this. Even many in the whole country knew that Zoe belonged to him. Yet, someone had decided to show up all of a sudden and snatch his child? How could he ever allow that? Jerry glared daggers at Levi. The former had also studied martial arts since young and was second to Martin Preston on the air leaderboard in this regard. Do you have a death wish? Hand the child over right now. Edwin was beginning to lose his patience too. A hostile atmosphere instantly surrounded the entire place. Zoe and Iris hastily stepped in. Edwin. Mr. Gott. Don't do anything rash. We know this man. Who is he? Asked Edwin. He's Levi Garrison. Hearing that, Edwin immediately flew into a fit of rage. So he's the B***** who abandoned you and Evie. The Protector Chapter 1155. They hadn't heard him when he mentioned who he was, but now that they knew, even Jerry stared at him in bewilderment. So he's that scumbag? The guy everyone in the country calls a cowardly disgrace? Zoe immediately jumped to Levi's defense. No, he never abandoned us. Isn't he here right now? Ha! Where was he when you gave birth to Evie? Where was he when went to face the Garrisons head on? Where was he when you and Emma Jones were ready to die for him? And what about the time you raised the child on your own? Zoe fell silent at Edwin's string of questions. She couldn't deny the truth. The Garrisons have forgotten about him, the child has grown up, and you're now the queen of the corporate world. And now, he's finally shown up. This spineless man is here only because the danger's gone. Isn't it obvious? Are you really still going to believe him? Edwin remarked. Zoe was tongue-tied. Even Iris gazed at Levi in disappointment. No matter how urgent his matters may have been, he shouldn't have left Zoe when she needed him most. Even if he really had to, he should have at least told her what was going on. He disappeared for over a year and finally shows up now. What's the point then? What more, he shows up at this time, so it was very suspicious. Don't protect him, Zoe. Edwin demanded. You should be treating him like a stranger or even a dead man. He's gone. This isn't him. A guy like him isn't worthy of your sacrifices. The others chimed in too. That's right, Zoe. He doesn't deserve you. Levi gazed at Zoe apologetically. I'm sorry, Zoe. I've disappointed you for the second time. No amount of words can describe how sorry I feel. I promise there won't be a third time. If apologies could fix everything, I'd have just apologized for every mistake I've made. So, can I kill someone and say I'm sorry? Edwin roared. Even Iris was infuriated. Zoe didn't do all this just to hear you tell her that you're sorry. You're heartless, Levi. I promise never to leave you and the baby again. Iris cut him off. That's enough. You've said that once in the past. All that talk about spending the rest of your life with Zoe and giving her the world, none of that means anything when you weren't even there for her while she was giving birth. Levi had no idea how distanced he and Zoe had become in his absence of 1.5 years, nor was he aware of how much he had hurt her. Hence, it was futile trying to explain himself. I really didn't mean to abandon you, Zoe. Why do you think I've come back? Jerry glared at him haughtily. Aren't you going to give Ms. Lopez an explanation behind your year-long absence? Do you think she'd accept you just like that? Zoe turned to Levi too. She had been waiting for an explanation all this while, and finally, that day had come. Well, what are you waiting for? Iris demanded. Where have you been the past year? What did you do? Tell us everything. You owe Zoe and Evie an explanation no matter what. Zoe nodded. Yet, Iris has said exactly what's been on my mind. I demand an explanation. The Protector Chapter 1156. Both Jerry and Edwin glanced at Levi contemptuously. They were curious to find out what kind of nonsense he was about to make up. Levi began to hesitate. Go on. You're not going to say you were busy protecting the country, are you? Well, that's possible. Someone like him could come up with anything. Levi gazed at Zoe. Yes, I was indeed protecting the country. I really had no choice. It was a top-secret operation, so I couldn't tell you about it. But right after he finished speaking, the few of them glared at him with fury. Did you hear that, Zoe? He's full of sh*t. To think he has the balls to say he was protecting the nation. Edwin was livid. He had always been hot-tempered, and everyone in Oakland City feared his existence as though he was Hades. Most importantly, he despised people like Levi most. Even Zoe was skeptical with what he said. I said I want an explanation. I didn't ask you to manipulate me with your lousy excuses. Zoe spoke hoarsely with tears brimming in her eyes. Forget it, Zoe, Edwin scoffed. We don't need to hear his explanation. He has nothing to do with you and Evie anymore. Nothing to do with them? What the hell do you mean by that? The child is mine. Levi began to get worked up. The child's name is Levi Lopez, do you understand? Shouted Edwin. Zoe's forgotten all about you. She thinks you're dead. Where were you while she was in labor? Have you performed a single duty as a father? What the hell are you doing here now? How dare you come back, Levi Garrison? I'll kill you, you ****. A furious voice came from the entrance. Both the Lopez and Black families had arrived. Meredith attempted to strike Levi with her walking stick. No, Grandma. Zoe frantically stopped her. I have no words for you, Levi Garrison. How dare you show yourself and bother Zoe? Aaron and Caitlin were beyond exasperated. Zoe is now the queen of the corporate world. She's also the goddaughter of Mr. Dale Lehman, the head of Arudia's third-ranked ancient family. She's way out of your league. And you're coming back to your wife and daughter only now? How shameless can you be? Get out of here. Take a look at yourself. You look like a refugee. Do you actually think you're cut out for Zoe? Harry and the others proceeded to humiliate Levi. Zoe did nothing to stop them. Levi's past actions had indeed crossed the line. Hence, she felt everyone had a point. Give me the baby. Zoe snatched for Olivia from Levi. I'm telling you, Levi, Mr. Dale Lehman has arranged for Zoe to marry Jerry Gott, the third on the heir leaderboard. You're out of luck now, Meredith remarked with a smirk. Dear elders, I have but one request. I'd like Evie to bear my last name, Jerry pleaded. Sincerely. Okay, we'll take care of this. Once Zoe marries you, Evie will have her last name changed to Gott. Yup, we'll do just that. Aaron, Caitlin, and the other members of the family immediately agreed. Right in front of Levi, they made plans to change the child's last name. Anyway, the child was never a Garrison to begin with. Everyone began discussing among themselves, disregarding Levi. Did you even ask for my opinion before deciding on that? He demanded. Hey? Your opinion? What does this have to do with you? Evie's real father is long dead. Who the hell are you? Why would we need your opinion? Get the he*L out of here. The Protector Chapter 1157. Levi's face was cold as he articulated each word clearly, don't force me. He exuded a murderous aura as he spoke. The people around him felt as though there was a heavy weight pressed on their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Meredith became furious upon seeing Levi acting like a wild beast. What? Are you gonna hit me? Everyone could feel his intense desire to kill someone, and both Jerry and Edwin fell into a daze that instant. The man standing before them gave off a vibe of a powerful master. But that's not possible. We knew everything about him. There's no way he could be a master. A flash of killing intent flashed through Levi's eyes as he growled, I'll kill whoever that changes my child's last name. Just know that I don't make frivolous remarks. How dare you? I will change Evie's surname whether you like it or not. She'll be called for Olivia Gott from now on. There, I said it. Edwin roared, obviously enraged by Levi's words. Mr. Lehman, you're Zoe's godbrother. You definitely have the right to change the child's surname. Meredith and the others said in an unctuous manner. Are you going to kill me? He provoked as he gave Levi a push. Meanwhile, Meredith and the others were happy to see the situation unfold. They knew that Edwin was hot-tempered, and he was capable of terrifying things, so death would be Levi's only outcome for provoking him. Once they had gotten rid of him, Zoe would definitely give up completely. You're asking for it. At that moment, Levi's fury was obvious, and he was about to murder someone soon. He had been living his life in a violent world for a whole year, so he would easily give in to his murderous intent was very irritable. To put it simply, Levi was just like a gunpowder keg that was highly flammable. This is outrageous. Who does he think he is trying to change my daughter's surname? Right then, Edwin slowly advanced towards him and sneered, Come on. Didn't you say that? You're going to kill me? Make a move, then. Die, the latter roared. As he said this, a violent, domineering aura filled the space. How he wished he could kill Edwin on the spot. At the same moment, a pang of terror washed over Edwin. Looking at Levi's face, Edwin felt as though he would actually be killed soon. Hence, his expression changed drastically. Levi Garrison, a voice suddenly screamed at the most critical moment. Emma rushed over and blocked Levi's way. Then, she gave him a slap across his face. You unfilial son! How dare you come back? What are you doing? Have you gone crazy? The latter's face darkened, but he put on a strong front as he looked at his mother. He didn't blame anyone. Just like many other soldiers, many things were out of their control. Their family and friends couldn't understand them. However, some things were secrets that couldn't be told to anybody, and because of that, their hands were tied. Why did you come back? Zoe had already forgotten about you. She's going to get married to someone else and is about to live a happy life. Are you here to ruin their relationship? Emma scolded angrily. In truth, she wasn't trying to criticize Levi but was actually protecting him. If he had actually made a move earlier, Edwin would have killed him. That was why she was putting on an act to protect her son. When Emma slapped him earlier, it may have hurt him physically, but it also hurt her heart too. Do so. Unless I die, I will never let anybody change my daughter's surname. Levi insisted. All right then. Let me ask you this, where were you when Evie was born? Where were you when Zoe stood before the Garrison family's doors, fulfilling her promise? Ask yourself this. Do you really have the right to be their husband and father? Emma asked. At the same time, Zoe was crying profusely when she said, "You didn't even give me an explanation. Follow me back to the Garrison family in Oakland City, Zoe. I'll give you an explanation." Coldness shone in Levi's eyes as he spoke. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1158. He couldn't let the matter with the Garrison family from Oakland City off so easily. Besides, he wanted to give Zoe an explanation and clear his mother's name too. 3 of these things could be resolved together. However, everyone was shocked by his words. Back to Oakland City? To the Garrison family? Is this fella crazy? The Garrison family finally forgot about this, yet he seems so eager to get himself killed. That's Arudia's most powerful ancient family. Even Dale Lehman has to show them respect. Zoe glanced at Levi with a puzzled look on her face. You? Why would you want to go to the Garrison family? Weren't you supposed to give me an explanation? What does this have to do with them? Zoe, please just give me another chance. If I can't give you a perfect explanation, I'll leave on my own, he said while looking at her in anticipation. Who do you think you are? Another chance? Are you even worthy of it? People from the Lopez and Black families began grumbling upon hearing what he had said. Levi hasn't made any progress at all. It's always the same things coming from him. Yet he still has the audacity to ask for another chance in a situation like this. Just then, a glint flashed through Emma's eyes as an idea popped into her head. She was afraid that Levi would act on impulse and do something stupid. Hence, she spoke up, "No. Zoe, you can't give him any more chances. What he did this time is unforgivable." Emma was actually being so insistent because she wanted to protect her son. Then Edwin said while looking at Zoe, "Your father arranged this wedding, Zoe. If you give him a chance, your father will definitely be upset." She stuttered as she was in a dilemma. At that moment, Jerry shouted, Jerry Gott, have always been a passive person. I acted impulsively earlier. However, I want to give my blessings. So why don't we just go to Oakland City and see what he has to say for himself? After all, destroying someone's marriage is a sin. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard what Jerry had said. What a gentleman! Mr. Lehman definitely picked the right person. Well, since Jerry said it himself, we'll do what you asked for. We'll head to Oakland City and see for ourselves just what kind of explanation you'll be giving Zoe, Edwin replied. All of them stopped with the arguments after that. Although, I have one condition. Before you've given us the explanation, you are not allowed to see Zoe and your daughter, Aaron immediately added. All of you don't have to worry. I'll be bringing Zoe and the kid to the Lehman residence. No. Matter how powerful he is, he wouldn't be able to get in. After that, Levi left with Emma while Zoe and the others headed to Oakland City. What are you doing? The Garrison family isn't pursuing the matter, yet you're going to them. On your own. Emma was so anxious even her tone had changed. However, Levi smiled and replied, Mom, I'm not the only one that has to go. You have to as well. Did you forget your dream already? That dream of mine is just wishful thinking. It will never come true. Especially when my son went missing for half a year. Besides, I have nothing. How in the world could I ever fulfill my dream? I'll make your dream come true this time, Mom. You should get ready, and then we'll head to Oakland City. This time, he would finally make a move against the Garrison family. Oh, all right then. It's now or never. Emma decided then and there that she would die with her son. Then, Levi gathered Azure Dragon and the others. Azure Dragon, we're about to head to Oakland City soon. Are you ready? He asked. He needed to settle his own matters as well as Azure Dragon's while at Oakland City. The latter stayed silent for a moment before answering, Yes. Here I come, Stewart family. His eyes burned with fury at the thought of Curtis and the fiancé who betrayed him. He had held it in for so many years, waiting for the day he was strong enough. Now, the day had finally come. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1159. Zoe and the rest arrived at Oakland City first, and they stayed at the Lehman Residence Inn. The meantime, they saw an authoritative old man sitting in there the moment they entered. Though he was seated, his aura was so intimidating and heavy that everyone found it difficult to breathe. It's Dale Lehman, the head of the third ancient family in Arudaya. In the eyes of an ordinary person, he was just like a god. What? That B** is back. Dale spat. As a blunt and righteous person, he liked Zoe's personality. At the same time, he was disgusted by Levi for abandoning his wife and daughter. Yes. He even tried to ruin the engagement you planned and take his daughter away, Edwin said. Dale glared at him and asked, Where did that temper of yours go? Shouldn't you have broken his legs for doing so? The latter hung his head. Father, I was going to cripple him, but Jerry said that we should see just what kind of explanation he would give Zoe. Jerry's a gentleman after all, and he wanted to give his blessings. Hearing that, Dale sneered, HMMPH. What kind of explanation could a shameless person like him give? He's just like his father. They would do anything just to get what they want. The excuses they give are just too much. Besides, so what if he'd given her an explanation? Is he worthy enough for my daughter? Based on his identity and his background, do you really think he's worthy? He then changed the topic, unless he becomes the young master of the Garrison clan, I will not accept him. He needs to show me that he's capable if he really wants his wife and daughter back. I will never accept it if I'm not satisfied. Zoe knew that it was bad when she saw that her godfather's face was black with rage. Yet, she didn't have the guts to go against what he said. After all, he was a person of virtue and prestige. Everything he did was for her sake. I heard that he wants to go to the Garrison residence. Dale asked. Yes. Apparently, he wants to go there to give Zoe an explanation. Although, I don't know what it is. All right, then. We'll wait and see just what exactly he'd do, Dale said furiously. Meanwhile, Levi and his group arrived at Oakland City. It was his first time here. Well, technically, he had received awards countless times, but he rejected it every time. I am here, and I'm here to conquer. Azure Dragon seemed like a completely different person the moment he stepped foot into Oakland City. He clenched his fists tightly. I'm back. I'm here to take back what belongs to me. Curtis, Eldora, and Grandpa. Are you guys ready? Boss, are we heading to the Garrison residence straight away? Kieran asked. No, we'll need to help Azure Dragon take care of his matter first. I'll deal with mine a little later. Levi was always like that, putting others before himself. All right. Thanks, boss. Tears of joy escaped Azure Dragon's eyes as he had been waiting for this moment for so long. It didn't take long before the news regarding Levi's return reached the Garrison family. What? He actually resurfaced? Tyrone asked in shock. He thought that Levi would stay hidden for the rest of his life and would never show his face anymore. Not only has he resurfaced, but he also even plans to come to us. Damien replied. Does he have a death wish? Tyrone's eyes were ice cold as he spoke. I don't know. But based on the news I heard, Levi looked miserable, as if he was a refugee. I even heard that he coughed up blood after someone pushed him, the latter said. He's probably going to prove something to Zoe by coming here, probably to prove that he wasn't going to back down. Tyrone snorted, ha! Using the Garrison family to prove himself? How naive of him. Okay. Then. Since he's in Oakland City, we'll make sure he can never leave. He became murderous upon the thought. I'll never spare Levi this time. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1160. A lot of people found out that Levi had resurfaced and planned to head to Oakland City. As for Tiffany, she was absolutely delighted when she found out. Martin, on the other hand, was extremely excited upon hearing the news. His reputation had been ruined in just a year, and his place on the air leaderboard fell from 2nd place to 17th place. Everyone within Oakland City humiliated him for being unable to handle Levi. Martin had suffered through all the insults and criticism the whole time. Gradually, he became reticent and tended to shut himself off from the world. Even the Preston family thought that he had gone insane. With that, Martin scoffed and said, now that he's here, all of you would finally understand. He looked forward to seeing Levi stir up chaos in Oakland City so that the arrogant and impudent people would finally understand that there was always someone stronger. On the contrary, all the other prominent families were waiting for Levi to make a fool out of himself when they heard he was about to head to Oakland City. After all, he was already the biggest disgrace last year. The name Levi Garrison had become an adjective to describe men who were pathetic and irresponsible. In the meantime, the so-called pathetic man was leading his group of people when they ran into 4 people in masks. The masks made them look cold and terrifying, each of them giving of murderous auras. It was Azura and his 3 disciples Tsar, Balgun, and Talon. Windsor. Levi called out with a smile. Not bad. You were great. Even though Windsor spoke only a few words, he was actually praising Levi's contribution to eliminating the Blood King Palace. Thank you so much for taking care of my mother and my wife. I owe you a favor now, the former said while taking a deep bow. If it weren't for him, Zoe and the others would have been in great danger. The least I can do is bow to him. Windsor stared at him before nodding. Indeed, you do owe me a favor. You can return it now. The rest of them were rendered speechless. They had never expected Windsor to be so direct. Levi froze for a moment before answering, how should I return the favor? Accept my challenge. Windsor said with determination. All these years, he had been displeased with the former. Levi isn't even as strong as I am. I should have been named the God of War, not him. He had challenged the latter dozens of times, but the latter didn't care much for rankings and would reject him every time. It made no difference even if I were to hold a knife against his neck. He'd still reject the Challenge. That was why Windsor never had the chance to prove that he was stronger than Levi. Now, his opportunity was finally here. Actually, if you want my position, I can definitely let you have it. I owe you such a huge favor. After all. Levi told him. No. Let me have it. Are you looking down on me? I'll get it with my own capabilities. I don't need you to let me have it. Levi's words sent him into a rage. The former then pursed his lips and said, No, you misunderstood me. The favor I owe you is just too huge. I feel like I wouldn't be able to repay it fully even if I accepted your challenge. I don't need you to return the favor. I just want you to accept the challenge and let us fight. Windsor replied coldly. At that moment, Azure Dragon, Tsar, and the rest grew anxious as they watched the scene unfold. They wanted to know for themselves who was stronger too. Everyone had their own opinions and thought that both of them were basically on the same level, so all of them were curious to see who was actually the stronger one. Left without a choice, Levi took a deep breath before agreeing, Okay. I accept your challenge. Great. If you lose, you have to give me your title. If I lose, I'll follow your orders for the rest of my life, Windsor said as a wicked gleam flashed through his eyes. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1161. Fine. But this fight will only happen after I took care of my personal matters, Levi informed him. Windsor nodded at that. In the meantime, everyone else inhaled sharply as they knew this fight was extremely important. Both of them were betting on everything they had. Hence, whoever lost would have unimaginable consequences. Not only would their fight cause a huge commotion in Erudaya, but the rest of the world would also be thrown into an uproar. Azure Dragon and his group stared at Levi while Tsar and the rest stared at Azura, all of their eyes burning with determination. They all hoped that their boss would win the fight, but they knew that both sides were very powerful. Thus, at that moment, no one knew what the end result would be. After they left, Balgun asked, Master, how confident are you about winning? I'd say it's 50%, Windsor said after pondering about it for a moment. Hey, three of them muttered as they drew in a deep breath. This was the first time they had seen him with such a grim look on his face. Besides, the answer he had given them was only a 50%. Windsor was an extremely confident and arrogant person who wouldn't even submit to the heavens and earth. In his eyes, everyone was beneath him. However, he was actually afraid when it came to Levi. To be honest, he wasn't really afraid, he just wasn't 100% sure that if he could win against Levi. It just showed how strong Levi really was. In fact, he was so strong that even Windsor was being wary of it. The news of the God of War and Azura's fight flew through Erudaya, then Bayview, and soon it spread across the whole world. Everybody knew about the battle now, and they knew that this fight was something that could affect the whole world. If Levi won, the God of War would surely be able to take his game to the next level. With Azura in hand, it would be a huge disadvantage to their enemies. However, if he lost, he would have to step down from his position and let Azura have it. Although, this was good news to Teniki and a few others. Even though Azura's combat powers were amazing, Levi was still better in terms of strategy. And looking at the bigger picture, that was why this battle was so important. God! This is just too scary. Both of them are about to fight soon. Damien was obviously the first person to get news of it. After all, he was always keeping tabs on the God of War. This is a duel of the strongest in Erudaya, right? Azura has been waiting for years just to prove that he is the strongest. He was already looking forward to it and wanted to witness the fight happen. Haha! I'm excited about it too. The God of War has to win. He is part of the Garrison clan. After all, Tyrone exclaimed excitedly. The news of the fight was still spreading like wildfire, and it grew more and more influential. By the minute. When Zoe heard the news, she was astounded as she had met Azura before. Is Azura really as bloodthirsty and cruel like everyone says, like the Demon King? It can't be, right? He even saved me last year. She couldn't understand the comments people were making about him. When she met him the last time, she felt that he was a very humane person. That can't be right. They say that Azura is a heartless person, and he's no different than a robot. It's just too unbelievable that your incident caught his attention and that he helped you out, Dale said. They knew Windsor very well. He wouldn't have bothered with an ordinary person's matter. That's right. It seemed like Azura was purposely protecting Zoe, Edwin added. What? Upon hearing that, Zoe trembled and a look of disbelief crept across her face. It can't be. Unless. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1162. There was only one possibility that she could think of. Maybe Azura was actually there to protect me. Based on what everyone says, he wouldn't even bat an eye even if someone dies right in front of him. He probably came forward just for me, right? There must be a reason as to why he did it. Did Levi arrange this? Impossible. Azura wouldn't even obey the God of War, so why would he listen to Levi and protect me? It'd be impossible even if Levi was an important person. Meanwhile, Levi and the others separated from Azure Dragon. The latter wanted to go to the Stewart family first, while Levi planned to visit an old friend of his, Benny Quinton. There were many people at Benny's residence, 8 people to be exact, including Benny. All of them were stars of the medical field. They were the famous and renowned Octomedic of Arudaya. 8 of them were the top doctors in the medical field, including experts in Western medicine and traditional Chinese medicine. At the same time, Benny was especially surprised to hear that Levi had resurfaced. He quickly invited the latter into the house and introduced him to everyone else. The rest of the doctors were shocked as they didn't expect to meet the God of War himself. This is the acupuncturist Asa Wormwood. This is the herbalist Whitney Safin. Benny introduced everybody one by one and informed Levi that they were the top doctors of Arudaya, and they all excelled in Western medicine and traditional Chinese medicine. He also told the latter that they were like national treasures of Arudaya. With a slight bow, Levi said politely, "It's an honor to meet all of you." No, pleasure is ours, God of War. There's no need for that." Everyone stood up immediately. There's a medical convention held once every 4 years in Oakland City recently. That's why all of us are gathered here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a chance like this, Benny smiled and explained the reason they were here. Then I must be in luck. It's my first time here in Oakland City, and I'm able to meet 8 famous doctors, Levi replied sincerely. He was always respectful and polite towards his seniors. Nowadays, people were able to live in prosperity and peace while Arudaya was able to flourish. All because of these dedicated seniors. I'm so glad to have them. They chatted for a long time, and Levi was able to gain a lot from their conversation. He had limited knowledge of medical skills since Frederick was willing to teach him. However, he didn't have the time to do more research on it. While Levi was busy with the doctors, Azure Dragon stood before a quaint residence. Almost 10 years had passed, and he was finally home. But this home had brought him so much harm and suffering. Firstly, his place as the head of his family was snatched away. Then, his fiancée betrayed him and married his own brother. Lastly, he was forced to go to jail in place of his brother. The hurtful words of Azure Dragon's fiancée still echoed in his ears after all these years. Only the strongest man is worthy enough for me. He's not worthy enough for me, and he'll never be up to par with Curtis. Besides, he could never forget the scene where his fiancée, Eldora, threw herself into Curtis' arms, nor could he forget the day the Stewart family sent him into the prisoner transport. For all those years he was in jail, none of the Stewart family had visited him. The one who should have been in jail was Curtis, yet he continued to be ranked first place in the air leaderboard, with a beautiful woman by his side. Crack! Crack! Azure Dragon clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles cracked when these memories surfaced. I'm finally back now. I'll show these B that they shouldn't mess with me. Weren't you my nightmare, Curtis? I'm here to challenge you now. His face darkened as he strode towards the doors. Bang! 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 Azure Dragon knocked on the doors, hard. When the doors opened, a few guards walked out. What the hell are you knocking for? Don't you know where you are right now? Mr. Indigo? Mr. Indigo is back. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1163. Very soon, the Stewart family was in a frenzy. All of the lights in the mansion were turned on, and almost everyone in the family went out of the house. One of the familiar faces appeared before Azure Dragon. The cowardly parents, who let people take advantage of them, and the uncle and aunts, who liked to add salt to the wound. The grandpa, who revoked his right of being the heir, Basil, was also there. The ones who came out last were Curtis and Eldora. The woman was still in his brother's arms, showing off how affectionate they were. After years of training, Azure Dragon's powers were at the highest level. It could be said that he was at the point where he wouldn't even panic even when the world was falling apart. However, now that he met his enemies, Azure Dragon couldn't keep his calm anymore, and he clenched his fists tightly. Hey? It really is you. What is with you? Aren't you supposed to be in jail for 20 years? It hasn't even been 10 years, why are you back already? Did you escape from prison and come back here? You know you're ruining the Stewart family's name by doing that. Basil and the others were afraid that he actually broke out of prison when they saw him. Azure Dragon replied while shaking his head, No. I got released a long time ago. Someone from the family immediately checked, and they nodded. He's right. He really was released from prison. Basil sneered, It seems like your attitude in jail was great. You even managed to get released 10 years earlier. I've almost forgotten about this person. What is he doing here? One of Azure Dragon's uncles, who was also Curtis' father, Ansel, snorted. For all these years, the Stewart family was in the hands of the father and son duo. To him, Azure Dragon didn't exist anymore. Exactly. He must be full of bad luck since he had been to prison. Stay away from me. I don't want your bad luck to be passed to me. It'll be much better if you don't step into our doors. We, the Stewart family, are the first imperial family. How can we have a criminal who has been to prison be in our family? That would be a joke to everyone else. How cold. Every one of them is so cold and heartless. I was in prison all because of Curtis. And it was 8 years in there too. Not only are they ungrateful for what I've done, but they are also insulting and humiliating me. They even told me that I shouldn't step foot into the mansion. To hell with that. Azure Dragon looked at Curtis and Eldora. The latter was still looking pompous as usual. He was the first on the air leaderboard after all. Hence, who could ever go against him? In his eyes, Azure Dragon wasn't even worthy of being his opponent. As for Eldora, she was still in his embrace as a mocking smile appeared on her face. What's wrong? Did spending a few years in prison make you look like such a piece of sh*t? Well, You are a piece of sh*t. I made the right choice all those years ago. I, Eldora Sears, will only be with the strongest man. At that moment, he looked just like Levi, with tattered clothes and soot on his face. Azure Dragon had only arrived in Oakland City, so he didn't have time to tidy himself. With an image like a refugee, he was basically a joke to the Stewart family. He clenched his fists tightly again upon hearing Eldora's words. This shameless woman! Seriously, why the hell did you come back, Indigo? You don't belong in the Stewart family. Besides, we will never let a criminal step foot into our residence, Ansel said coldly. Indigo was Azure Dragon's real name. The reason is simple. I'm here to take back what really belongs to me all those years ago. Azure Dragon sneered. His cold eyes passed over each and every one of the family. Ha 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 ha, everyone burst into laughter and looked at him as if he was an idiot. Curtis finally spoke, You're here to take back what belongs to you? My position and your fiancé? And to avenge the fact that you took my place in prison? Do you even have what it takes to do that? Do you have the capability to do so? Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1164. 8 years ago, you were but a worm, Indigo. Do you think a stint in prison could turn you into a real dragon? Curtis has always been a living manifestation of your own worst nightmare. An insurmountable juggernaut beyond your reach no matter how much you try. You ought to know better than anyone else that he has only gotten stronger since, so what makes you think going to prison has changed anything for you? Take back what's rightfully yours, you say? Let me tell you this: the only man fit for me is a stud like Curtis, not a pathetic sinner like you. Eldora Sears's words plunged deep into Azure Dragon's chest like 1,000 knives. To think that Azure Dragon was previously convinced that she was to be his one true love. He had only himself to blame for his own error of judgment. You've got a nerve hurling threats around here, Indigo. Don't even think about stepping through our doors. You have been warned. Ansel then stood himself between Azure Dragon and the entrance. What does Grandpa think? Azure Dragon looked to his grandfather Basil. There was a hint of fury in Basil's eyes. Your uncle's right. In order to preserve the honor of our family, we can no longer afford to have you here. I will provide you with a sum of money sufficient to last you a lifetime. Take it, and leave Oakland City. Azure Dragon then asked of his parents, Father, Mother. What say you? We. His parents hemmed and hawed but did not utter anything discernible. It was apparent that they had no say in the matter. Leave. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Stewart family. Basil's pronouncement was swift and final. Being treated so harshly by his own family made Azure Dragon's blood ran cold. Not only had he done nothing wrong, but he also went to prison for 8 years in place of Curtis. And yet, he was still treated this way. Fine. So be it. I shall return tomorrow to stomp Curtis and have all of you begging on your knees. With that, Azure Dragon turned to leave. The curses and mockery of the Stewart family followed him out. All of them seemed to think him deranged and delusional. As a matter of fact, Azure Dragon primarily came to the family home to see how the people there would react to him. If only the whole episode would have seen a peaceful resolution, if only they knew to be appreciative and receptive towards him. Instead, they had forced his hand towards adopting a harder stance. It was in anticipation of situations like this that he had sent Levi away. If Levi were to get wind of this, he would surely rend them asunder. This was why he came by to observe the family's reception first. To call the verdict a disappointment would be a gross understatement. There wasn't any grateful soul amongst the lot of them, as all of them unfailingly derided him and shut him out. His own brother and his fiancée insulted him. His grandfather and uncle barred him from entry, while his weak parents stood by and watched. There was no longer room left for sentimentality. Hence, he had decided then and there that tomorrow would be the day he would put the Stuart family to the fire and the sword. Later that night, Levi and Benny amongst others met up and made merry. The accomplishments of the Octomedics were peerless in the medical realm. The 8 of them were yet to encounter any conditions which they were not able to treat. Just as Frederick Gregg's name came up in their conversations, the acupuncturist and the herbalist professed to know him. According to them, Frederick was a renowned physician from an enduring medical lineage that shared the same roots as theirs. Only the ignorant would declare that Arudia's ancestral medical tradition has been lost. Or, perhaps I should say they have not the privilege to learn of these time-honored methods. The acupuncturist, Asa Wormwood, sneered. He had made a valid point. Many had a tendency to assume much of which they did not have knowledge or lacked direct experience of. God of war, seek us out should you ever find yourself in need. The few of them said with a smile. After the group dispersed, Levi and Azure Dragon convened. Boss, I've decided that I'm going to crush the Stuarts tomorrow. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1165. Very well. I will stand by you, as always. Levi said as he placed an assuring hand on Azure Dragon's shoulder. The next day at the Stuart family mansion, the entire family was dining at the table in silence. Strict discipline was necessary to help maintain their premier position amongst the imperial families, especially during this time when they were clashing with the rest. Perhaps they would be able to ascend into the ranks of the ancient families in time. Grandpa, do you think that rascal Indigo would show up? The silence was broken by Curtis. No one else spoke as no one else dared to. It was different for Curtis, who had done much to earn the privilege. Do you think? I reckon that it was just a bit of boisterous chest thumping, that's all. Basil sneered dismissively. Elnora laughed. Why concern yourself with that good-for-nothing, Curtis? He would not be able to measure up to a fraction of you even if given 100 more years. She had a beguiling presence with a face and a figure to match and could have any man clamoring for her with one glance. While Tiffany Myers was Oakland City's most beautiful, Eldora Sears was the most charming. However, this woman had a weakness for powerful men. She was with Azure Dragon when he was firmly in the seat of inheritance. Now that he had been stripped of his position, she had turned and thrown herself into the arms of his younger brother, Curtis, instead. Word had it that Eldora had a long and colored dating history. The fact that Curtis had not given up on her was proof that she had her ways of dealing with him. Her new beau replied haughtily, I'm not concerned about him as I do not even consider him a worthy opponent. I'm only worried that he might do something that might bring our family into disrepute. Ignore him. I highly doubt that he would have the guts to seek trouble here. To bring us Stuarts onto our knees? The sheer ravings of a madman. Bang! The waves of a deafening explosion suddenly thundered in. This was followed by a booming bellow, prepare yourself for death, my dear brother. The voice echoed throughout every corner of the house. What's going on? Has the bastard come? Basil and the rest of the family sat stunned at the dining table. The outrage! I shall destroy him, Curtis declared as he rose to his feet. The others, too, were variously spurred into action as they all arisen and collectively made their way towards the main entrance. There were 5 others apart from Azure Dragon, whose ragged get-up complemented his. What's this I see? Helpers? Do you intend to take on the Stuart family with just this ragtag bunch with you? You ought to have brought along something more respectable than a bunch of refugees, Eldora said mockingly. Azure Dragon smiled. The problem with you, Eldora, is that you have never been able to see beyond the superficial. You obviously have no idea who stands before you. His eyes passed over each and every one of the family in scrutiny. I am offering the lot of you one last chance. Bend your knees before me and repent your wicked ways, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, I shall level the house of Stewart to the ground this day. Ha ha ha, the Stewarts were uproarious upon hearing this. They did not take Azure Dragon with any measure of seriousness. What in the world was that about? Shut your mouth, fool. His own parents chimed in, you want to destroy our family, you say? I doubt you could even get past your own younger brother. Curtis laughed, are you so obviously lacking in self-awareness, Indigo? I am your worst fear. Your nightmare manifest. You were beneath me 8 years ago, and I have only gotten stronger since. What hope do you have pitting yourself against someone whose ability ranks in the top 20 in Arudia's Saber leaderboard? Those words had Azure Dragon trembling as Curtis always had his number. No. I shall defeat you and prove myself against you. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1166. Ha ha ha. You're about to find out what separates you and me, maggot. Curtis snorted. Do it, Curtis. Bring him to his knees. Eldora screeched. The top scion in Oakland City had headlined the pecking order in the Oakland City's air leaderboard for 8 years running, and his martial prowess had only gone from strength to strength during this time. In short, Curtis was now practically untouchable. Thus, to the Stewart family, Azure Dragon was already a dead man walking. Your wish for death will be granted. Curtis was instantly upon Azure Dragon in a single powerful stride. He threw out a savage fist in a bid to finish his older brother in a single blow, but his expression changed when Azure Dragon managed to avoid it completely. All present watched with bated breath once the fight commenced proper. The haughtiness on the faces of the Stewart family turned to astonishment and then shock as the battle ensued. About 100 rounds in, one of the fighters was suddenly sent flying. Bang! His opponent closed in with pace and smashed a devastating blow into him in mid-air, sending him hurtling down into the ground. Bang! The downed man crashed heavily and left an imprint of concentric cracks upon the blue tiles at the point of impact. When everyone looked over, they were stunned because the man lying on the floor was none other than Curtis. Curtis was soaked in blood and bearing an untold extent of damage to his bones. At that moment, his body was quivering uncontrollably, and incredulity was apparent in his eyes. Shocking! Utterly shocking! No one could have foreseen how formidable Azure Dragon would become. Nor could anyone have predicted that he would be able to best Curtis. The looks on Basil, Ansel, and Eldora's faces were a picture of shock. And then there was silence all around. How did Azure Dragon grow to be so strong? Did he not languish in prison for 8 years? You were my worst fear, Curtis, but not anymore. At one point, I did consider you the strongest ever. But I've realized how low I've set the bar once I've stepped onto the battlefield. Azure Dragon laughed. Battlefield? Weren't you supposed to be behind bars? Asked a bewildered Eldora. When there's a will, there's a way. I was selected to join the Special Forces while I was serving out my sentence. You may not be aware, but now I'm known as the Azure Dragon. King of War. What? King of War? The faces of his family changed drastically. And standing here before you is my boss, the God of War, and a few of my friends, Kieran. The Stewarts stood shell-shocked as Azure Dragon went down the line introducing the companions beside him. Thud. A mournful Eldora fell onto her knees in front of Azure Dragon and clutched his legs. I was in the wrong, Indigo. Please forgive me for this once. In all these years, I've never stopped thinking about us. If you are willing, we could go back to the way we were and spend the rest of our lives together. Son, Mom, and I did not do right by you. We should not have remained silent. Grandpa made a mistake, my boy. I shall reinstate you as heir. Grandpa had been a fool. Uncle had treated you unjustly, Indigo. Azure Dragon remained silent throughout their remonstrating. Against the overwhelming influence and martial prowess possessed by Azure Dragon today, the attitudes of the members of his estranged family shifted drastically as they variously sought penance for themselves. Levi had seen too many of their types to be impressed. He and the others departed from the Stewart residence and left Azure Dragon to resolve his own personal affairs. The day's headlines rocked Oakland City. News broke that Indigo Stewart, who went to prison in place of his younger brother, returned home to subdue the Stewart family and even defeated the top scion, Curtis, himself. With Azure Dragon's affairs settled, it was time for Levi to turn his attention onto his own. Are you ready for me now, Garrisons? Levi's eyes darkened with cold intent. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1167. Have you got what I've asked for, Kieran? Levi asked. Yes, God of War, it is en route and should arrive in Oakland City shortly. Kieran replied. Levi was about to proceed with his next move when he was interrupted by a call. He saw that it came from Abigail. Hey Abigail! How did you find out about my new number? Levi asked in surprise. I got to know about it through Mr. Quinton. Abigail had been in regular contact with Benny since her arrival in Oakland City. What's up? Could you come and pick me up, Levi? I'm in a spot of trouble. Have to hang up now. Please. Come find me, Abigail sounded a little harried. Levi's expression grew somber. Get a lock on her location, Phoenix. Instantly, Phoenix got to work and soon had her position. She was at Dynasty Manor, a place frequented by the most affluent and influential in Oakland City. Dynasty Manor had been fully reserved by a wealthy scion for the evening to host a prestigious gathering. The guest list included young gentlemen and ladies in the same league as himself. Several dozen cars were parked by the entrance, and they featured a comprehensive collection of many limited editions of the top-tiered models lined up amongst them. The value of the hardware congregated there was worth more than a combined $2 billion. The organizer for the event was Conrad, the second scion of the Garcia family, the second most illustrious of Arudia's ancient families. His guests were sons and daughters of the various imperial and royal families in Oakland City. Even Jerry himself had to grace the occasion, for an invitation from an imperial scion was hard to turn down. The subject of interest amongst the guests was naturally the affair at the Stewarts. Never thought that the bigwig on the heir leaderboard could have been defeated by Indigo Stewart, a man who spent the last 8 years in prison. With the top dog defeated, the Oakland City hierarchy has been upset. Whoever is in second place must be fretting. We're counting on you to hold the fort, Mr. Gott, the assembly bantered. Jerry smiled. You all know I've never cared for these things. What difference does it make? Who's ahead and who's behind in the rankings? I get the sinking feeling that something major is going down in Oakland City. First was God of War challenging Azura. Then there was Indigo Stewart stomping on his family. Now there's the matter of Levi Garrison. Rumor has it that he is planning to go to the Garrison clan. Someone said. Indeed. Many things have been happening lately. But could Levi Garrison's business be considered major? After all, he's a cowardly good-for-nothing who's unworthy of our attention. The smile on Jerry's lips belied the glint of coldness in his eyes. Be quiet now. Mr. Garcia's here. The room fell silent as a strapping youth strode through. It was Conrad, a scion of the ancient Garcia family and one of the top sitting members in the heir leaderboards. Next to him was a girl, unknown to all of the rich and powerful in Oakland City except for Levi. She was Abigail Rogers. Conrad beamed a broad smile at his guests. Today, we are gathered here for two reasons. Firstly, for us to discuss the matter of Kittis's defeat, and secondly, to hear a personal announcement with regards to myself. The assembly looked at him in eager anticipation. Jerry asked, "Has it anything to do with your future happiness?" He inferred it from the presence of Abigail. "Yes, Jerry. It is as you say. This is indeed a moment of great joy for me." Conrad glanced at the woman beside him. "I've decided to marry this young lady Abigail." "Hey? Aren't you already married with children, Mr. Garcia? How are you to marry again?" Someone thought aloud. It was common knowledge that Conrad had enough children to almost lose count of them. And marriage into the ancient family was no frivolous matter. Conrad laughed. "It's going to be a concubinage. I wish to make Abigail my concubine." Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector, Chapter 1168. What? The attendees gasped. Even though those present were of noble descent, polygamy was a thing of the past. Not even current prominent members of the imperial and ancient families partook in it. Confidantes were tolerated, but there was to be only one woman who would be granted a recognized status. It followed that no one could be accorded the title of concubine, and no exception could be made even for one such as Tyrone Garrison. However, none present dared voice their protestations against this scion of an ancient family. Ultimately, Conrad had a reputation as a notorious libertine. No one knew for certain how many young lives were ruined at the hands of the Casanova of Oakland City, who was also known as the ultimate lady killer, over the years. His body count of female conquests might have numbered in the 500 to 600, with many of being underage when they had fallen prey to him. More than a few also have vanished right after he took them away. Neither their person nor a cadaver had been found since. As Conrad was a true deviant, his decision to take on a concubine came as no big surprise. When Abigail came to Oakland City to work under the employ of the Garcia family, she had unexpectedly caught the eye of Conrad, who then forcibly wanted to make a concubine of her. Abigail was at her wit's end until she heard that Levi was in town. She spent the better part of the day deliberating whether to call him before she eventually did. "Congratulations on your new acquisition, Mr. Garcia. We would be looking forward to sharing a toast with you at your wedding." The first to come forward was Jerry. "Congratulations, Mr. Garcia." And the others followed as soon as they stirred from their stupor. All they could have offered Abigail was their unspoken sympathies. Yet another fine young woman to fall victim to Conrad Garcia. "My thanks to all of you for your well wishes. I hope to see all of you there at my wedding." Conrad was riding on a high. He could hardly contain himself as he gazed lasciviously upon the coquettish yet innocent Abigail. The scion of the Garcias did not actually need to grant any formalized status to Abigail. That was before he found out that Abigail's older sister was Dale Lehman's adopted daughter. Taking her by force might spell trouble for him given her extended connections, hence, his decision to opt for concubinage. That way, he could openly lay his hands on Abigail without leaving cause for opposition. "Is the young lady willing, though?" Just then, a voice rang out amidst the bustle. All of those present turned their heads. The owner of the voice was none other than Martin Madman Preston himself. No one had expected his presence there, as he was better known as a lunatic than a ranking scion in the eyes of the public. "I'm never one to take no for an answer. Whatever I fancy will be mine to have," Conrad was as brash and arrogant as they come. After that, he regarded Abigail. She will be mine so long as I desire her. Who dares stand in my way? The scion certainly had the capital to do as he pleased, since the Garcia family pandered to his every whim, and his father was extremely protective of him within reason. He, too, enjoyed the favor of his uncle-in-law, Tyrone Garrison, and his cousin, Damien. With the convenience of always having someone available to clean up after him, Conrad could always afford to act without hesitation nor fear of consequences. You are making a mistake with this one, Conrad. Do you have any idea who she is? Martin asked. Of course I do. Her sister is the adopted daughter of Mr. Lehman. Even he should have nothing to say if I were to take her as my concubine. Conrad stated calmly. Haha, is that so? I'd reckon that you would be courting death if you tried. Martin laughed heartily. Nonetheless, Conrad was naturally undeterred. Ha ha ha, who else could I not afford to offend? In that case, I shall take her as my concubine before this day ends. And we shall see who is there to stand in my way, he trumpeted. Martin merely shook his head in response. But this time, the Casanova of Oakland City was to meet his foil. Bang! The doors slammed violently against the walls upon a potent strike of someone's foot. He got that right. Abigail is not someone you could afford to mess with. A chilling voice was carried by the shockwaves riding across the room. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector, Chapter 1169. All eyes were zoned in on the silhouette that appeared at the entrance of the hallway. None recognized the male stranger who had appeared save for Jerry, whose face turned pallid upon seeing him. It's Levi Garrison. Martin smirked as he slinked away into a corner to spectate the events to unfold. And who the hell might you be? Conrad challenged. Levi, you are here. Abigail ran towards Levi the moment she saw him. What's happening here? Levi asked. Conrad took a step forward. Let me give it to you straight. Abigail is to become my concubine. Abigail nodded furiously in affirmation of his general summary of the situation. Why in the world is anyone taking concubines in this day and age? Who granted permission for this? Levi glared. Conrad retained his haughty demeanor. Do you even know who I am? I am the beloved scion of the Garcia family and wield the favor of the head of the Garrisons, the top ancient family. Whose permission would I need to do what I want? Does that mean you are not going to seek anyone's consent as well? Levi asked. Conrad chortled. Of course not. What I want is mine to have. What use have I for anyone's consent? Hearing his reply, Levi was amused. Without regard for common decency nor the rule of law. A truly irrepressible tyrant. No wonder Abigail needed my help to save herself from this menace. Conrad lowered his gaze to scrutinize Levi from his elevated position. Listen here, boy. I don't care who or what you are. Abigail will become my concubine, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Oh, is that so? Then I have this to say: whoever who would attempt to force Abigail to do anything against her will get no quarter from me. Levi toughened his stance. You wouldn't want to stick your nose into Mr. Garcia's business, Levi. It would be best if you left quickly. Jerry stood up suddenly and spoke. What did you say? Levi. Levi Garrison. Conrad asked. The others turned and looked in Levi's direction. You heard it right. This is Levi Garrison himself. Jerry's introduction had everyone else on their feet. Though they had never seen the man in person, they had certainly heard of his name. He's here in Oakland City. The masses were bewildered as they regarded him warily. It's him, the dishonorable progeny of the Garrison family, who abandoned his mother and wife to save his own skin. You're unfit to call yourself a man, Levi. The gall of you to even show your face around here. I'd wish for no better than to throttle you to death. You inhuman, cowardly good-for-nothing. You are a disgrace to all of Arudia. Levi listened in silence as the barrage of cusses exploded upon him like an ignited barrel of gunpowder. Get out of here, Levi, and Mr. Garcia may spare you your life yet. Jerry prompted, advised of him. Mr. God is a true gentleman, looking out even for his bitter rival. Only you are fit for Zoe. Not this sorry excuse for a man. Those assembled chorused in praise for Jerry. A peculiar glint flashed across Jerry's eyes. Unwavering by their comments, Levi smiled. Fine. I can leave. But Abigail comes with me. No. Abigail must remain and become my concubine. Since this has become public knowledge, would it not be a cause for embarrassment for me to allow she to leave? Conrad howled. Then all the more reason for me to take her. Woe be to whoever gets in my way. Levi declared with bloodlust in his eyes. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector, Chapter 1170. You are begging for death, boy. Who dares threaten Mr. Garcia? Are you tired of living? Up stepped two men, Cosimo Cuvier and Clarence Trent. They were sons of the imperial families, variously the 9th and 10th ranking scions in the city. Both of them were lifelong practitioners of martial arts and highly competent exponents. Clear out! Levi warned. Get him! Conrad commanded at the same time. Cosimo and Clarence then simultaneously rushed towards Levi. Bang! Bang! Levi pivoted on one foot and lashed out with the other, sending the two men flying back in the opposite direction. Crack! Crack! The loudness of the fighting juxtaposed against the silence of the crowd. The two young men crashed through several tables before falling heavily onto the ground, followed by their briefly quivering bodies before they lost consciousness. As those awful sounds died down, the stillness of the air engulfed the entire room. The masses were stunned as no one knew Levi could fight. What was even least expected was how well he was able to manage against the 9th and 10th ranking scions, who were both martial extraordinaires in their own rights. Jerry and Conrad's jaws hit the deck. The boy has got some moves. But do you have any idea who you just laid your hands on? They are sons of the imperial family. You are done for. Finished. Conrad pointed a finger at Levi as he directed his rage towards him. Of all of the people you could have beaten up, you had to choose them. You're in big trouble. Now, Levi! Jerry yelled. It certainly spelled no end for trouble for anyone who dared to manhandle the offspring of the imperial families. It was no news that the prominent families were infamous for how protective they were of their own. Levi Garrison snickered. What's that about them? That they are untouchable? Then I would love for nothing more than to give them Imperials a good whopping. Conrad was about to throw a fit at Levi's repeated provocations. There was no way he could stomach this transgression. Move, or I'll give you a taste of this too. Levi raised a tightened fist steadily as he eyeballed Conrad. Bring it on then, if you dare. Conrad was too used to having his way and reckoned no one in Oakland City would ever think of laying a finger on him. All of you shall bear witness that it was he himself who asked for a good spanking. Levi's foot raised the moment his voice fell and drove itself into his opponent's left leg. Crack! With another bone-splintering sound, Conrad was brought to kneel before Levi. Bang! Crack! Once, twice. Levi struck out again with his right foot. Crack! Crack! These follow-up blows landed unerringly on either side of Conrad and took out both of his arms. Arg! Conrad's blood-curdling scream echoed through the hall. He is maimed. All 4 of his limbs were broken. That's brutal. This is insanely cruel. All present were shell-shocked. Has he gone mad? He dared cripple Conrad Garcia? Levi Garrison is really in for it this time. No way he is going to get away with this. Mr. Garcia. Those who are able to react rushed to the side of the fallen man. Have you lost it, Levi? Is there anyone you won't strike it? This is the scion of the second most prominent ancient family in Arudaya. Jerry shouted. You are done for. If you could live past today, I would take after your name. Don't you dare dream about leaving. You will die here this day. There was pandemonium as the masses of privileged young men and women joined in the reprimanding. The spoiled youngsters then pulled out their phones to call upon the elders of their various families for help. Unexpectedly for everyone, things had gone way out of control. If the Garcia family came seeking answers, no one there would be able to evade responsibility. Within a short frame of time, 16 of the imperial families and 32 of the royal families in Oakland City were mobilized. With that, the heads of the families were on their way to the Dynasty Manor with their best fighters in tow. It was as though the city had been turned upside down overnight. This was something at a different level, as the primary casualty was the scion of the second most prominent ancient family. You've a lot to answer for today, Levi. Everyone's eyes were locked onto the lone figure who stood apart from everyone else. He then pulled up a chair and settled himself down. Good. Let them come so that we may resolve this once and for all. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector, Chapter 1171. I'm going to thrash all of them. What were you yammering about? This and that about some air leaderboard rankings? However many you have, bring it on. Levi bellowed at the assembly in front of him. The crowd, incensed by his brazenness, continued to cuss at him. They were determined to bring the wrath of Oakland City upon him in its fullest potency. Jerry looked at Levi intently before stepping outside. It was at that moment, his eyes had betrayed his deviousness. Little did they know that he had purposefully pulled some strings to suppress word of this incident to keep it from a few of the ancient families. It was because he was concerned how things might change for him should the Lehmans become involved. News were kept under wraps so that he might rid himself of Levi through the combined strength of the various imperial and royal families, and deny his rival the chance to clarify things with Zoe. Jerry's true nature was that of a practicing hypocrite. He saw a union with Zoe as a stepping stone into the ranks of the ancient Lehman family. And it just so happened that Levi's emergence had thrown a wrench in his best-laid plans. For this, Levi must die. At that moment, Oakland City was in an upheaval. Representatives of the Gotts, Prestons, Myers, Cuviers, Trents, and the multitude of other imperial and royal families have descended upon Dynasty Manor. Barring the notable absence of the first imperial family, the Stuarts, and all the others were present. Hundreds of cars were promptly left packed at the front as all the heads of the families quickly made their way inside with their men. At that time, Conrad's screams of agony still reverberated off the walls inside the hall. Levi, on the other hand, had his eyes closed and was at rest. Who was the one who hurt my son? Who was the one who maimed Mr. Garcia? The stern shouting ushered in the arrival of several lavishly dressed elders and the large entourage propping up the rear. They were spearheaded by Esmond of the Cuviers and Otis of the Trents. The two men were joined by Jordan, Arvin, and Tiffany of the Myers. Prominent figures, who were rarely seen in public, had been brought together on this occasion. It's him. Levi Garrison. The accusing fingers were concerted in identifying the guilty party. Upon that, Levi surveyed the scene before him. So is everyone present? Good. Why don't you lot come at me at the same time? I'd like to thrash all of you. Arrogant fool. Die. A man took to his heel to rush Levi. Bang. Levi fired out the heel of his foot and sent his assailant sprawling as though struck by a 5-ton truck. The downed man fell to the ground and remained motionless. The crowd drew in sharp breaths the moment they witnessed that. Even the top pugilist from the Cuvier family was no match. Their eyes popped in surprise. Kill him! A bevy of fighters then charged in concert towards Levi. However, Levi deftly dispatched as many of them as there were, and no one had been able to displace him from his position on the chair. He remained seated while his fallen foes were left groaning on the floor all around him. How could he be that good? This. Jordan and Arvin stared at Levi in disbelief. Is this really the man that everyone called a good-for-nothing? For a brief moment, they felt a smidgen of regret for calling off the engagement. In the meantime, the others were going ballistic. How was it that we could not get a handle on him even with so many skilled men? Even Jerry was dumbstruck. Truly, the Garrisons could not produce anyone incapable. To think even a bastard of theirs. Is this formidable? They sighed. Propped up by the supporters around him, Conrad's eyes burned at Levi. I don't care how good he is. Kill him, or I'll have to invoke the Garcias and the Garrison clan to deal with this. Personally. And when they do, I'll make sure to have all of you held collectively responsible. Faced with threats from the son of the Garcias, the heads of the prominent families present could only oblige. Listen to me. We must kill this man. For when the Garrisons hears of this, we should expect not blame, but reward. Esmond rallied. The morale of the aggressors were elevated in an instant. No. You cannot afford to cross this man, for he is the god of war. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1172. Everyone was stunned by Tiffany's hysterical shouting. The hundreds of fighters stilled their hands, and the onlookers stood frozen with mouths agape. The well-hidden Martin snickered. All of you just messed with the wrong guy. This is someone who could stand up against all the aristocratic families in Oakland City. Martin could only credit his meeting with this man for his own ascension. Silence ensued for 1 whole minute. That was the duration for which everyone was rooted to the spot. The god of war, someone swallowed hard. Martin proclaimed aloud, that's right. Standing before you is the Rock of Arudia, god of war. Martin Preston hails the god of war. Tiffany Myers hails the god of war. Following the two persons' affirmative voices, Conrad fell to the ground, and Jerry slumped back into his chair. The eyes of all present almost popped from their sockets. No one could have expected that the god of war was Levi Garrison. In fact, everyone was in absolute disbelief. Jordan and Arvin looked at Levi, and then at their progeny before they finally understood why Tiffany made the decision she did after her return. So Martin and Tiffany did not meet the god of war by chance. They had purposefully sought out Levi. It was no wonder Levi agreed to the wager against Tyrone. He really did not fear the Garrisons. Now I understand why Levi Garrison dropped off the radar. He embarked on a campaign north to eradicate the Blood King Palace. This was why he could not be present for the birth of his child and the match against the Garrison clan. All the missing pieces of the puzzle quietly fell into place. In short order, everyone had figured out the facts behind the matter. Conrad then understood why he ought to have steered clear of Abigail. No one would be able to protect him, as even the Garcia family might find themselves in crisis over this. Thud. Thud. The room was silent save for the rhythmic pattering of knees hitting the ground. One after the other, those in the crowd prostrated themselves. The Prestons hail the god of war. The Myers hail the god of war. The Goths hail the god of war. There was silence as the entire room was held in fear and awe of the great man in their midst. Only the dazed and hapless Jerry remained on his feet. He finally caught on to what kind of explanation Levi had in mind for Zoe when he brought her to Oakland City. Jerry shuddered at this own audacity, trying to snatch the wife and child away from the god of war himself. "What are you doing? Why aren't you on your knees?" His family anxiously gesticulated at him. Jerry then fell onto his knees with a loud thud. "God of war, I was wrong. I shouldn't have." Levi smirked, "You may not have been a gentleman, but I shall spare you in consideration of your effort to convince Zoe and the others to come to Oakland City." "Thank you, God of war." Jerry prostrated himself and bowed his head repeatedly. "There are rules and traditions to observe in all matters. Could we not be so outrageous as to entertain the notion of concubinage? What makes any of you think it appropriate for you to conduct yourselves as the kings of your due? Someday, someone would cure you of your arrogance." Levi reprimanded. Conrad shrunk even more as he bowed deeper in deference. "Never again. I swear." Levi then took Abigail and made their exit. This was one of the most heart-stopping moments that the prominent families of Oakland City had ever experienced. They now understood how the House of Stewart had fallen because Indigo Stewart was the Azure Dragon, a king of war. The maimed Conrad was eventually stretchered back to the Garcias. He dared not breathe a word of the truth behind what transpired. "Who was it who crippled my grandson? I demand justice to be done." Zed, the head of the Garcia family, howled. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1173. The entire Garcia family was hurting as Conrad was the apple of their eye. It was excruciating to see him physically reduced to a cripple. "Grandpa, Dad, let's not continue to pursue this matter," Conrad yelled. "What?" All of them looked at him quizzically, as that seemed a little out of character for him. In the past, Conrad was never one to tolerate even the least amount of aggrievement. He was the sort to wrought vengeance upon the tribe if anyone amongst them so much as looked him the wrong way. They could not understand this change in his temperament, at least with regard to this episode. "Will you stop asking and just let it go?" Conrad implored anxiously. "Revenge? Seeking revenge on the god of war? Are you f***ing insane? Your uncle Tyrone just called to inquire about the situation. He's very concerned." Even the Garrison clan had gotten word of Conrad's misadventure by now. Everyone wanted to know who was responsible and throwing down the gauntlet to the ancient families. Just then, Damien hurried over. "Who did this to Conrad?" When Damien saw the sorry state Conrad was in, his face darkened. "Give me a name, and I'll take care of it." Though Conrad was the one who experienced the pain, Damien felt the humiliation for him. "No, Damien. This is my problem. I'm not saying anything, so stop asking." Conrad was determined to take the truth to the grave. Everyone found this behavior of his extremely bizarre. They just could not figure out what could have broken the spirit of this once proud son of Garcia. A cold glint flashed across Damien's eyes. "Have it your way. I'll go find out for myself." What Damien sought was what the ancient families of Oakland City were interested to know as well. Word of the incident had reached the ears of Dale, as well as Zoe's. Was it that same Conrad? Zoe remembered that Conrad had herself in his crosshairs at one point. However, she was fortunate to receive Dale's timely intervention at that time. Right. He was reluctant to name the culprit despite being maimed and also declined to pursue accountability. It was totally unlike him, very strange indeed. Dale furrowed. That reminds me, Zoe, has that Levi contacted you? Didn't he say he wanted to talk things through? Edwin asked. Zoe shook her head. Not yet. After arriving in Oakland City, it seemed as though Levi had vanished into thin air. That man is completely unreliable. What manner of an explanation is this? What is he trying to pull? Edwin raged. Master, Jerry God is outside seeking an audience with you, the butler informed. All right. Send him in, quick. Dale still looked upon Jerry quite favorably. At the same time, Martin was going crazy after learning about Kittis's defeat. In actuality, Jerry was the real top-ranking scion in the Oakland City's air leaderboard. Jerry arrived in the meeting chamber in short order. He looked pallid and haggard beyond compare, as though he had just recovered from a major illness. By the gods, Jerry, what happened to you? Everyone glared at him in astonishment. Thud. Jerry fell to his knee in front of the master of the House of Lehman. Mr. Lehman. I'm here to request the annulment of the engagement between Ms. Lopez and myself. Jerry choked up as he reconciled with the fact that he could never challenge the god of war. For the hand of Zoe. What? Haven't we already come to an agreement on his issue? Why the sudden change of heart? Dale was quite astounded. Is it because you dislike that Zoe had a child with someone else? Edwin added. Jerry shook his head vigorously. No. It's nothing of the sort. It's because I'm unworthy of Ms. Lopez. Please consider my request, Mr. Lehman. I implore of you. Dale looked at him angrily. What is your justification? Explain yourself. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1174. Dale was the master of an ancient family, a man who had seen it all. He knew in a second that something was amiss, as nothing about Jerry's erraticism could have escaped his eagle-sharp eyes. Speak to me. Tell me what happened exactly that led you to this decision. Dale was adamant to know why Jerry was backing out. Jerry sounded like he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. I'm afraid, he whimpered. Hey? What are you raving about? Afraid of what? Dale pressed. Jerry gritted his teeth. Please don't ask any more, Mr. Lehman. My reasons are personal. Please do agree to the annulment. Aren't you scared of pissing me off then? The old man erupted. I'm not. Annul the engagement, I beg of you. I will bear all the consequences, whatever they may be. Jerry had left it all on the floor. I would gladly offend the Lehman family over Levi Garrison. Hey! Jerry's blatant disregard for death shocked the members of the Lehman family present. Even Zoe's curiosity was piqued. What is this about? What has spooked Jerry God so much that it made him so deathly desperate to call off the engagement? Seeing that Jerry refused to continue further, Dale was dismayed. You really are determined to keep your lips sealed, aren't you? Jerry nodded furiously. Yes. It's personal and had nothing to do with anyone else. His obstinate behavior had the elder hopping mad. You really are convinced that I wouldn't do anything to you, do you? Godfather, let's just leave him be. Zoe urged. Fine. I shall honor the wishes of my daughter. Dale finally relented. Thank you. Jerry bowed profusely, relieved to be off the hook at long last. But don't think that I wouldn't find out just because you choose to kept mum. I will have the truth, one way or another. Dale bellowed. The day grew stranger by the moment. First Conrad Garcia, then it was Jerry Gott. What's eating them? Could it be that Jerry had decided to back out because he is fearful of that rascal Levi? Dale speculated. Surely not, Dad. It's not like they've never met before. How could Levi have frightened off the third-ranking scion on the air leaderboard? It's simply impossible. Edwin quickly countered. Zoe, too, did not see how that conjecture could have made sense. The root cause for Jerry's conduct must run even deeper. Right. Where's that Levi Garrison then? Summon him here. I want him to explain himself to you in person, Dale said as he opted to change the subject. Zoe felt compelled to ring up Levi. Hey, have you arrived in Oakland City? I'm here with Abigail. What's up? What's up? The nerve this guy has. Zoe was deeply unhappy to hear those words from Levi. You're one to ask. Didn't you tell me that you would be here to explain yourself? Why haven't you shown up? I'm sorry. Something else came up that needed my attention. Tell you what, why don't we meet up tomorrow? Levi sounded apologetic. Zoe scoffed. It would seem to me that you never had the intention to see this through. If you wanted, you would have come over to the Lehmans to see me right away. All right. I'll be there soon. It's about time I properly thanked your godfather as well. Levi then parted ways with Abigail and made haste to the Lehman estate. When Levi arrived, he was intercepted at the door. Wasn't I expected? Why deny me access now? Levi frowned. You may enter, but not on your feet. You must come in obeisance. Edwin stated coldly. What? Aren't you ashamed of having disappeared on Zoe this past year and a half? Asking you to crawl in on your knees is meant to cleanse you of your sins. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1175. Kneel. Repent. Kneel. Repent. Levi surveyed the vicinity as the Lehman guards echoed in unison all around him. This was what Dale had planned out for Levi. Kneel first, talk later. Levi regarded the spectators coldly and did not seem like he was going to comply. Where is your sincerity? Where is your guilt? Don't you think she has done enough to earn your repentance? Edwin chided. Upon hearing that, Levi was mildly annoyed. Where is Zoe? She is inside. But if you want to see her, you must show your worth by demonstrating genuflection. Levi laughed coldly. Am I here to explain things, or am I here to bend the knee? We will hear you out, without question. But for that to happen, the kneeling is a prerequisite. The Lehman family was especially harsh to Levi as they wanted him to understand in no uncertain terms how displeased they were. Yet, Zoe had no idea that her family was going to intentionally make things difficult for him. Is this what Zoe wants? Levi inquired. Edwin nodded. But of course. If you only knew how upset she was with you. Levi smirked. As someone who understood Zoe better than anyone else, he was positive that there was no way she could be involved in this fiasco. Fine then. In that case, I should be going. As for me, bending the knee is an impossibility. Levi then turned to depart. Hey, where do you think you are going? Edwin bellowed. Even so, Levi did not look back the slightest bit. They had only intended to humble him just a little and had not anticipated this reaction. Insolence. Edwin spat angrily. In the Lehman family's hall. Hey? Where is Levi? He told me that he was at the door a minute ago. Zoe asked of Edwin. Edwin replied, this Levi Garrison is not a man. Guess what, Zoe? When I gave him a little ticking off outside and commented on how hard it had been for you, that kid blew his top. He also said that you must be insincere and distrustful of him since you were not there to receive him. After that, he questioned the need for him to explain anything. Said you changed the surname of his child, and he did not run away a year and a half and all that crap. I got into an argument with him over it, and then, he decided he was going to leave. Edwin added more concoctions into the mix but neglected to mention how he tried to get Levi to prostrate himself. Levi Garrison! Zoe shrieked. I couldn't decide whose name the child would take after. My hands were tied as the Garrison family forbade it. You ought to give me a reason for your going missing during this time. If you do not see the need to explain yourself, then I have no wish to hear it. Zoe was agitated to the point of tears. I wish I could deliver one tight slap across the face of that detestable fool. Dale fumed. Right. He clearly had no intention of clearing the air. If he wanted to, surely there was no need to come up to Oakland City as he could have done so in Northampton. He's obviously playing tricks on us. What more is there to explain? He abandoned his wife and mother. That is the plain truth that had been laid bare. Hearing the Lehman family's commentary reduced Zoe to a sobbing mess. Mom, don't cry. Don't cry, for Olivia wiped at her mother's tears with her tiny hands. In the meantime, Levi did not go back after leaving the Lehmans but made straight for the Garrisons. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1176. It was said that the Garrison clan ancestral compound used to be a small palace more than 1,000 years ago. The size of it was comparable to a small village. Levi was standing at the top of a mountain overlooking the Garrison clan ancestral compound in all its glory. He had to admit the compound was built in a prime location. With a large range of mountains behind and beside it, it ensured that any enemies would only be able to attack them from the front. It would be easily defendable. He sighed, no wonder they're the most powerful ancient family in Arudaya. Who dares to trespass onto the Garrison clan's forbidden grounds? An old man's voice suddenly called out. Levi acutely detected someone's breathing and strong aura rapidly closing in on him. A few seconds later, an old man with a head full of snowy white hair appeared behind him. Judging from the old man's outward appearance, Levi guessed he was at the very least 80 to 90 years old. Maybe even over 100. But from their close distance, Levi could sense how the old man's blood was still pounding through his veins powerfully. He could almost hear the roaring of it. When the old man shuttered his eyes, it was like the faint rumble of thunder. He's definitely a very formidable fighter. In fact, I think he might even be on par with Blood King and his 4 Blood Masters. He's probably the oldest person in the Garrison clan. Who are you? You don't look like one of the Garrison clan members, the old man questioned. Levi grinned and replied, No, I'm not part of the Garrison clan. The older man shooed, Then get out of here, little boy. You shouldn't be here. This is the forbidden grounds of the Garrison clan. Even most of the Garrison clan members are not allowed here. Glancing down at the sprawling buildings, Levi sneered. Isn't the Garrison clan ancestral compound down there? Don't tell me this mountain belongs to you too? This is part of Arudaya, a free country. I can go wherever I like. Where I go is none of your business. He was absolutely furious. How ridiculous. These people are too used to getting their way and being such tyrants. How can this entire mountain range be considered as part of their clan's forbidden grounds? The old man bellowed, What nonsense are you talking about, little boy? Let me be clear with you. This is the forbidden ground of the Garrison clan. Nobody is allowed to trespass here. Anyone who does so will be punished by death. Levi chuckled in response. Oh really? Well, I'm clearly intruding here. What are you going to do about it? You asked for it, the old man roared before thrusting a palm out toward Levi. His strike looked weak, but there was an undercurrent of energy to it. Even boulders would shatter underneath the force of this blow. If it were to land on a human, the human would be absolutely annihilated. With a snort, Levi's fist flew out like a cannonball to meet the old man's palm. Boom! The fist and palm collided together, causing a thunderous boom to ring out. The crashing sound was so loud that down at the Garrison clan ancestral compound, they thought the skies were cracking open with thunder. Irk! The old man was no match for Levi's punch. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he went flying back several meters before slamming into the ground heavily. Disbelief flashed through his eyes. How can a punch that looks so normal contain such power? And from a man as young as him? It's unbelievable. The old man stared at Levi with shock. He was no ordinary old man. His name was Levi Garrison, the guardian of the Oakland City Garrison clan. He was the oldest and most powerful person in the clan. Everyone in the clan referred to him as a living god due to his advanced age. He was 130 years old. He had experienced the rise and fall of several generations and was respected by all. In the Garrison clan, what he said, went. Not only that, but he had also been the one who cultivated Damien to be the man he was today. In fact, the top 3 fighters on the Saber leaderboard had been trained by him as well. The most powerful men from the younger generations of the Garrison clan had been taught by him. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1177. Rumors had it that Tanab was so strong that his feats surpassed human limits. Yet he had lost to Levi. He demanded, "Just who are you?" "My name is Levi Garrison. I came to scout out the Garrison clan ancestral compound today. Tomorrow, I'll personally arrive at your doors. I had no choice but to retaliate since you pushed me," Levi answered in an exasperated tone. "Levi Garrison." Tanab muttered the name to himself. Abruptly, he remembered where he had heard the name. "It's you." Although Tanab had retreated to the mountains behind the Garrison clan compound to practice his martial arts, he was still well aware of what went on in Arudaya and the Garrison clan. Thus, he knew about Levi Garrison. Recalling what he knew of the younger man, he could not help but sigh silently. Damien was known by all to be a genius. However, when compared to Levi, he was practically nothing. Just what did the Garrison clan lose out on? "All right. I'll be coming over again tomorrow. I hope you won't interfere then. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kill you." With that said, Levi left. Meanwhile, the Garrison clan ancestral compound was in an uproar. Due to the earlier commotion, they realized that something must have happened at the Forbidden Grounds. Tyrone and Damien hurried over to see what was wrong. Tyrone asked, "Elder Tanab, did something happen?" Instead of actually answering them, Tanab ordered, "Go home." Tyrone and Damien exchanged bewildered looks. Just what was going on? Something big seemed to be stirring in Oakland City, as strange occurrences were happening everywhere. There were rumors that the imperial family and royal families had gathered together and done something huge. However, despite being one of the ancient families, the Garrisons had not heard anything about it. Then there was the fact that Conrad Garcia had been crippled. Unfortunately, they were unable to find any clues about who did it either. Now, even Tanab was acting strangely. "Since you're okay, Elder Tanab, we'll be taking our leave." The father-son pair departed from the Forbidden Grounds. Damien felt unease welling within him. "Father, I think something bad is going to happen. I can feel it in my gut." Tyrone's expression was grim as he replied, "I get the feeling it's going to be something to do with Levi. That damn jinx really does bring misfortune with him wherever he goes. Only Bad things have happened ever since his appearance. I even heard that he's coming here. Damien nodded in agreement. Supposedly, he's coming here tomorrow. Okay then. I'm definitely going to get rid of that damn brat once and for all. A murderous glint flickered through Tyrone's eyes as he said that. On the other side of things, Levi had not gone far from the Garrison clan compound when he suddenly tasted something salty and metallic in his mouth. The next thing he knew, blood was dribbling from the corner of his lips. I'm injured? He had not realized he had been hurt. That old man really is quite powerful. Luckily, he's only a little stronger than the Blood King, so I can still handle him relatively easily. But how did I get injured? After a moment of thought, realization dawned on him. The Blood King's poison. It must be acting up again. Cough cough. At that moment, a wave of weakness washed over him, leaving him feeling extremely feeble. It was even worse than that hit from Jerry got last time. His earlier fight with that old man had taken more out of him than he thought. He had actually put quite a bit of power behind that punch. Once again, he forcefully suppressed the poison's toxicity. After a short while, his body returned to normal. Since the poison did not seem to be harming him directly, he put the matter out of his mind. That night, Kieran reported to him, "Sir, the items you requested have already arrived in Oakland City." "All right. Get everything ready. We're going to the Garrison clan ancestral compound tomorrow." Early the next morning, Levi brought Emma with him to the Garrison clan ancestral compound. He also made sure to call Zoe and have her go there as well. Dale stated in a cold voice, "Fine. Let's go over too. I would like to see him explain all this." Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1178. Thus, Dale brought Zoe and the Lehman family council members to the Garrison clan ancestral compound. Not only him, the head of the Garcia family, Zed, also brought his council members with him. There, Flynn Hurst, the head of the Hurst family, also went with his council members. The Hursts were another ancient family. All 8 of the ancient families of Oakland City were heading for the Garrison clan ancestral compound. From the Stewart family, Azure Dragon led his family members there. The Preston family, the Myers family, the Cuvier family. In fact, it was like a mass exodus as all the powerful families flocked to the Garrison clan's ancestral compound. All the imperial, royal, quasi-royal and prominent families were gathering there as well. Oakland City was in an uproar. Luxury car after luxury car raced down the streets, all heading in a beeline for the Garrison clan compound. It was incredibly likely that there would be more than 10,000 people gathered at the compound today. This was a turnout that the Garrison clan had not expected. How was it that someone like Levi could manage to cause so many people to arrive at the Garrison clan ancestral compound? Last night, Tanab had sent out an order to all the family members. The members from the Oakland City clan were all to return to the compound within the day. There was something important he had to announce to them. The entire Garrison clan was in turmoil over that message. What was even stranger was that even Tyrone had no idea what was happening. This was an order from Elder Tanab himself. Even he, the head of the clan, had to obey the older man. So all the Garrison clan members had to return to their roots. Even though it was still morning, most of them had already arrived. The rest were on their way. "Father, I just received news from Edward. Uncles Yancey, Lyle, and Micah are back," Damien stated. Tyrone was absolutely delighted at this news. Yancey, Lyle, and Micah were his brothers. They were also the top 3 fighters in Arudia's Saber leaderboard. Together with Tyrone, they were usually called the 4 dragons of the Garrison clan. They were also the most powerful men in the second generation of the Garrison clan. Damien held the utmost respect for his three uncles. They had been trained by Elder Tanub himself and learnt everything from him. Was it any wonder that they had managed to become the top 3 on the Saber leaderboard? That was the dream of countless warriors in Arudaya. Every single fighter thought it an incredible honor to even get onto the leaderboard. Damien continued with a smile. Brandon, Greg, Herbert, and Hainer are here too. Those 4 men were all from his generation and were each incredibly powerful fighters in their own right. They all had a spot on the Saber leaderboard as well. Bert and Lincoln, who had been selected to join the Hidden Dragon Soldier King training camp, had also returned for the occasion. However, the last 2 were not worthy enough for Damien to remember, so he did not bother bringing them up. Tyrone had a puzzled expression on his face. I wonder what Elder Tanub wants to announce that he needs everyone to come back. Furrowing his brows, Damien suggested, it must have something to do with what happened last night. Then it should be something good, right? Maybe Elder Tanub wants to bring out the family heirloom. Tyrone guessed. With how prominent the Garrison clan was right now, there was no way anything bad would happen to them. Especially since it was the guardian of the Garrison clan, Tanub, that was making this announcement. Yeah, exactly. It must be something good. There can't possibly be anything bad to say. Damien agreed wholeheartedly. Tyrone added confidently, it must be an auspicious occasion for the clan. Is the elder going to hand something to me? After all, everyone's seen how much I've worked to help this clan prosper. Just then, one of the servants rushed inside to inform Tyrone, Sir, for some reason, there's a lot of people from the other families assembled outside. And their numbers just keep increasing. In response, Tyrone grinned happily. Well, it's normal that the other families will want to be here to witness this wonderful occasion. But that jinx, Levi Garrison, is coming too. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1179. At the mention of Levi, Tyrone's expression darkened. How very unfortunate. This is supposed to be a blessed day for the Garrison clan, yet that blasted brat is still coming. A scornful look crossed Damien's face as well. To him, Levi was a nobody, not even someone worthy of being called an opponent. Yet he was coming here today of all days. Damien proposed to his father, chasing him away now would only humiliate us before the other families. Perhaps we should see what he wants to do first. Yes. From his higher position, Tyrone could clearly see the plaza outside the gates. Presently, it was filled with a sea of vehicles and was even expanding as he watched. He shouted, "Do you see that? This is how powerful the Garrison clan is. More than 10,000 people are here because we're having a major event." All the members of the Garrison clan thought everyone was here because of their worship of the Garrisons. Little did they know, most of the families were not actually here for them. After a while, all the members of the Oakland City Garrison clan arrived. Is Elder Tanub here yet? Tyrone questioned. Damien, who had only just returned from the Forbidden Grounds, replied, he says he'll appear when it's time. Okay. If that's the case, we might as well head outside and deal with Levi first. Hence, Tyrone led the council members down to the plaza in front of their gates. At that moment, the plaza was crammed full of people from all the families. From the ancient families down to the prominent families, every single family came with their representatives and council members. The initially huge plaza was packed tight with the massive crowd. In truth, most of the people there were completely in the dark about what was happening. What were they doing here? Was something going to happen here today? Humans tended to be like a herd of sheep, following what the rest of the flock did. Since they had heard the other families were coming, they decided to join in too. The 8 ancient families were here to see what Tanab would decide. The Lehman family had a second reason to be there because they wanted to hear Levi's explanation. Those who knew Levi's true identity were here to support him, of course. Thus, the crowd could be roughly separated into 4 groups. Everyone glanced at each other in confusion. Tyrone had initially thought these people were here to worship the Garrison clan. But upon stepping into the plaza, he got the feeling that something was off. Even he was clueless as to what to do. "Mr. Garrison. Where's Levi Garrison?" Dale was the first to break the silence. Tyrone froze briefly before answering, "Mr. Lehman, Levi is not coming." Furious, Dale roared, "You mean that brat tricked us? He's not even going to come." Zoe was visibly upset at that. Bewildered, Tyrone queried, "Hey? Mr. Lehman, what do you mean by that?" He was getting more and more confused. What are these people doing here? He was oblivious to the fact that Tanab's announcement would have something to do with Levi, and that was the reason why everyone was here. "That brat said he would give my goddaughter an explanation today here at the Garrison clan ancestral compound. That's why we're here," Dale retorted loudly. Tyrone snapped back furiously, "But Levi isn't here. I think he probably lied to you. There's no way he dares to come here. If he does, I'll make sure he won't be able to leave this place alive. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, the sound of cheerful laughter rang out. "Levi Garrison is here," someone shouted. Like the Red Sea that parted before Moses, the crowd split down the middle to allow a path for Levi. Levi strode forward with a tense Emma close behind. Kieran and the other 4 were also following Levi. Thud. 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 The ground seemed to tremble under everyone's feet. The cause for the mini-earthquake was Black Tortoise, who was carrying a coffin and a gravestone on his back. Thump. Thump. He threw the coffin and the gravestone on the ground before the Garrison clan compound's gates. Then, it was clear these were the exact same coffin and gravestone that Damien had sent to Levi previously. Levi was returning them to him. Levi Garrison, the return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1180. Everyone was shocked by this sight. Just how outrageous and arrogant must Levi be to bring a coffin and gravestone to the home of the most powerful ancient family in Arudia? This was a deliberate provocation. Damien's eyebrows twitched as his face reddened in fury. He recognized those 2 items. Does he mean to return them to me? Insolent BD. Tyrone was even more enraged. He had thought Levi was here to beg him, but it was obvious now that the younger man was here to cause a scene. How dare a bastard child like him taunt the most powerful ancient family in Arudia? Thousands of pairs of eyes were focused on Levi. Zoe's emotions were all over the place at seeing him again. Even though she had not gotten an explanation from him yet, the fact that he had come here already proved his courage. "Wow, it's so lively here. It's even more crowded than last year during our bet." Tyrone guffawed before asking, "Levi Garrison, what are you doing here?" Levi did not answer the man. Instead, he turned to his mother and stated, "Mom, I brought you here today so you may get an explanation from Tyrone and the Garrison clan. Ask them. Ask them why they abandoned you back then." Emma jerked at her son's words before trembling. Her eyes were shining with tears as various emotions played across her face. The day she had been wishing and praying for so many years had finally arrived. Next, Levi turned to look at Zoe. "Zoe, I promise I'll give you a satisfactory explanation. Today. I definitely won't be like Tyrone Garrison and abandon my wife and child." "Levi, Zoe murmured softly while tears trailed down her cheeks silently. At last, Levi fixed his gaze on Tyrone and Damien. Today, I, Levi Garrison, will destroy the Garrison clan. I'll show everyone just how weak and powerless the so-called most powerful ancient family in Arudaya is before me. The moment those words left his lips, everybody present burst into loud, mocking laughter. The Garrison clan members even threw their heads back as they roared with laughter. They were utterly astounded that Levi thought he could take them on all alone. As they had said before, the Garrison clan had more than 1,000 years' worth of power and resources behind it. It had gotten to its position today due to generations' worth of hard work. Was it possible that they would lose to Levi? There was a small chance. However, it was like a 1 in a million chance. Ha ha ha. Interesting. How very interesting. Tyrone had always been amused to see people he deemed as insignificant trying to act tough before him. It was like an ant saying it was powerful before a dragon. Emma, I'm eager to see just what kind of ability your son has today. With that said, Tyrone's expression chilled. Titus. Yes, sir. Titus, one of the Garrison clan's youngest guards, stepped forward. He was also one of the challengers for last year's bet. Defeat him. Tyrone ordered. Boom. Titus instantly stomped his feet on the ground, leaving 2 deep imprints. Leaping into the air, Titus threw a vicious punch at Levi. The force behind his punch caused the wind to whistle past his fist. Everyone could distinctly feel the heat generated from it as it felt like razor blades slashing at their faces. Being able to achieve such power at a young age, Titus was a true genius when it came to martial arts. Too weak. Levi commented softly. Wham! His leg flashed upward to land a kick into Titus' abdomen, sending the man flying back. Thud! After more than a dozen meters, Titus finally crashed into one of the stone lions guarding the gates. Slumping to the ground, he did not get up again. Everybody was utterly dumbfounded. None of the Garrison clan members had expected Levi to be a martial arts expert as well. Even Emma had not known that. This. The expressions on the Garrison clan members' faces were grim. He's too weak. I want to fight your strongest. Levi hollered at Tyrone while staring straight into his eyes. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1181. One of the younger Garrisons, Marco, bellowed, such arrogance. How dare you show such insolence here at the Garrison clan ancestral compound? He was ranked 10th among the top 10 strongest fighters in the younger generation. He charged straight at Levi without a moment's hesitation. Smack! With one harsh slap from Levi, Marco was sent flying back. Go to hell! Ranked 8th among the top 10 strongest fighters in the younger generation, Alan threw himself at Levi. Wham! A punch threw Alan back. Bam! Thud! Ranked 6th, David lost as well. Number 3 and 4, Reuben and Clayton, were both defeated too. Beginning to get impatient, Levi demanded, all of you come at me. Thud! Wham! Thump! One by one, each of the younger generation garrisons stepped forward to challenge Levi. Yet the results were all the same. They all lost. In no time at all, Levi had managed to defeat every single one of the younger generation garrisons. It did not matter how powerful they were all beaten within one blow. None of them even got a chance to strike a second time. He's so unbelievably strong. Everyone was rendered speechless at Levi's display of power. They stared at him, their eyes wide with disbelief. Zoe's eyes were rounded in shock as well while her mouth hung open slightly. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. So not only is he a great businessman, but his combat skills are also through the roof. Wow! Daddy's so awesome! For Olivia cheered while clapping her hands delightedly. The Garrison clan members were stunned. Disregarding everything else, they should be taking him in as one of their own just based on his combat skills alone. With the combined might of Levi and Damien, they would be unstoppable. None of the other families would even dare think badly of them. Tyrone and his council members were feeling rather numb from their shock and regret. They felt like they had made a grave mistake in not allowing Levi to join the clan initially. If only they had known how powerful he was back then, they would have accepted him in an instant. So this is my son? Ha ha ha. As expected of someone who has my blood flowing through his veins. He's a Garrison indeed. Not bad. Not bad at all. Tyrone exclaimed gleefully. He then shouted, everyone, hold on a moment. Turning to Levi, he said, Levi, I was wrong to have blamed you previously. As long as you agree now, I'll allow you to join the Garrison clan. I can guarantee your status will be the same as Damien's. In fact, you might be entitled to even more resources than him. That's right. I agree on letting Levi Garrison join the clan. Me too. One by one, each of the Garrison clan council members voiced their agreement. They would have been crazy to kill off a genius like Levi. Emma was close to tears with joy and pride at hearing this. Her son was finally making a name for himself. He had managed to obtain the Garrison clan's approval through his own abilities. Zoe was feeling much the same as Emma. That was her husband. He had proven himself to the most powerful ancient family in Arudaya. And they were impressed. Rubbing his goatee, Dale chuckled and commented, not bad. Now, this is a man. That's worthy of my goddaughter. Everyone was certain that Levi would say yes to the Garrison clan's offer. After all, he would be able to enjoy the same privileges as Damien. Imagine their surprise when Levi merely sneered and replied, You want me to join the Garrison clan? There's no way in hell I'll do that. You're not worth my time. He then leveled a scornful look on Tyrone. You want to be my father? Do you even have the right? The Garrison clan is about as insignificant as ants in my eyes. Levi's words served to anger the Garrison clan. We're just appreciative of your talents. Do you seriously think we can't do anything about you if we really tried? Tyrone thundered. In reply, Levi challenged coldly, Come on then. Who's next? Me. A voice called out loudly. Damien stepped forward from the crowd. Earlier, Levi had defeated all of the younger generation Garrisons except Damien, who ranked first among them. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1182. Tyrone snorted and gloated, Levi, I admit that you're quite strong. However, I think you're severely overestimating yourself. You'll never be able to beat Damien. His belief in his son was almost borderline fanatical. Damien was like the symbol of the Garrison clan's prowess, not to mention he was the strongest man among the younger generations of all of Arudaya. In all the ways that counted, he was the best. Nobody could beat him. Even if Levi had defeated all the younger generation members of the Garrison clan, he was still no match for Damien. After all, Damien could easily do what Levi had done as well. As Damien emerged from the crowd to stand opposite Levi, everyone gasped. He was like some sort of celestial dragon coming down to earth to grace the commoners. With his presence, he was the greatest pride and joy of Tyrone Garrison and Olivia Garcia. Olivia had a haughty smile on her face as she spoke to Emma, Your son might be slightly talented, but he'll never be able to beat my son. You can stop dreaming about that. Her precious son, her pride, could not lose. The pride of the Garrison clan could not lose. When Damien was facing Levi, Levi grinned and stated, "You see that coffin and gravestone? I brought it back here specifically for you. You dare show me such disrespect? Die!" Damien roared. With that, he released his energy. A wave of power exploded from his body, forcefully, pushing everyone back several meters like an invisible hand. It was absolutely terrifying. "He's a god-class fighter," someone cried. "Levi Garrison is actually a god-class warrior." There was a strict ranking system when it came to fighters in this world. They were split into these ranks according to their fighting prowess. Generally speaking, they could be separated into 4 classes: Commoner, King, God and Ultimate. Commoner class usually referred to those that had not been training for long. King class warriors were powerful fighters that were usually in various positions of authority in the military and led armies. In terms of power, God class warriors were several times that of a king class. They were the true masters of fighting, being able to take on an entire army alone. Back then, Levi was pronounced to be a god class due to having single-handedly defeated the 18-nation alliance of god-class fighters. God-class warriors were very rare, a fact that could be seen when it had taken all members of the 18-nation alliance to scrounge up even 100 fighters. Damien achieving this rank at such a young age proved how talented he was at martial arts. No wonder he was considered a true genius. If he were to ever consider joining the military, it would definitely not take him long to make his way onto the Saber leaderboard. The next instant, Damien moved. Boom! His fist snapped out powerfully, sending out a loud roar as the air was pressurized by the force. Bang! 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 As he dashed toward Levi, his footsteps compressed the air, causing little explosions of sound like a firecracker. Crack! 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 The ground split open beneath each footfall. Damien leaped into the air to come flying down at Levi, his fist aiming straight for him. The force behind that punch was akin to a thunderbolt from heaven. Yet Levi's face was blank as he stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. It was almost like he was frozen to the spot in fear. Boom! Damien's fist slammed into Levi's shoulder and a loud rumbling sound echoed in the air. Crack! What was even scarier was that the floor actually shattered beneath Levi's feet. A spider web of cracks spread out for at least 100 meters while some parts of the ground actually crumbled into a deep hole. The strong gust of wind from that punch kicked up a cloud of dust, blotting out the skies. A lot of people cried out in pain as grit flew into their eyes. They could not see anything. It almost felt like a bomb had gone off there. It was utterly terrifying. As expected from a god-class fighter. Tyrone and Olivia cheered, "Ha ha ha! My son won!" After a moment, the smoke gradually cleared so everyone could finally see the battlefield. Levi Garrison, the return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1183. Levi and Damien were standing across from each other. Patting his shoulder, Levi smirked and taunted, "That's it? That tickled. He's completely unhurt?" Damien had dealt such a powerful blow yet Levi did not even have a scratch on him. How ridiculous is that? Everyone had thought he would at the very least be badly injured if not dead. "You're too weak," Levi commented with a snigger. Back then, he had taken on more than 100 god-class fighters the 18-nation alliance had thrown at him. Alone. Individually, none of them were weaker than Damien at all. "Time for you to lose." With that, Levi threw out his fist. Boom! His punch sounded like an explosion, causing everyone to go deaf momentarily. All they could hear was a loud ringing in their ears. In fact, some would later describe this like they had been standing in the middle of a war zone while 100 bombs went off around them. Watching the fist that sped toward him, Damien tried to meet it with his own. Thud. Unfortunately, he was unable to withstand the power at all. Damien was thrown backward. Like a ragdoll, blood spurting from his mouth. He crashed to the floor, disbelief shining in his eyes. I lost? Damien lost? How can that be? How could he have possibly lost? Nobody could accept this brutal reality. The strongest of the younger generation of Garrisons had been defeated. How horrifying! That meant that Levi Garrison was also a god-class fighter. Although Emma and Zoe did not know much about the ranking system, they were happy. Enough that he was so powerful. No words could describe their pride in him right now. The Garrison clan was completely frozen in shock. No. That can't be. My son cannot possibly lose. He can't. He has to win, no matter what. Tyrone and Olivia glanced at each other, determined glints in their eyes. In the past few years, Damien had practically bulldozed over every single opponent he had come across. He had never once lost. That was also the reason why the Garrison clan was so proud and arrogant. If he actually lost, that would severely tarnish the Garrison clan's name and reputation. The other fighters in the family looked at each other meaningfully, the same thoughts crossing their minds. They had to make sure Damien won even if it meant cheating. He could not lose, not even once. As the most powerful ancient family, the Garrison clan did not know the meaning of the word defeat. By this point, Damien was also shooting pleading looks at his father. Their thoughts echoed that of the other clan members. Tyrone hurried over to Damien's side and surreptitiously shoved a pill at him. Damien swallowed it quickly. This pill was a special drug that could unlock a person's full potential. At the same time, Tyrone and several of the other elite fighters pressed their hands against Damien. They transferred their energies into him, boosting his power even more. With these two guarantees, he was definitely going to be able to win against Levi. At this point, nobody cared that they were using such despicable methods to cheat. When it came to these influential and powerful families, their glamorous and perfect image was just a front for how dirty and disgusting they truly were. Damien's power increased dramatically under the inflow of energies and the pill. 5 times. 10 times. 100 times. His power was now 100 times his previous level. Whoosh! Like a phoenix reborn, Damien rose to his feet while his hostile aura exploded out of him. Strong gusts of wind swirled around him. Feeling the power coursing through his veins, Damien let out a demonic laugh. This was the first time he had felt so much power. He was beyond giddy, drunk on the feeling of being invisible. At that moment, he felt like he could even kill God himself. Die, Levi Garrison, he roared like some demon from hell. Levi Garrison, the return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1184. Anybody who was observant enough would realize what the Garrison clan had done. But this was the most powerful ancient family in Arudaya. Nobody dared to speak up even if they were mad about it. What the hell is this? That's cheating. How can the Garrison clan do that? Dale protested in righteous anger. After all, he was standing on Zoe's side, which by extension meant Levi's side. Of course he would be mad at seeing the Garrison clan members cheating. Hasn't the Garrison clan always been like that? They're ruthless when it comes to getting what they want. The fact that this concerns Damien is making them even more uncaring of anything else. After all, if he loses, that means the Garrisons lose too. There's no way they'll allow him to be defeated, someone piped up. Dale huffed angrily, so we're going to do nothing but watch. The people nearest to him sighed. There's nothing we can do but endure this. This is the Garrison clan we're talking about. Arg! Dale hit his chest anxiously. He was helpless and he knew it. The most he could do was complain. Zoe panicked when she heard that short conversation. It was just so unfair that the Garrison clan cheated. This was not a one-on-one match with Damien. This was Levi fighting against the entire Garrison clan. That meant he was in even more danger. It did not matter how strong he was. If the Garrison clan was really as ruthless as they said, then he would be dead either way. What a bunch of bullies. He was only supposed to fight Damien. What a pity. Levi is definitely one of the rare true geniuses out there. Unfortunately, he just had to piss off the Garrison clan. I guess it's his fate to fall by their hands. Everyone was already lamenting the loss of such potential. But they did not have a choice. Nobody could actually control the Garrison clan, for they did not have the courage nor the power to do so. Due to his increased power, Damien had left the title of God class behind. He was probably closer to the legendary Ultimate class now. Anyone in the Ultimate class was absolutely terrifying. It was said that they could take on tens of thousands of men single-handedly and still win. Like it was a walk in the park. They were the ultimate warriors that could not be taken down easily, even with an army and heavy weaponry. The only thing was that an ultimate class warrior was nearly extinct for how rare they were. Running into a god class warrior was already rare enough, let alone an ultimate class one. Damien stalked toward Levi, the sheer power emanating from him pressing down on the other people present. They struggled to breathe as it felt like a boulder was pressing down on their chests. Levi Garrison, I won't lose. Damien bellowed before swinging his fist out. The destructive force behind this punch was 100 times his earlier attack, capable of destroying entire mountains. He was absolutely certain that this blow would obliterate Levi once and for all. Ha ha ha. Levi's lips curled into a mocking sneer before he met Damien's fist with his own. Boom. The impact of that collision was like a satellite smashing into Earth, sending shockwaves everywhere. Ugh. Ack. More than a few people coughed out blood from the shockwaves that had slammed into them. As a whole, the entire crowd was also pushed back more than a dozen meters. Crack. At last, the plaza could no longer hold up under this assault. The entire floor collapsed beneath their feet. What was even more frightening was that Damien had been defeated. He had been shoved back 20 meters, his feet leaving 2 deep furrows in the ground. Even in this state, Damien had lost? Just how powerful was Levi? Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. I can't lose. I can't lose. Damien screamed. He continued to push his body over and beyond his limits. It was obvious he was going to defeat Levi or at least die trying. Wham! 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 Levi pummeled Damien 3 more times, leaving the latter a bloody mess. Damien's body crumpled to the floor lifelessly. In the end, the coffin he had custom-ordered would become his final resting place. Tyrone and Olivia screamed when they saw their son fall. My son! Levi Garrison, you'll pay for this. Men, kill him. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1185. The bloodied form of Damien lay on the floor for all to see. Zoe had been quick to cover her daughter's eyes, not wanting her to see such a horrible sight. Is Levi really that powerful? He's really not afraid of the Garrisons, is he? They really did wrongfully blame him. Everyone was stunned at Damien's defeat, especially since he had already been boosted by the pill and energies of others. How fearsome! You can make use of this yourself. With that said, Levi kicked open the lid of the coffin and threw Damien inside. Scritch scritch. Using a dagger, he carved some words into the gravestone. Here lies Damien Garrison. Slam. When he was done, he rammed the gravestone into the ground. Levi's rapid defeat of Damien caught the Garrison clan off guard and they were absolutely incensed. This was the biggest taunt Levi could ever do to the Garrison clan. I killed off your future, all your hopes and dreams. The Garrison clan members were about to lose their minds. Levi had killed off Damien, their best and brightest. He was supposed to be the future of the Garrison clan. Not only that, but he had also been the future of the Garcia family too. After all, he had Garcia blood flowing through his veins as well. Both families were crazed with anger as they yelled, "Die! Kill him!" Warrior after warrior appeared and gathered together. Every single one of them was a god. Class fighter. 1. 2. 71. It was absolutely astonishing and daunting. It had taken all 18 countries of the 18-nation alliance to gather even 100 God-class warriors. Yet the Garrison clan and Garcia family alone already had 71 God-class warriors. This was the might of the number 1 and 2 ancient families in Arudaya. There were two characteristics that separated a God-class warrior from a normal human. Other than their incredible power, they also lived a lot longer than an ordinary person due to their stronger life energies. That was why a lot of the God-class warriors before Levi now were actually rather old. Since they had pinned all their hopes on Damien, there was no way they would let Levi off the hook for killing him. "You're dead, you hear me? Dead!" Zed Garcia hollered. Tyrone was also screaming like a madman, "Do you seriously think I won't kill you?" Despite being faced with the pressure of so many God-class warriors, Levi was extremely delighted. It reminded him of back then when he was facing the God-class warriors of the 18-nation alliance. "Wonderful, wonderful," he crowed while laughing. "Boss, let us take them." White Tiger offered as the 5 of them stepped forward eagerly. Levi shook his head. "No. This is my business, so I'll handle them myself." He was not the slightest bit afraid of these 70-plus God-class warriors. It was not like he had not already experienced this once before. "Are there any more? All of you should come at me together. It'll save me a lot of time." He wagged his finger at them tauntingly. Such arrogance! Even now, he was still provoking the people here. It was clear he was completely disrespectful to the Garrison clan and Garcia family. Tyrone thundered, "So you think you're that good, huh? I'd like to see just how capable a fighter you are. The Garrison clan has an abundance of elite fighters. If they're not enough, we still have the top 3 fighters of the Saber leaderboard. We also have the guardian of the Garrison clan. Kill him." Immediately, all the God-class warriors charged at Levi simultaneously. The ensuing battle was chaotic and intense. From where they were standing by the sidelines, White Tiger and the other 4 could feel their blood pounding through their veins in excitement. It was like they were seeing the legendary and undefeatable god of war again. A short while later, Levi was standing tall with his white shirt stained crimson with blood. Around him, all 71 God-class warriors were groaning or howling with pain. They had been utterly defeated. It was outrageous how strong Levi was. He had single-handedly wiped out the best fighters the Garrison clan and Garcia family had. The crowd was abuzz at the shocking event. This. That's just too scary. I've never seen anyone as powerful as him." Tyrone and the rest of the Garrison clan members had not expected Levi would be that strong either. "Levi, don't think that we'll admit defeat just like that. Please grace us with your presence." "Elder Tanub!" Tyrone yelled. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1186. It was absolutely outrageous how formidable Levi was. They had never seen a young man as terrifying as him before. In fact, they had never even heard of the existence of someone remotely like him. Tyrone was dumbstruck. "This is my son? If only we had accepted him into the family back then, we would be unstoppable right now. The other families would be bowing down before our might for it." Least 100 years, maybe even more. The Garrison clan would have attained new heights. However, now that things have deteriorated to this extent, what's more important is protecting our pride and reputation. We have to defeat him. Thus, the only option they had left was to bring in the one man in their clan that was like a living god, Tanub. Rumors had it that Tanub was an ultimate class warrior, which was why he had managed to live so long. At 130 years old, his energy was still strong. None of the people present had expected Levi would be so powerful that the Garrison clan would need to invite Tanub to the scene. In no time at all, Tanub was escorted down to the plaza. Thump! The Garrison clan members fell to their knees before the old man, chorusing, "Please seek justice for us, Elder Tanub." The disowned son, Levi Garrison, refused to acknowledge his ancestors and elders. He beat up his own cousins and even his elders. He even killed the Garrison clan's hope, Damien. "Please eradicate him for the sake of the clan, Elder Tanub." Presently, the Garrison clan was acknowledging Levi's identity as a Garrison. However, they were now painting him as someone heartless and disrespectful. Cough cough. To their immense surprise, Tanub's body shook as he coughed violently, spitting out blood. "What? Elder Tanub? You're injured." The color drained from everyone's faces at that thought. But then they recalled the commotion that had come from the Forbidden Grounds yesterday. And understood. Elder Tanub must have fought with someone yesterday and gotten hurt. To be able to injure the guardian of the Garrison clan, how formidable must that person be? Was it yet another ultimate class warrior? That was an incredibly daunting thought. Having it be someone from the god class was already scary enough, but another ultimate class? It was said the gap between a god and ultimate class was nearly insurmountable. If one were to achieve the rank of ultimate, that would mean he had gone beyond the limits of a mortal. What was even more amazing was their combat prowess and longevity. One could take on an army of 10,000 men by himself and his life was extended infinitely. When it came to influence, it was said that having an ultimate class warrior in a country was the best defense that country could have. With an ultimate class warrior on the front lines, any army would quail in fear. That was why everyone thought the culprit who injured Tanub was another ultimate class warrior. Wiping away the blood trickling from his lips, Tanub nodded. "Yes, I'm injured." Then, he turned to look at Levi. "Don't tell me it's Levi who did this to you." Disbelief was writ across everybody's faces. "That's right. It was him." Tanub nodded. "I gathered everyone here today because of this important issue." In an instant, everyone realized why Tanub had called back all the Garrison clan members. Pfft! A coppery taste spread through Tyrone's mouth before blood gushed out of his mouth. To think they had been throwing the younger generations at Levi when he had already defeated their strongest member, Tanub. Was there any limit to Levi's power? He had single-handedly obliterated the entire Garrison clan. Tyrone ranted, "No, we haven't lost yet. The truly strong fighters are not here yet." He was referring to the clan members on the Saber leaderboard, in particular Yancey, Lyle, and Micah. Those three really were the strongest fighters the Garrison clan had left. If they took on Levi together, it was likely they might win. Soon, Yancey arrived with more than a dozen fighters from the Saber leaderboard. Bert, Lincoln, and the others who had joined the Hidden Dragon training camp also arrived. "The Garrison clan can't lose," Yancey shouted. But as his eyes locked onto Levi's in the next instant, he was dumbstruck. Levi Garrison, the Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1187. Yancey was not the only one who had such a drastic change in demeanor. Lyle and Micah's expression fell when they got a good look at Levi's face. Behind them, Brandon, Greg and the other fighters were also looking pale. As the best fighters on the Saber leaderboard, how could they not recognize Levi? Especially since the leaderboard was set up by Levi's subordinates. Thump. Levi Garrison greets the god of war. Thump. Levi Garrison greets the god of war. Thump. Micah Garrison greets the god of war. Brandon. Greg. Hayner. Lincoln. Bert. In the blink of an eye, all the Garrison clan members who were in the military were kneeling before Levi. They chorused, "All hail the god of war!" This rapid turn of events was just too shocking. Everyone present was completely caught by surprise. Why would Yancey and the rest kneel to Levi? They were the top 3 fighters on the Saber leaderboard, the best warriors in all of Erudaya. Even Tanab was taken aback at their actions. Just who is he? What is this god of war? He was so astounded his thinking seemed to have ground to a halt. The Stewart family greets the god of war. Azure Dragon suddenly shouted before he ended. His family members all kneeled down. The Preston family greets the god of war. The Myers family greets the god of war. The Gott family greets the god of war. What followed was even more astonishing. All 16 of the imperial families and the 32 royal families got down on their knees before Levi, shouting the exact same sentence as the others. The quasi-royal and prominent families followed their lead and kneeled as well. In an incredibly short amount of time, the thousands of people in the plaza were all kneeling. It was a mind-blowing sight. The Garrison clan and Zoe were unable to react as their minds went blank. Awoo! Suddenly, the eerie howling of wolves could be heard. Everybody glanced around, finally spotting the 18 figures that had appeared on a nearby hill. The figures were riding on wolves. At once, everyone realized who they were. These were the subordinates of the god of war, his cavalry regiment. Azure Dragon greets the god of war. Kiran greets the god of war. Phoenix greets the god of war. White Tiger greets the god of war. Black Tortoise greets the god of war. The 5 Great Wars Regiment also went down on their knees. Thud. 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 The sound of synchronized marching rang out before row after row of men in black clothing appeared. These were the dragon warriors that had appeared in Jason's house previously. The dragon warriors greet the god of war. The dragon warriors got down on one knee, giving Levi their highest gesture of respect. The Spectre army greets the god of war. Yet another group of soldiers arrived to greet Levi. Then, even more appeared. The Ruby army greets the god of war. The Sapphire army greets the god of war. The Emerald army greets the god of war. The Topaz army greets the god of war. 4 separate groups appeared. These 4 were yet more undefeatable regiments that had been personally trained by Levi. Coincidentally, they had been in Oakland City, so they decided to come. The Drago Knights greet the god of war. Welcome to Oakland City. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1188. Another group of soldiers appeared. It was the representative army of Oakland City, the Drago Knights. The initially spacious plaza was now completely filled to overflowing with more than 10,000 people there kneeling to Levi. The Garrison clan, Zoe and Emma, were at a loss for what to do. They stood there dumbly, still in a daze from what they had seen. Azura is here with Zar, Balgun, and Talon. A commanding voice announced loudly. Windsor strode over with 3 of his own regiments of men. His men were all wearing demon masks. However, there were 3 kinds of masks to differentiate them into their separate regiments. Zar greets the god of war. Balgun greets the god of war. Talon greets the god of war. As the 3 men said that, their individual regiments all kneeled before Levi and addressed him as well. It was a truly majestic scene. These were all of Erudia's fiercest and strongest armies. Each was capable of defeating a 10,000-men army themselves. It would not be an exaggeration to say all the soldiers present here right now were equivalent to millions of normal men. That meant more than 1 million men were currently worshipping the god of war. Windsor Campbell greets the god of war. Even Windsor had to address Levi respectfully, but only because the latter was stronger than him. Rank-wise, they were of equal rank. Thus, Windsor did not have to kneel. It was enough that he bow as a sign of respect. Since Levi was here to accept the challenge, of course Windsor had to make an appearance to support him. Windsor was a man of great reputation and influence. All the influential families in Oakland City knew him, especially since he had appeared last year as well. With such a jaw-dropping turnout, it was obvious now who Levi was. This young man in his 20s was none other than Arudia's own god of war. He was Arudia's best defense, able to strike terror into every other country's hearts. God of war. The first to snap out of his shock was Tanub. Now he understood how he had lost. How could he possibly win against the god of war? Zed and the Garcia family members were close to crying. They finally knew why Conrad, who had been crippled, had chosen to let things go. He had absolutely refused to speak about what happened to him. It turned out that he had offended the god of war. Who had the guts to pursue this matter further? No way the Garcia family was going to let themselves be exterminated. Dale was completely blown away by this revelation. It was dawning on him why Jerry would risk pissing off the Lehman family and break off his marriage contract with Zoe. Jerry must have known about Levi's true identity. That was why he would rather die than actually snatch the god of war's wife away from him. Speaking of dying, Edwin felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him. What did I do yesterday? I was actually trying to force the god of war to give us an explanation while on his knees. What an idiot. I'm definitely going to die for this. Woohoo, Daddy's amazing. Daddy's so cool. Among all the people present, little for Olivia was the most clear-eyed at that moment. As a young child, she did not understand what the adults were talking about. All she knew was that a lot of people were kneeling before her father. Of course he's amazing. He's the venerable god of war himself. Zoe's blank eyes gradually brightened as she slowly began to make the connections. The god of war. Wait a minute, the god of war. My husband is the god of war. A crazed expression made its way onto her face and she was close to losing her composure. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1189. Emma was slowly hit with the realization as well. It can't be. No way. It turns out what Levi said was all true. My fantasies actually turned into reality? Am I dreaming? She gave herself a hard pinch and felt a sharp pain. You Garrison folks know nothing. We know better, the Stewart family shouted. The entire Garrison clan was struck with a deep realization, as though someone had just poured ice-cold water on them. Why has Levi always been so disdainful towards the Garrison clan? Why did he agree to the bet if he did not care about the Garrison clan? In the past, everyone used to think that Levi was a dumb fool. However, it turned out that he simply did not take the Garrison clan seriously at all. The Garrison clan finally figured out why the god of war's last name was Garrison. The god of war is Levi Garrison. They had spent a great deal of effort to investigate which branch of the Garrison clan he was from, but they did not expect him to be from their branch. They also realized he was the same person that Tyrone almost killed. That moment, Tyrone recalled Jonah's warning to him and Damien. They had disagreed with Jonah at that time, but Jonah already knew of Levi's identity then. Tyrone's face suddenly turned pale as he recollected the first time he met Levi face to face. He suddenly understood that Emma wasn't the one who leaked the secret to Levi. Of course, Levi found out by himself. Given his status, it was a piece of cake for him to investigate this. How naive of me to think that he would use this to blackmail me. I was wrong. Absolutely wrong. Someone of his status and position wouldn't do this. People generally regarded Levi as arrogant and aloof, but what they didn't know was that his status was way above theirs. On the other hand, the Garrison clan treated him as a lowly creature, but he was actually an extraordinary and mighty being. The crowd took a deep breath when they thought about how easily Levi resolved the matter that the Garrison clan confronted him with. They should have known better that he wasn't a common man. But they were blindsided by Morris Group. They underestimated the company and did not take it seriously. All sorts of thoughts ran through their mind at that time. The god of war? Levi Garrison is actually the god of war. Who said a single man's hard work over several decades cannot compare with the blood, sweat and tears of prominent families who have been around for generations? Whoever said that was wrong. It's absolutely possible. The chances of this happening might be 1 in a million, but it is not impossible. Levi Garrison is living proof of that possibility. My son is the god of war? With Levi around, would Damien still be of any use? Could he possibly match up to Levi? What a shame! What an absolute shame! If only the Garrison clan brought Levi back earlier, the god of war would be a part of the clan. Who wouldn't be convinced then? The Garrison clan's power would be on the rise, and going up the social ladder wouldn't be a problem at all. If that happened, it would actually be possible to dominate the whole of Bayview. But it is too late to cry over spilled milk now. We were the ones who pushed Levi to the enemy's side. Damien even ruined his wedding. Now he's taking revenge. Levi looked at the thousands of people kneeling before him and shouted, "Get up!" Everyone quickly stood up synchronously. He then grabbed his mother and walked up to Tyrone. "Did you ever dream of this day, that I would personally defeat the Garrison clan? Do you think it's that difficult to defeat the clan? I'll show you how it's done. Mother and I are here to demand an explanation today," he said with a contemptuous grin. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1190. Levi's words cut like a knife while his voice sounded like roaring thunder. His overwhelming presence swept across the crowd. Whoosh! Every member of the Garrison clan was suddenly short of breath. It was as though a large rock had knocked the breath right out of them, leaving them gasping for air. Thump! Thump! Their hearts pounded rapidly. Several people who could not withstand the psychological pressure started collapsing onto the ground one after another. Their entire bodies were drenched in cold sweat. It was a horrifying sight. Showcasing his powers, Levi was like a god who had descended from the heavens, and mere ordinary folk could not withstand his attacks. Tyrone, who was standing closest to Levi at this moment, turned pale white. His legs started trembling as a layer of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Levi glared at Tyrone. "So what if you're the head of Arudia's first ancient family? You can't kneel before the god of war? You and the Garrison clan both owe me an explanation," he bellowed. Boom! Lightning suddenly struck the Garrison clan as Levi demanded an explanation from them. "All right, it's time to question Tyrone and the rest of the Garrison clan. When my mother was pregnant back then, she knelt in front of the Garrison family home for 3 whole days. Where were you, and what were you doing? Why did you abandon your wife and child? Why did you choose to kill your own flesh and blood? Why are you so cold-hearted to my mother? Did she do anything to wrong you?" He interrogated Tyrone and stared at the entire clan. Every member of the clan, including Tyrone, lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Levi. Everyone remained quiet. "Speak up!" Levi roared and slammed the main door. In a wink, the door crumbled and turned into dust. At that moment, Levi was like a demon who had unleashed his rage on all of humanity. Thud. Thud. There was a seemingly invisible force that forced everyone to kneel down one after another. But no one could explain what was going on. There was no logical explanation for this phenomenon. Boom. Tyrone could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure and finally collapsed on his knees. Olivia, Kenny, and Tanab were all on their knees too. They could not stand the pressure either. By then, every single member of the Garrison clan was kneeling down before Levi. Arudaya's first ancient family finally surrendered to Levi Garrison. Ha ha ha, Emma chuckled in delight as tears started rolling down her cheeks. Olivia, didn't you think I was inferior to you? That my son is of a lowly bloodline? What do you think now? Can your son compared to mine? Emma yelled. But Olivia remained silent. Your clan used to look down on me, thinking that my blood was less human than yours just because I am from a humble family. Back then, I dreamt of standing in front of all of you and telling you that my son will one day rule the world. Now, look at you, aren't you all kneeling before my son? Emma sneered. Tyrone and the rest of the clan continued to hold their silence until she finished ranting. For the first time in her life, Emma felt relieved. The Garrison clan trembled with fear as they stood speechless before Levi. Why are all of you kneeling before a bastard? Ha ha ha. We'll deal with you all soon, she added sarcastically. Levi then turned to look at Zoe, saying, Zoe, I'll give you an explanation right now. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1191. I actually wanted to tell you everything at the wedding, but Damien's unexpected intrusion disrupted my plan. Later on, I wanted to explain while I dealt with the Garrisons, but something unexpected happened. The Drago Knights transferred me out under their highest order and made it my mission to annihilate Blood King Palace. Because of that, I had to be away for the past year and a half. I missed the birth of our child and the agreement with the Garrison clan, and you were left to fend for yourself. Levi explained why he went missing. For 1.5 years. Everyone finally understood the real reason behind his disappearance. He had been tasked to wipe out Blood King Palace. This was all in fact a scheme by my enemies from overseas to separate you and Mother from me. Levi continued. Then why were we not in danger after you left? I even went overseas, Zoe questioned. Arudaya had sent Azura to protect you from the 10,000 men who were waiting to ambush you at Kiria Airport. Meanwhile, Mother was protected by Tsar, Balgun, and Talon. Levi explained. Zoe then understood why things had been so smooth for her when Levi was away. There were always people around to protect her. Even when Azura tried to attack her when her negotiations with the Garrison clan failed, there were men looking after her. Zoe, I'm sorry I wasn't there for you and our child. But trust me when I say I'm Arudaya's god of war. Your husband now rules the world. Levi finally made it up to her with a complete explanation. I'm so proud of you, darling. Zoe hugged him tightly as she burst into tears. This is my husband. My pride and my hero. He is the world's best husband. You kept all this from me for so long. Why didn't you tell me earlier? She sobbed. Thinking back on what she went through for the last 2 years, she realized everything that happened was no coincidence. Levi had always been in control of every event in her life, and everything started to make sense to her. What a perfect explanation. You are indeed Arudaya's hero. We owe you a huge apology. Dale took the initiative to apologize. I was wrong too. Edwin got down on his knees. The Garrisons should kneel for 3 whole days. If Tyrone can take a punch from me, I'll let this matter go. Levi offered the Garrison clan an ultimatum. From a wider point of view, he knew that it was best not to annihilate the Garrison clan. Finally, Tyrone stood before him. Bash! Levi threw a hard punch without any reservation, and Tyrone's body flew over 100 meters before he hit a wall. No one knew if he survived. Meanwhile, the rest of the Garrison clan had to kneel for 3 entire days to atone for their sins. As the public caught wave of this news, many shady figures watched on in the dark. They were not Erudians, but were Tenika's men. Levi's repeated assaults have triggered the Blood King Palace's most poisonous attack. He is about to battle Azura again, and he will die without a doubt. One of the spies sneered. The Blood King Palace's poison was the best weapon they could use to defeat Levi. That very moment, Levi was suddenly overcome by an unpleasant sensation. He felt like the sky was spinning as he struggled to stand up straight. Feeling nauseous, he tried his best to hold back his vomit. But he clearly felt that the effects of the toxin were a lot stronger this time. He had battled Tanab and the 71 God-class warriors of the Garrison clan before. So he was surprised that he was feeling this weak. How come I can't seem to control the poison this time? How is this possible? Levi's expression changed drastically. God of War, it's time for our battle now, someone exclaimed. Levi Garrison, the return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1192. As Levi felt his body spin out of control because of the poison, Azura suddenly appeared. He had come to fulfill his end of the battle. Levi continued to bear with the poison as much as he could while fearing he might pass out or vomit blood. At this critical moment, Azura turned up to challenge him. Are you all right? Windsor sensed that Levi wasn't doing well. Nevertheless, Levi covered up his pain and discomfort so well that Windsor could not tell in the end. I'm fine. I'm just excited. Levi answered with a chuckle. That moment, he exhausted every bit of strength in him to fight the Blood King Palace's poison. On the surface, he looked fine, but inside, his body was completely ruined. Meanwhile, several spies were having a discussion between themselves somewhere in the dark. Ha ha ha, the Blood King Palace's poison is indeed powerful. Even the God of War cannot withstand it, the first spy said. Did you know it took 40 years for the Blood King Palace to develop this poison so he can defeat the strongest warrior, another spy said. This time, Levi Garrison will definitely die. It will a wish come true for Blood King Palace. And his military strategist, a third one replied. They knew best how powerful this poison was. While Levi fights Tanab, Damien, and the 71 God-class warriors of the Garrison clan, the poison would spread throughout his body. No matter how strong Levi was, it would be too late for him. The poison would have attacked every inch of his body. The most unique characteristic of this poison was its ability to consume human blood and energy. Even the gods would not be able to save him by then. Moreover, Levi would have to face another powerful opponent, Windsor Campbell. So his death would be inevitable. All of this was within Tenika's plans, though some factors were beyond his control, such as Levi's initial battle against the Garrison clan warriors. Nevertheless, this was still favorable for him. Windsor, on the other hand, did not bother about it much either. After all, he and Levi had already reached such a high point. Defeating the Garrison clan would not be a difficult task at all. So he thought their agreed battle would not be a problem as well. However, he did not know what Levi was enduring physically. He glanced at Levi and said, "Come on, let's settle this right now. The whole world knows the God of War, but few know of Azura. People will assume you are stronger than me, but I don't think I'm any weaker than you. You've rejected my challenges more than 10 times. These few years. Today, the opportunity has finally come, and I want to prove to the world that Windsor Campbell is no weaker than you." In the blink of an eye, Windsor altered his appearance. It was as though he was a demon, reborn from hell. "All right, I accept your challenge. If I win, you will have to work under my command. If I lose, I'll let you take over as the god of war." Levi mustered up his energy and accepted Windsor's challenge. "No, the position was originally mine. I will only be taking back what's rightfully mine," Windsor retorted. He was completely consumed by the idea of becoming the god of war, and this obsession was the driving force for his insane actions. All his life, he had been waiting for the day he could finally defeat Levi Garrison. Just as the battle between Levi and Windsor was about to start, White Tiger suddenly exclaimed, "There's something wrong with the boss. He seems to be injured." "I think so too," Kieran echoed. Phoenix, Kieran, and the other subordinates knew Levi well. Even if he looked fine to others, they could tell that he was in trouble. They sensed that he was injured. Thinking that he was capable of fighting Azura, White Tiger took a deep breath and said, "Why don't I take Levi's place for the battle?" "No, you can't change opponents at this moment," said Windsor. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1193. Next, the huge battle began between Levi and Windsor. From the moment they made their first move, the crowd was astounded and astonished by their actions. Everyone was suddenly forced to step back about 100 meters, and there was nowhere left for them to stand on in the middle of the grounds. Between them, they released airwaves that were strong enough to send a few people flying away, and a number of people were injured because of this as well. It was a dark fight indeed. The Garrison clan compound had completely collapsed. All the surrounding trees were destroyed, and even the 2 stone lions at the entrance had exploded without anybody's realization. Nobody had ever witnessed such an earth-shattering battle before. After all, both of them were practically invincible, having defeated thousands of soldiers on the battlefield. In terms of fighting prowess, they were of the ultimate class at the very least. Hence, this was definitely the battle of the century. Azura gave it his all in this battle, vividly displaying every inch of his cruel and ruthless side. Having single-handedly killed more than 8,000 people belonging to a terrifying organization from the Western Dark World, Azura was carnage personified. However, this was Levi he was battling with. Terrific! This is absolutely marvelous. Everyone could not help but sing their praises. Pfft! However, something unforeseen had happened. Levi suddenly fell backward and fresh blood was spurting out of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Windsor did not give him any breathing room and went all out. The combat resumed. Pfft! Levi was sent flying across the air once again. As he lay on the ground, Levi could feel his head spinning. The Blood King Palace's ultimate poison was way too powerful. In fact, it was definitely fatal. Before this, Levi was still holding on firmly. However, after the rigorous battle with Windsor, he could no longer suppress the poison. He had always known that Azura was very strong, and from that battle, he could gauge his powers. Strong. He was incredibly, terrifyingly strong. However, Levi had his own way to defeat him. Despite being poisoned, as long as Levi channeled all of his energy into that one strike, Windsor will definitely lose. At this moment, 2 voices appeared in his mind. One said, "Levi, you cannot lose, you must give it your all to defeat Windsor." The other voice said, "Put everything down and be with your wife and daughter." The 2 voices were interweaving in his mind. Levi had owed Zoe way too much over all these years. He really wanted to give up his identity as God of War. All he wanted to do was to be a commoner who could spend quality time with his family. Previously, when Azura helped to protect Zoe and her parents, Levi really wanted to vacate his position as God of War. However, the more he thought about it, it did not feel right to him. The entire Arudaya acknowledged him and his position. While Windsor was welcome to take over, he had to defeat Levi first. The latter was the god of war, and in the face of every challenge, he would definitely give it his all and never give up. He could not throw the game, and he definitely could not be defeated. Bang! At this moment, Levi's energy suddenly elevated rapidly, as if he was an awakened beast. His frightening aura made everyone's blood run cold. Suddenly, everyone felt like they were short of breath and found it hard to even breathe. Terrifying! This was simply too terrifying. Is this the Levi Garrison who had fought off 100,000 soldiers all by himself? White Tiger and the rest were excited as the undefeatable devil from the battlefield emerged. In their vision once again. It was indeed extremely frightening. Windsor's face changed. He could feel fear now that Levi had leveled up. All smiles disappeared from his disciple Zar's face. They had just assumed that they were about to win this. The spies were dumbfounded as they witnessed everything from the dark corners. Was Levi that strong? Even that did not kill him, and he could still fight? From the looks of it, he might even defeat Azura? Where were his limits? No. Levi must not be allowed to live, and definitely not allowed to win. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1194. Did you really think you hide so well that no one has seen you? Suddenly, the spies heard a frosty voice next to them. Spectres appeared all around them. It was the Spectre army. Kill! Immediately, the spies were all killed. There was no longer anyone doing secret sabotage. Levi could now fight fair and square with Windsor. All right, you have finally revealed your true powers. Windsor shouted with glee. His powers were being elevated continuously as well. The Garrison clan ancestral compound was submerged by an overwhelming force of strength. Everyone could feel the great pressure exuded from the battle. Come on, fight! Levi's eyes turned red. The Iron Brigade's motto was to charge, even to the point of death. The two of them battled once again. Their movements were so swift, no one could see anything clearly. With their combined detrimental strength, their aura assaulted the surroundings again and again. The Garrison compound was no longer as it was, and all of the buildings were already destroyed. Is this power of the ultimate class warrior? Absolutely frightful. Everyone held their breaths. The end. Enduring the spread of the toxins, Levi gathered all of his strength and delivered a powerful blow. Azura would probably be defeated by this strike even if he had ultimate powers. However, at this very moment, the strangest thing happened. Levi actually failed right when he was close to fully recharge his powers. It was so close as he was just one step away. Bang! Azura landed a deafening punch on Levi. Thud! Levi's body was sent flying. He was hurled 100 meters away and crashed violently onto the ground. After landing, Levi was in utter disbelief. Was there someone secretly targeting him? When he was battling with Azura, he could feel invisible energy forces pressurizing him from all directions. It was at this very moment that Azura was able to defeat Levi with the most fatal strike of them all. Seems like somebody does not want me to be the god of war. It could not be from overseas. It is too difficult for an elite fighter from overseas to burrow their way in here without being spotted almost immediately. Therefore, it has to be someone from Arudaya. There is someone here at Arudaya who does not want me to continue being the god of war. Who is that? Who could that be? It could not be Azura. Even though this guy is ruthless and cruel, he will definitely not use cheap tricks like these. If he knew I was poisoned, he would definitely not fight with me. He would want to win me fair and square. Levi's mind spun madly and he quickly came to the conclusion that the person that had just attacked him must be from Arudaya. In fact, that person might be lying in ambush amidst the Oakland city's families. Oh! All these years, he had always been battling at the borders and had never offended anyone. At Arudaya. Does somebody see me as a threat? So much that they want to kill me and get me off the position as god of war? At this moment, Levi stood up once again. Not noticing that something was off, Azura continued fighting him. Pfft! Soon, Levi was flung across the air again. Pfft! He got up again only to be sent flying once again. After a few more times, Levi lay motionless on the ground. Fresh blood kept flowing non-stop from his mouth. Finally, he could no longer suppress the poison. The toxins had spread and had begun to encroach his body. On top of the injuries from Azura and the secret fighter, he could not take it anymore. By now, a little child with a knife could finish him off, let alone Azura. Why you won. Levi felt that his head was becoming heavier. Bang! His head slammed against the floor forcefully and he lost all movement. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1195. Silence. Extreme silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone was petrified when Levi had no more movement. This included Azura, who was rooted to the ground. Cough. For a full 30 seconds, Azura trembled violently while spurting out fresh blood from his mouth. This brought everyone back to reality. In this fight, even though Levi was down, Windsor had also paid a painful price. He was seriously injured as well. Levi, who was ambushed repeatedly and poisoned, could still cause such injuries to Azura. How powerful would he be had he been well? However, the truth was before them. Someone did not want to see Levi alive, or rather, did not want him to continue being the God of War. The legend was defeated in a despicable way. He did not actually lose. He was being schemed. Bang! Thud! Each and every one of Levi's closest guards fell on their knees in disbelief of all that was happening before their eyes. Azure Dragon and a few others rushed to check on Levi's condition. I won. I, Windsor Campbell, have defeated the God of War Levi Garrison. That title should have belonged to me long ago. Now, I've won it with my bare hands. Windsor screamed and howled maniacally. This was his glorious moment, or rather, this was the peak of his life. Not only him, the entire Arudaya and all of the ancient families witnessed the fall of Levi. Windsor was stronger than Levi. Everyone was more concerned with the outcome rather than the process, and they did not care if Levi had been poisoned, injured, or ambushed. All they saw was that Levi was defeated. Azura Trio. Tsar congratulates the God of War on your victory. Azura! 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 The ballgun yelled. God of War, Azura! Azura's guards all fell to their knees and cheered out loud. Azura is undefeatable. Azura is invincible. Ha ha ha, no longer Azura. He should be addressed as the God of War. Levi has mentioned that if he loses, he will vacate the position. Tsar said. We congratulate the new God of War. May you protect Arudaya. At this moment, up to 100 families at Oakland City, including even the Garrisons, Garcias, and the Lehmans, all knelt before Windsor and cheered loudly together. Windsor waved and said, all right, from now on, I am the new God of War. Ha ha ha. He had waited too long for this day to arrive. Somewhere at Arudaya, a few people were having tea. Sir, under our forcible interference, Levi lost and is probably dead by now. Someone suddenly reported. All right. Ha ha ha, he is finally defeated. A middle-aged man laughed heartily. This was the same at various places overseas. Teneke, Weldrake, and Atlantis all received the news of Levi's defeat and even of his death. It seemed like many places were cheering for joy. The terrifying force that had suppressed them for years was finally conquered. This called for a universal celebration. The amount of hatred for Levi had now turned into joy. In front of the Garrison family compound, Zoe and Emma made a dash for Levi. "Boss! Levi! My son!" Everyone was cheering. They shook him a few times but he still did not wake up. In fact, his body had stiffened and become icy cold. Zoe put her fingers tentatively in front of his nostrils. "There is no breath." Zoe was shocked beyond madness. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1196. "Darling!" Zoe wailed from the bottom of her soul. For Olivia began crying out loud as well. "Wah!" Emma could not handle it and passed out immediately. Azure Dragon, Kiran, and the rest also lost their minds. "Boss!" Levi's subordinates all roared maniacally. They began using various ways to wake Levi up, but to no avail. The cruel reality hit them. There was simply no breath left in Levi. This was a fact that nobody was willing to accept. It looked like Levi was dead. The cavalry regiment was not calm. The Spectre army lost their composure. The Ruby, Emerald, Sapphire, and Topaz armies could no longer hold themselves together. Levi had presented himself in front of the Garrison family this day to identify himself. Who would have thought that someone who lorded over Oakland City would come to such an ending? Not only was he defeated, but he was also dead. This was something his family was unable to accept no matter what. Even Azura felt a little curious. He had noticed that something was off earlier, but he could not point his finger at it. He did not think too much about it. The man had always felt that he was stronger than Levi. Now that he was so seriously injured, it would not be abnormal for Levi to be dead. "No. Boss, you definitely cannot die. I will get Frederick and the rest to come back immediately." Behaving like he had gone mad, White Tiger scrambled to get up. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Spectre Army, Dragon Warriors, Cavalry Regiment, Ruby, Emerald, Sapphire, and Topaz armies prepare to receive your command. As the God of War, I command you. From now onwards, leave here with me without dissent. Military action will be taken against those who violate my orders. Windsor suddenly gave his command. Based on his cruel and heartless character, he would not care about Levi's life nor death. In his eyes, Levi was merely a loser. Losers did not deserve to live. There was only one chance. To him, there was no such thing as a revival. Therefore, when he saw that Azure Dragon and the rest still wanted to struggle, he immediately gave the command. However, Levi's guards all ignored him. "I'll say it once again. As God of War, I command you to leave with me immediately. You will suffer terrible consequences should I be angered." Azura roared furiously. "Who is afraid of you? Come on, I'll fight you." White Tiger could not hold back anymore and roared while he charged towards Azura. "Seeking death, aren't you? White Tiger, you are violating rank protocol here." Zar, Balgun, and Talon were all glaring ferociously at White Tiger. "Windsor Campbell, I am not afraid of you." White Tiger's eyes were filled with intention to fight. Snap! 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 The cavalry regiment, Spectre army, and the rest were all staring at Azura in a uniformed manner. "Are you all not defying the commands of the God of War?" Azura laughed. This sparked off a tensed atmosphere immediately. At this very moment, Azure Dragon, who had been laying down next to Levi, suddenly stood up and roared, "We shall obey. He is the new God of War, and we should obey his commands." Azure Dragon's words carried a lot of weight among the group, so the moment he spoke, everyone immediately stopped. "I refuse." White Tiger remained stubborn. Azure Dragon then murmured in his ears. His face immediately changed. Then, he looked down and nodded. "I, White Tiger, am willing to obey the commands. Everyone, listen to Azure Dragon and leave together with the new god of war. Even though everyone was extremely unwilling to do so, they still obeyed the commands. Windsor could not be bothered with that and merely laughed. All right, come with me. He brought everyone away immediately. Levi was left there, barely breathing. Zoe was crying so hard she almost fainted. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1197. Dale and Edwin tested for Levi's breathing, and the former had to tell Zoe the truth that she was forced to accept. Child, he is no longer here. Bang! That moment, Zoe felt like her head was about to explode. She could not find it within herself to accept it. Right before this, Levi had given her the perfect explanation. He had let her know that her man lorded over the entire world. The next moment, something like this happened. Ha ha ha! The Garrisons were overjoyed. Olivia laughed out loud. Retribution, this is retribution. Emma, my son is dead, and your son can forget about living too. Both the Garrisons and the Garcias were cheering. Earlier, Levi had even punished them into kneeling for 3 days and nights. Who would have thought that he would cease to exist the very next moment? There is retribution and the heaven is watching. Kenny laughed out loud. Zed too, sneered, Levi, you end awfully, didn't you? After you lost, not only did you lose your position as the god of war, but all of your henchmen also left and you even died. Ha ha ha! Pondering, everyone lost in thought. Indeed, Levi ended tragically. Now, even the smaller families were bullying him. More frighteningly, Windsor had sent Azure Dragon and the rest to the borders to defend the nation. They were not allowed to return to Arudaya within the next 10 years. This was how Windsor cut off their ties with Levi. However, this was an order and everyone had to accept it. On top of that, Windsor had also instructed that Frederick was not allowed to attend to Levi's injuries. The military doctor was stuck as well. This was how Windsor denied Levi any chance of survival. His motto was that losers had to die. To Zoe and the few of them, it had been an emotional roller coaster of a day. If not for the Lehman family protecting her, she would have to suffer as well. Is Levi really dead? Someone asked. It's not possible for him to be alive. There is not enough time to save him right now. However, Zoe refused to believe it and still insisted on sending Levi to the hospital. In the meantime, nobody noticed several people slipping away quietly. They did not attract anyone's attention with their existence nor departures. It was as if they were specters. Clearly, they were the ones lying in ambush. They waited long enough to confirm Levi's death. The news that Windsor was now the god of war flew through Arudaya and swiftly spread across the entire world. It was as if the world had experienced a huge explosion. What happened to the god of war? He actually lost? That's the one and only god of war. However, this just showed that Windsor was stronger. Only the most invincible one was worthy of this title. After Zoe sent Levi to the hospital, Benny immediately made his way there to treat him. Upon receiving the news, outside the emergency room, Zoe and the rest were waiting anxiously. Zoe, Levi had no more breath left in him. It is impossible for him to still be alive. Even if Benny Quinton himself comes to heal him, there is no way he could live. Dale said cruelly. After all, both Levi and Windsor were no ordinary men. Their battle was beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Levi was practically dead earlier. There was no way that he could still be alive. No, as long as there is hope, I will continue to wait. Zoe looked determined. Time passed and soon, it had been over a dozen of hours. The red light outside the emergency room was still on. Desperation filled Zoe. No, no, no. She kept muttering. Slam. The door to the emergency room suddenly swung open. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1198. Benny walked out with exhaustion written all over his face. Zoe and Emma, who had just woken up, rushed to him instantly. "Mr. Quinton, how is he?" the two of them asked hurriedly. Benny tugged at his mask and gave them a deep bow. "I am sorry, I tried my best." He still did not wake up. Bang! This piece of news was completely distressing to Zoe and Emma. Both of them fell to the ground immediately. "However, he is not dead." Benny's words made everyone regain hope. "What? Not dead? That means there is still hope for him to wake up." Zoe wiped her tears away and rays of light shone from her eyes. "Yes, he is not dead. I have never seen such will and determination in a person. That's how he is staying alive." Benny recalled, "I remember him telling me that as an Erudian warrior, he needs to keep fighting till the very end. He is probably surviving with this iron-strong will of his. When will he be able to wake up?" Zoe was very worried. "There is no certainty. Based on the statistics, there is a 99% chance that he will not wake up, with only 1% chance that he will. We don't know when that will happen. It could be a few years, or it could be decades." Benny told them the cruel truth. "What?" Zoe did not expect the situation to be so serious, and for hope to be so elusive. "Don't you have any other way, Mr. Quinton?" Emma cried. "No. Right now, it's all up to his good luck." Benny seemed like he did not want to see this happening as well. Zoe was very determined. "No, it's all right as long as there is still hope. I believe that Levi will not just abandon us like this. He will definitely wake up. Zoe, we would advise you to give up. He is as good as dead." Dale advised her. He really did not wish for his goddaughter to waste so much time on a person in a vegetative state. "No, my child and I must wait for him to wake up." Zoe was very determined. Soon, the news that Levi had fallen into a vegetative state spread like wildfire. The former god of war had met with such a tragic ending, and only had 1% chance of waking up. His position was usurped and his people were transferred away, while he fell into a vegetative state. It was a shuddering ending. Oh, not completely dead? There is still a chance for him to wake up. His will to live is really strong. Windsor was very surprised to hear this piece of news. With that, he snorted. "He is just a loser. What has his life or death got to do with me? Levi still has a chance to wake up? No, he must be completely dead." There were voices and murmurs like these in Erudia and the rest of the world. They had paid a huge price for Levi to end up this way. And he was actually not completely dead yet? How could everyone be relaxed about it? Despite being in a coma state, he was still a potential threat. They would only feel at ease after they see Levi's corpse. "Send out my command. Dispatch the elite fighter to check on Levi's condition. No, whether he is alive or dead, kill. Windsor won't care about his life. Now that all of Levi's people have been transferred away, we can do whatever we want." Similar commands came from all over the world. One by one, elite fighters appeared at Oakland City. The solitary and helpless Levi was about to face a huge impending danger. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1199. Levi topped the international hit list, and the bounty did not change at all. Even though their target was a man in a vegetative state, the assassins would receive the same amount of bounty reward. This drove all the assassins and fighters crazy, and they were all determined to kill off Levi. On the other hand, this also showed how everyone was incredibly fearful of Levi. Even though he was in a vegetative state, people still offered a large bounty for his life. After Levi got into trouble, many people continued adding more insult to his injury. The worst were the Garrisons and the Garcias, who resumed their mockery. Especially Conrad, who swore to take revenge. However, they were all suppressed by the Lehman family. Otherwise, Levi would be in extreme danger. The only person who did not change her attitude towards Levi was Tiffany. Despite her family's disapproval, she went to visit him. Of course, Abigail appeared as well after she heard the news. Even Iris came from afar. They were considered the few who remained by Levi's side after he was down and out. Troubled, Tiffany said, "I heard that there are people targeting Mr. Garrison. There are many assassins who are on their way, as they are promised a huge bounty as long as they manage to kill him." Zoe knew about this and had experienced all of these before. Her pictures from the last time were what triggered the incident later. She understood the vicious hatred those overseas enemies harbored for Levi. However, Levi was on his own solitary self right now. No, he could not even wake up. Who could possibly deal with the assassins? The Lehman family? Impossible. The enemies were so much stronger than the Lehman family. The only person who could solve this problem was Windsor. However, nobody knew where he was. She could not think of anyone else now. Before this, Levi was in his heyday. Who would have thought that this was his ending? Despair. Extreme despair. "I'll think of a way to secure Mr. Garrison's safety." Finished speaking, Tiffany left the hospital. She was their biggest hope now. At the other side, the Lopez and Black families who were far away in the south also received the news that Levi had fallen into a vegetative state at Oakland City after being attacked by the Garrison clan. Even though they heard about this farce at the Garrison's residence, they didn't know the exact details. It was kept confidential as it involved a battle for the position of the god of war. Therefore, everyone had access only to all sorts of rumors and gossip. Only very few of them knew about Levi's previous identity. What the Lopez and Black families heard was that Levi went to the Garrison family and was attacked, leading to his current vegetative state. Explanation? That's an explanation. Was there something wrong with his brain? How dare he challenge the Garrison clan? Ha ha ha, serves him right now that he is a vegetable. The Lopez and Black families insulted him continuously. When the Southampton's families heard about it, they were extremely excited. Finally, they did not need to be suppressed by Levi any longer. After all, it was hardly comfortable to be constantly suppressed. Very soon, numerous elite fighters were lurking around the hospital Levi was in. He was truly a threat to everyone. Every single breath he took was a nightmare. This was something that Windsor did not expect at all. No matter what, Levi's threat was larger than Windsor's, despite the latter's victory. Before Zoe and Tiffany could come up with any countermeasures, the overseas elite fighters had already arrived. Everyone was simply moving too quickly. Some were not even from overseas. The ones that arrived the soonest were the elite fighters from Arudaya itself. There was someone here who did not want Levi to stay alive. In the hospital's ICU, the nurses had just left after completing Levi's intravenous infusion. Zoe was due to return in 5 minutes. At this moment, 3 figures slipped surreptitiously into the room. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1200. They were not in a hurry to take action and were just there to observe Levi. "I just want to see if Levi has really become a vegetable." This was definitely an Arudayan who was speaking. They observed for a full minute before exchanging shocked glances while exclaiming, "It's true. There is no way he can wake up after being poisoned by the Blood King Palace. It doesn't matter anymore whether he's alive or dead." One of them said. "No, don't you remember that we have a mission? Even if he were dead, we'd still have to kill him once again." "Yes, our objective is very simple. Since Mr. Finch wants Levi's head, we will cut off his head and hang it at the highest spot we can find, so that the whole world can see that he is dead. Swoosh! With a flip of his wrist, the other person drew out a sharp knife that shone brightly with an icy gleam. The assassin aimed the sharp knife at Levi's neck. With one slice, his head would definitely be separated from his body. Even though the blade is pressing against Levi's skin, he was still lying motionlessly. Die! That man growled. At that split second. Clang! That knife actually landed on a hard object. Whoosh! At the very next moment, the three of them saw Levi's eyes flew open. His glare was razor sharp and icy cold. It was the ring on his finger that had prevented that knife. Bang! Levi suddenly got up. With one shove, the knife turned around to stab the other person. Instead, bang! He immediately sprang out of bed and slammed the other two persons' heads together. Violently. Even till the point of their deaths, the three of them could not understand how Levi had woken up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, his window suddenly exploded and his room door was forcibly opened. Every single one of the assassins and fighters rushed into the room and charged towards Levi. They were just one step behind these three elite fighters from Arudaya. The next moment, the two opposing parties were locked in battle in that tiny ward. Bloody arrows were shot across the rooms while continuous howls and growls were heard. The intensive care unit seemed to be so isolated from the other places in the hospital that nobody knew what was going on despite all the action and noise from the inside. Nobody knew where Zoe was as well. On his own, Levi faced and slashed his way through hundreds of assassins. In the end, all of them were defeated. Levi squeezed out every ounce of his strength and finally fell down. This time, he had really used up all his strength. The man had actually saved up some of his strength during his fight with Windsor. He could have won that battle. It was because he wanted to see who from Arudaya wanted him dead that he did this. White Tiger and Azure Dragon left because Levi had secretly given the latter a signal. Otherwise, based on White Tiger's character, he would have fought with Windsor until the very end. Therefore, Levi took advantage of his death to deceive everyone, including even Benny. The doctor really thought that Levi had fallen into a vegetative state, hence he declared so. Thanks to Benny, Levi used this as a bait to entice his potential killers. Mr. Finch? Just now, the three fighters from Arudaya had mentioned this name. Who was he? Even though Levi was the god of war, he did not know much about the prominent figures in Arudaya. After all, he had been at the borders all this time. However, it was useless knowledge anyway, as he was about to die. Pfft! Levi could not stop coughing up blood. He had completely exhausted that very last breath he had been saving up. After all, he just killed a few hundred elite fighters a moment ago. He really fought hard until the very last moment. The man could do no more. Right now, he could feel life flowing out of him. He was losing his consciousness, and could even feel his soul leaving his body.